Book 4, Chapter 3 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 3, in which Catherine tries to nail up the weather-glass to set fair. It is to be feared that intimate acquaintance with Lady Calmady's present attitude of mind would not have proved altogether satisfactory to that ardent idealist, Honoria St. Quentin, for unquestionably, as the busy weeks of the London season went forward, Catherine grew increasingly far from hating it all. At first she had found the varied interests and persons presented to her, the rapid interchange of thought, the constant movement of society, slightly bewildering. But, as Julius March had foretold, old habits reasserted themselves. The great world and the ways of it had been familiar to her in her youth. She soon found herself walking in its ways again with ease, and speaking its language with fluency. And this, though in itself of but small moment to her, procured her indirectly a happiness as greatly desired as it had been little anticipated. For to Richard, the great world was as yet something of an undiscovered country. Going forth into it, he felt shy and diffident, though a lively curiosity possessed him. The gentler and more modest elements of his nature came into play. He was sensible of his own inexperience, and turned with instinctive trust and tender respect to her in whom experience was not lacking. He had never, so he told himself, quite understood how fine a lady his mother was, how conspicuous was her charm and distinguished her intelligence. And he clung to her, grown man though he was, even as a child entering a bright room full of guests clings to its mother's hand, finding therein much comfort of encouragement and support. He desired she should share all his interests, reckoning nothing worth the doing in which she had not a part. He consulted her before each undertaking, talked and laughed over it with her in private afterwards, thereby unconsciously securing to her halcyon days, a honeymoon of the heart of infinite sweetness, so that she, on her part, thanked God and took courage. And indeed it might very well appear to Catherine that her heroic remedy was on the road to work an effectual cure. The terror of lawless passion and of evil, provoked by that fair woman, clothed as with the sea waves, crowned and shod with gold, whom she had withstood so manfully in spirit in the wild autumn night, departed from her. She began to fear no more. For surely her son was wholly given back to her, his heart still free, his life still innocent. And not only did this terror depart, but her anguish at his deformity was strangely lessened, the pain of it lulled as by the action of an anodyne. For witnessing the young man's popularity, seeing him so universally courted and welcomed, observing his manifest power of attraction, she began to ask herself whether she had not exaggerated the misfortune of that same deformity and the impediment that it offered to his career and chances of personal happiness. She had been morbid, hypersensitive. The world evidently saw in his disfigurement no such horror and hopeless bar to success as she had seen. It was, therefore, a dear world, a world rich in consolation and promise. It smiled upon Richard, and so she smiled upon it, gratefully, trustfully, finding in the plenitude of her thankfulness no wares save honest ones set out for sale in the booths of Vanity Fair. A large hopefulness arose in her. She began to form projects calculated, as she believed, to perpetuate the gladness of the present. Among other tender customs of Richard's boyhood, into which Catherine at this happy period drifted back, was that of going now and again to his room at night, and gossiping with him for a merry yet somewhat pathetic half-hour, before herself retiring to rest. It fell out that towards the middle of June there had been a dinner-party at the Barkings on a scale of magnificence unusual even in that opulent house. It was not the second or even the third time that Richard and his mother had dined at Albert Gate, for Lady Louisa had proved the most assiduously attentive of neighbours. Little Lady Constance Quayle was with her. The young girl had brightened notably of late. Her prettiness was enhanced by a timid and appealing playfulness. She had been seized, moreover, with one of those innocent and absorbing devotions towards Lady Calmady that young girls often entertain towards an elder woman, following her about with a sort of dog-like fidelity, and watching her with eyes full of wistful admiration. On the present occasion, the guests at the Barking dinner had been politicians of distinction, members of the then existing government. A contingent of foreign diplomatists from their various embassies had been present, together with various notably smart women. Later, there had been a reception, largely attended, and music, the finest that Europe could produce and money could buy. "Louisa climbs giddy heights," Mr. Quayle had said to himself, with an attempt at irony. But in point of fact, he was far from displeased, for it appeared to him the house of Barking showed to uncommon advantage tonight. "Louisa has no staying power in conversation, and her voice is too loud, but in snippets she is rather impressive," he added. "And oh, how very diligent is Louisa." Driving home, Richard kept silence until just as the brougham drew up, and then he said abruptly, "Tired? No? That's right. Then come and sit with me. I want to talk. I haven't an ounce of sleep in me somehow tonight." It was hot, and when, some 3/4 of an hour later, Catherine entered the big bedroom on the ground floor, the upper sashes of the window were drawn low behind the blinds, letting in the muffled roar of the great city as an undertone to the intermittent sound of footsteps or the occasional passing of a belated carriage or cab. It formed an undertone also to Richard's memory of the music to which he had lately listened, and the delight of which was still in his ears and pulsing in his blood, making his blue eyes bright and dark, and curving his handsome lips into a very eloquent smile as he lay back against the piled-up pillows of the bed. "Good heavens, how divinely Morabita sang," he said, looking up at his mother as she stood looking down on him. "Better even than in Faust last night. I want to hear her again just as often as I can. Her voice carries one right away, out of oneself, into regions of pure and unmitigated romance. All things are possible for the moment. One becomes as the gods, omnipotent. We've got the box as usual on Saturday, Mother, haven't we? Do you remember if she sings?" Catherine replied that the great soprano did sing. "I'm glad," Richard said, "and yet I don't know that it's particularly wholesome to hear her. After being as the gods, one descends with rather too much of a run to the level of an ordinary mortal." He turned on his elbow restlessly, and the movement altered the lie of the bedclothes, thereby disclosing the unsightly disproportion of his person through the light blanket and sheet. "And if one's own level happens unfortunately to be below that of even the ordinary mortal, well, don't you know—" "Oh, my dear," Catherine put in softly. Richard lay straight on his back again and held out his hand to her. "Sit down, do," he said. "Turn the big chair round so that I may see you. I like you in that frilly white dressing-gown thing. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to be a brute and grumble. You're much too good to me, and I know I'm disgustingly selfish at times. I was this winter, but—" "The past is past," Catherine put in again very softly. "Yes, please God it is," he said, "in some ways." He paused, and then spoke as though with an effort returning from some far distance of thought. "Yes, I like you in that white frilly thing, but I like that new black gown of yours tonight too. You look so glorious. Do you mind my saying so? And no woman walks as well as you do. I compared, I watched. There's nothing more beautiful than seeing a woman walk really well, or a man either, for that matter." Then he caught at her hand again, laughing a little. "No, I'm not going to grumble," he said. "Upon my word, mother, I swear I'm not. Here, let's talk about your gowns. I should like to know, shall you never wear anything but grey or black?" "Never, not even to please you, Dickie." "Oh, that's so delicious with you," he exclaimed. "Every now and then you bring one up short. One knocks one's head against a stone wall. There's an indomitable strain in you. I only hope you've transmitted it to me. I'm afraid I need stiffening. I beg your pardon," he added quickly and courteously. "It strikes me I'm becoming slightly impertinent. That woman's voice has turned my brain and loosed the string of my tongue so that I speak words of unwisdom. You enjoyed her singing too, though, didn't you?" "I thought so, catching sight of you while it was going on, attended by the faithful Ludovic and little Lady Constance. It's quite touching to see how she worships you. And wasn't Miss St. Quentin with you too?" "Yes, I thought so. I can't quite make up my mind about Honoria St. Quentin. Sometimes she strikes me as one of the loveliest women here. And she can walk, if you like. It's a joy to see her. And then again, she seems to me altogether too long and off-hand somehow, and boyish. And then, too—" Richard moved his head against the white pillows and stared up at the window, where the blind sucked with small creaking noises against the top edge of the open sash. "She fights shy of me, and personal feeling militates against admiration, you know. I am sorry, for I rather want to talk to her about, a whole lot of things. But she avoids me. I never get the opportunity." "Oh, my darling, don't you think that is partly imagination?" "Perhaps it is," he answered. "I dare say I do indulge in unnecessary fancies about people's manner and so on. I can't very well be off it, you know. And every one is really very kind to me. Morabita was perfectly charming when I thanked her in very floundering Italian. It's a pity she's so fat. But never mind, the fat vanishes to all intents and purposes when she begins to sing. And old Barking is as kind as he can be. I feel awfully obliged to him, though his ministrations tonight amounted to being slightly embarrassing. He brought me cabinet ministers and under-secretaries and gorgeous Germans and Turks in batches, and even a real live Chinaman with a pigtail. Mother, do you remember the cabinets at home in the long gallery? I used to dream about them. And that Chinaman gave me the queerest feeling tonight. It was idiotic, but did I ever tell you, when I was a little chap, I was always dreaming about war or something from which I couldn't get away. Others could, but for me, from circumstances, don't you know, there was no possibility of scuttling. And the little Chinese figures on the black lacquer cabinets were mixed up with it. As I say, it gripped me tonight in the midst of all those people, and— Oh, yes, old Barking is very kind," he went on with a change of tone. "Only I wish Lady Louisa would warn him he need not trouble himself to be amusing. He came and sat by me towards the end of the evening, and told me the most inane stories in that inflated manner of his. Verily they were ancient as the hills, and a weariness to the spirit. But that good-looking young fellow, Dacia, swallowed them all down with the devoutest attention, and laughed aloud in all that he conceived to be the right places." A pause came in Richard's flow of words. He moved again restlessly, and clasped his hands under his head. Catherine had seldom seen him thus excited and feverish. A sense of alarm grew on her, lest her heroic remedy was, after all, not working a wholly satisfactory cure. For there was a violence in his utterance and in his face, a certain recklessness of speech and of demeanour, very agitating to her. "Oh, everyone's kind, awfully kind," he repeated, looking away at the sucking blind again, "and I'm awfully grateful to them, but— I tell you, that woman's voice has got me and made me drunk, made me mad drunk. I almost wish I'd never heard her. I think I won't go to the opera again. Emotion that finds no outlet in action only demoralises one and breaks up one's philosophy. And she makes me know all that might be and is not, never, never can be. Oh, good God, what a glorious, what an amazing business I could have made of life if... He slipped a little on the pillows, had to unclasp his hands hastily and press them down on either side of him to keep his body fairly upright in the bed. His features contracted with a spasm of anger. "If I had only had the average chance," he added harshly. "If I had only started with the normal equipment." And as she listened, the old anguish lately lulled to rest in Catherine's heart arose and cried aloud. But she sought resolutely to stifle its crying, strong in faith and hope. "I know, my dearest, I know," she said pleadingly. "And yet, since we have been here, I've thought perhaps we had a little underrated both your happy gift of pleasing and the readiness of others to be pleased. It seems to me, Dicky, all doors open if you stretch out your hand. Well, my dear, I would have you go forward fearlessly. I would have you more ambitious, more self-confident. I see and deplore my own cowardly mistake. Instead of hiding you away at home and keeping you to myself, I ought to have encouraged you to mix in the world and fill the position to which both your powers and your birth entitle you. I was wrong. I lament my folly. But there is ample time in which to rectify my mistake." Richard's face relaxed. I wonder," he said. "I am sure," she replied. "You are too sanguine," he said. "Your love for me blinds you to fact." "Oh, no, no," she replied again. "Love is the only medium in which vision gains perfect clearness, becomes trustworthy and undistorted." Instinctively, Catherine folded her hands as in prayer, while the brightness of a pure enthusiasm shone in her sweet eyes. "That I have learned beyond all possibility of dispute. It has been given me through much tribulation to arrive at that." Richard smiled upon her tenderly, and then turning his head remained silent for a while. The sullen roar of the great city invaded the quiet room through the open windows, the heavy, regular tread of a policeman on his beat, a shrill whistle hailing a hansom from a house some few doors distant up the square, and then an answering rumble of wheels and a clatter of hoofs. Richard's face had grown fierce again, and his breath came quick. He turned on his side, and once more the dwarf proportions of his person became perceptible. Lady Calmady averted her eyes, fixing them upon his, but even there she found sad lack of comfort, for in them she read the inalienable distress and desolation of one unhandsomely treated by nature, maimed and incomplete. Even the divine light resident within her failed to reconcile her to that reading. She shrank back in protest once again against the dealing of Almighty God with this only child of hers. And yet, such is the adorable paradox of a living faith, even while shrinking and while protesting, she flung herself for support, for help, upon the very being who had permitted, in a sense, caused her misery. "Mother, can I say something to you?" Richard asked rather hoarsely at last. "Anything, in heaven or earth." "But it's a thing not usually spoken of as I want to speak of it. It may seem indecent. You won't be disgusted or think me wanting in respect or in modesty?" "Oh, surely not," Lady Calmady answered quietly. Yet a certain trembling took her, a nervousness as in face of the unknown. This strong young creature developed forces, presented aspects in his present feverish mood, with which she felt hardly equal to cope. "Mother, I want to marry." "Oh, I too have thought of that," she said. "You don't consider that I'm debarred from marriage?" "Oh, no, no," Catherine cried, a little sob in her voice. He looked at her steadily with those profoundly desolate eyes. "It would not be wrong? It would not be otherwise than honourable?" he asked. If doubts arose within Catherine of the answer to that question, she crushed them down passionately. "No, my dearest, no," she declared. "It would not be wrong. It could not be so, if she loved you, and you loved whomsoever you married." "But I'm not in love, at least not in love with any person who can become my wife. Yet that doesn't seem to me to matter very much. I should be faithful, no fear, to any one who was good enough to marry me. Enough of love would come, if only out of gratitude, towards the woman who would accept me as I am, and forgive that which cannot be helped." Again trembling shook Catherine. So terribly much seemed to her at stake just then. Silently she implored wisdom and clear seeing might be accorded to her. She leaned a little forward, and taking his left hand, held it closely in both hers. "Dearest, that isn't all. Tell me all," she said, "or I cannot quite follow your thought." Richard flung his body sideways across the bed and kissed her hands as they held his. The hot colour rushed over his face and neck, up to the roots of his close-cropped curly hair. He spoke, lying thus upon his chest, his face half buried in the sheet. "I want to marry because I want a child. I want a son," he said. No words came to Catherine just then, but she disengaged one hand and laid it upon the dear brown head, and waited in silence until the violence of the young man's emotion had spent itself, until the broad, muscular shoulders had ceased to heave, and the strong young hands to grasp her wrist. Suddenly Richard recovered himself, and sat up, rubbing his hands across his eyes, laughing, but with a queer catch in his voice. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I'm a fool, an awful fool. Hang Mora Beta and her voice and the golden houses of the gods, and beastly, showy omnipotence to which her voice carries one away. To talk sense, mother, just brutal common sense. My fate is fixed, you know. There's no earthly use in wriggling. I'm condemned to live a cow's life and die a cow's death. The pride of life may call, but I can't answer. The great prizes are not for me. I'm too heavily handicapped. I was looking at that young fellow Dacia tonight, and considering his chances as against my own. Oh, I know there's wealth in plenty. The pasture's green enough to make many a man covet it, and the stalls well bedded down. I don't complain. Only, mother, you know, I know. What's the use of denying that which we neither of us ever really forget? And then sometimes my blood takes fire. It did tonight. And the splendour of living being denied me, I am tempted to say a black mass. One must take it out somehow. And I know I could go to the devil as few men have ever gone, magnificently, detestably, with subtleties and refinements of iniquity. He laughed again a little, and hearing him, his mother's heart stood still. "Verily, I have advantages," he continued. "There should be a picturesqueness in my descent to hell which would go far to place my name at the head of the list of those sinners who have achieved immortality." "Richard, Richard," Lady Calmady cried, "do you want to break my heart quite?" "No," he answered simply. "I'd infinitely rather not break your heart. I have no ambition to see my name in that devil's list, except as an uncommonly ironical sort of second best. But then we must make some change, some radical change. At times lately I felt as if I was a caged wild beast, blinded, its claws cut, the bars of its cage soldered and riveted, no hope of escape. And yet the vigour, the immense longing for freedom and activity there all the while. Richard stretched himself. Poor beast, poor beast, poor beast, he said, shaking his head and smiling. I tell you, I get absurdly sentimental over it at times. And then, happily, there came a momentary lapse in the entirety of his egoism. He turned on his side and took Lady Calmady's hand again, and fell to playing absently with her bracelets. You poor darling, how I torture you, he said. And yet, now we've once broken the ice and begun talking of all this, we're bound to talk on to the finish, if finish there is. You see, these few weeks in London, I've enjoyed them, but still, they've made me understand more than ever all I've missed. Life calls, mother, do you see? And though the beast is blind, and his claws are cut, and his cage bolted, yet when life calls, he must answer. Must, or run mad, or die. Do you see? And you shall answer, my beloved. Oh, never fear, you will answer, Catherine replied proudly. Richard's hand closed hard upon hers. Thank you, he said. You were made to be a mother of heroes, not of a useless log like me. And that's just why I want to be good. And to be good, I want a wife, that I may have that boy. I could keep straight for him, mother, though I'm afraid I can't keep straight for myself, and simply because it's right, much longer. I want him to have just all that I am denied. I want him to restore the balance, both for you and for me. I may have something of a career myself, perhaps, in politics or something. It's possible, but that will come later if it comes at all, and then it would be for his sake. What I want first is the boy, to give me an object and keep up my pluck and keep me steady. I, giving him life, shall find my life in him, be paid for my wretched circumscribed existence by his goodly and complete one. He may be clever or not. I'd rather, of course, he was not quite a dunce, but I really don't very much mind, so long as he isn't an outrageous fool, if he's only an entirely sound and healthy human animal. Richard stretched himself upon the bed, straightened the sheet across his chest, and clasped his hands under his head again. The desolation had gone out of his eyes. He seemed to look afar into the future, and therein see manly satisfaction and content. His voice was vibrant, rising to a kind of chant. He shall run, and he shall swim, he shall fence, and he shall row, he said. He shall learn all gallant sports, as becomes an English gentleman. And he shall ride, not as I ride, God forbid, like a monkey strapped on a dog at a fair, but as a centaur, as a young demigod. We will set him stark naked on a bare-backed horse, and see that he's clean-limbed, perfect, without spot or blemish from head to heel. And once more Catherine Calmady held her peace, somewhat amazed, somewhat tremulous, since it seemed to her the young man was drawing a cheque on the future which might only too probably be dishonoured and returned marked no account. For who dares say that this child would ever come to the birth, or, coming, what form it would bear? Yet even so, she rejoiced in her son and the high spirit he displayed, while the instinct of romance which inspired his speech touched an answering chord in and uplifted her. By now the brief June night was nearly spent. The blind still creaked against the open window sash, but the thud of horse hoofs and the beat of passing footsteps had become infrequent, while the roar of the mighty city had dwindled to a murmur, as of an ebbing tide upon a shallow, sand-strewn beach. The afterlight of the sunset, walking the horizon beneath the pole star from west to east, broadened upward now towards the zenith. Even here, in the heart of London, the day broke with a spacious solemnity. Richard raised himself, and sitting up, blew out the candles placed on the table at the bedside. "Mother," he said, "will you let in the morning?" Lady Calmady was pale from her long vigil, and her unspoken yet searching emotion. She appeared very tall, ghost-like even, in her soft white raiment, as she moved across and drew up the sucking blind. Above the grey parapets of the houses and the ranks of contorted chimney-pots, the loveliness of the summer dawn grew wide. Warm amber shaded through gradations of exquisite and nameless colour into blue, while across this last lay horizontal lines of fringed, semi-transparent, opalescent cloud. To Catherine, those heavenly blue interspaces spoke of peace, of the stilling of all strife, when the tragic yet superb human story should at last be fully told, and God be all in all. She was very tired. The struggle was so prolonged, her soul cried out for rest. And then she reminded herself, almost sternly, that the kingdom of God and the peace of it is no matter of time or of place, but is within the devout believer, ever present, immediate, possessing his or her soul, and by that soul in turn possessed. Just then the sparrows, roosting in the garden of the square, awoke with manifold and vociferous chirping and chattering. The voice from the bed called to her. "Mother," it said imperatively, "come to me. You're not angry at what I've told you? You understand? You will find her for me." Lady Calmady turned away from the open window and the loveliness of the summer dawn. She was less tired somehow. God was with her, so she could not be otherwise than hopeful. Moreover, the world had proved itself very kind towards her son. It would not deny him this last request, surely. "My dearest, I think I've found her already," Lady Calmady answered. Yet even as she spoke, she faltered a little, recognising the energy and strength manifest in the young man's countenance, remembering his late discourse and the pent-up fires of his nature to which that discourse had borne only too eloquent testimony. For who was a young girl but just out of the schoolroom, a girl in pretty, fresh frocks, the last word of contemporary fashion, whose baby face and slow, wide-eyed gaze bore witness to her entire innocence of the great primitive necessities, the rather brutal joys, the intimate vices, the far-ranging intellectual questionings which rule and mould the action of mankind? Who was she, indeed, to cope with a nature such as Richard's? "Mother, tell me, who is it?" And instinctively Catherine fell to pleading. She sat down beside the bed again and smoothed the sheet. "You will be tender and loving to her, Dickie," she said, "for she is young and very gentle, and might easily be made afraid. You will not forget what is due to your wife, your bride, in your longing for a child?" "Who is it?" Richard demanded again. "Ludovic's sister, little Lady Constance Quayle." He drew in his breath sharply. Would her people consent?" he said. "I think so. Judging by appearances, I'm almost sure they would consent." A long silence followed. Richard lay still, looking at the rosy flush that broadened in the morning sky and touched the bosoms of those delicate clouds with living, pulsating colour. And he flushed too. All his being softened into a great tenderness, a great shyness, a quick yet noble shame. For his whole attitude towards this question of marriage changed strangely as it passed from the abstract, from regions of vague purpose and desire, to the concrete, to the thought of a maiden with name and local habitation, a maiden actual and accessible, whose image he could recall, whose pretty looks and guileless speech he knew. "I almost wish she was not Ludovic's sister, though," he remarked presently. "It is a great deal to ask." "You have a great deal to offer," Catherine said, adding, "You can care for her, Dickie?" He turned his head, his lips working a little, his flushed face very young and bright. "Oh yes, I can care fast enough," he said. "And I think, I think I could make her happy. And you see, already she worships you. We would pet her, mother, and give her all manner of pretty things and make a little queen of her, and she would be pleased. She's a child, such a child." Richard remained awake far into the morning, till the rose had died out of the sky, and the ascending smoke of many kitchen chimneys began to stain the expanse of heavenly blue. The thought of his possible bride was very sweet to him. But when at last sleep came, dreams came likewise. Helen de Valorb's perfect face arose in reproach before him, and her azure and purple draperies swept over him, stifling and choking him as the salt waves of an angry sea. And then someone, it was the comely, long-limbed young soldier, Mr. Dacia, whom he had seen last night at the Barkings' great party when Morabita sang, and the soprano's matchless voice was mixed up in the strangest fashion with all these transactions. Dacia lifted Helen and all her magic sea waves from off him, setting him free. But even as he did so, Dicky perceived that it was not Helen, after all, whom the young soldier carried in his arms, but little Lady Constance Quayle. Whereupon Richard, waking with a start, conceived a wholly unreasoning detestation of Mr. Dacia, while along with that his purpose of marrying Lady Constance increased notably, waxed strong and grew, putting forth all manner of fair flowers of promise and of hope. End of Chapter 3 of Book 4. Book 4, Chapter 4 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 4, A Lesson upon the 11th Commandment. Parents, obey your children. A family council was in the course of holding in the lofty white and gold boudoir overlooking the park in Albert Gate. Lady Louisa Barking had summoned it. She had also exercised a measure of selection among intending members. For instance, Lady Margaret and Lady Emily, the former having a disposition, in the opinion of her elder sister, to put herself forward and support the good cause with more zeal than discretion, and the latter being but a weak-kneed supporter of the cause at best, were summarily dismissed. It was really perfectly unnecessary to discuss this sort of thing before the younger girls, she said. It put them out of their place and rather rubbed the freshness off their minds, and then they would chatter among themselves, and it all became a little foolish and missy. They never knew when to stop. One member of the Quayle family, and that a leading one, had taken his dismissal before it was given, and with a nice mixture of defective moral courage and good common sense, had removed himself bodily from the neighbourhood of the scene of action. Lord Shotover was still in London. Along with the payment of his debts had come a remarkable increase of cheerfulness. He made no more allusions to the unpleasant subject of cutting his throat, while the proposed foreign tour had been relegated to a vague future. It seemed a pity not to see the season out. It would be little short of a crime to miss Goodwood. He might go out with Dacia to India in the autumn, when that young soldier's leave had expired, and look Guy up a bit. He would rather like a turn at pig-sticking, and there were plenty of pig, he understood, in the neighbourhood of Agra, where his brother was now stationed. On the morning in question, Lord Shotover, in excellent spirits, had walked down Piccadilly with his father from his rooms in Jermyn Street to Albert Gate. The elder gentleman, arriving from Westchurch by an early train, had solaced himself with a share of the by no means ascetic breakfast of which his eldest son was partaking at a little after 10:30. It was very much too good a breakfast for a person in Lord Shotover's existing financial position. So indeed were the rooms. So, in respect of locality, was Jermyn Street itself. Lord Fallowfield knew this, no man better. Yet he was genuinely pleased, impressed even, by the luxury with which his erring son was surrounded, and proceeded to praise his cook, praise his valet's waiting at table, praise some fine old sporting prints upon the wall. He went so far indeed as to chuckle discreetly, immaculately faithful husband though he was, over certain photographs of ladies more fair and kind than wise, which were stuck in the frame of the looking-glass over the chimney-piece. In return for which acts of good fellowship, Lord Shotover accompanied him as far as the steps of the mansion in Albert Gate. There he paused, remarking with the most disarming frankness, "I would come in. I want to awfully, I assure you. I quite agree with you about all this affair, you know, and I should uncommonly like to let the others know it. But between ourselves, Louisa's been so short with me lately, so infernally short, if you'll pardon my saying so, that it's become downright disagreeable to me to run across her. So I'm afraid I might only make matters worse all round, don't you know, if I put in an appearance this morning." "Oh, has she, though?" ejaculated Lord Fallowfield, in reference presumably to his eldest daughter's reported shortness. "Oh, my dear boy, don't think of it. I wouldn't have you exposed to unnecessary unpleasantness on any account." And then, as he followed the groom of the chambers up the bare white marble staircase, which struck almost vault-like in its chill and silence after the heat and glare and turmoil of the great thoroughfare without, he added to himself, "Good fellow, Shotover. Has his faults, but upon my word, when you come to think of it, so have all of us. Very good-hearted, sensible fellow at bottom, Shotover. Always responds when you talk rationally to him. No nonsense about him." His lordship sighed as he climbed the marble stair. "Great comfort to me at times, Shotover. Shows very proper feeling on the present occasion, but naturally feels a diffidence about expressing it." And thus, in the end, it happened that the family council consisted only of the lady of the house, her sister, Lady Alicia Winterbottom, Mr. Ludovic Quayle, and the parent whom all three of them were, each in their several ways, so perfectly willing to instruct in his duty towards his children. Ludovic perhaps displayed less alacrity than usual in offering good advice to his father. His policy was rather that of masterly inactivity. Indeed, as the discussion waxed hot, his sisters' voices rising slightly in tone, while Lord Fallowfield's replies disclosed a vein of dogged obstinacy, he withdrew from the field of battle and moved slowly round the room, staring abstractedly at the pictures. There was a seductive female head by Greuze, a couple of reposeful landscapes by Morland, a little constable, waterways, trees, and a distant woodland swept by wind and weather, but upon these the young man bestowed scant attention. That which fascinated his gaze was a series of half-length portraits in oval frames, representing his parents, himself, his sisters and brothers. These portraits were the work of a lady whose artistic gifts and whose prices were alike modest. They were in coloured chalks, and had, after adorning her own sitting-room for a number of years, been given as a wedding present by Lady Fallowfield to her eldest daughter. Mr. Quayle reviewed them leisurely now, looking over his shoulder now and again to note how the tide of battle rolled, and raising his eyebrows in mute protest when the voices of the two ladies became more than usually elevated. "You see, Papa, you have not been here," Lady Louisa was saying. "Oh, no, I haven't," interrupted Lord Fallowfield, "and very much I regret that I haven't. Should have done my best to put a stop to this engagement at the outset, before there was any engagement at all, in fact." "And so you cannot possibly know how the whole thing, any breaking off, I mean, would be regarded." "Can't I, though?" said Lord Fallowfield. "I know perfectly well how I should regard it myself." "You do not take the advantages sufficiently into consideration, Papa. Of course, with their enormous wealth, they can afford to do anything." Mr. Winterbottom's income was far from princely at this period, and Lady Alicia was able to be at once envious of and injured by the riches of others. Her wardrobe was limited, and she was this morning vexatiously conscious of a warmer hue in the back pleats than in the front breadth of her mauve cashmere dress, sparsely decorated with bows of but indifferently white ribbon. It has enabled them to make an immense success. One really gets rather tired of hearing about them. But everybody goes to their house, you know, and says that he is perfectly charming. Half the parents in London would jump at the chance of one of their girls making such a marriage. This from Lady Louisa. Mr. Quayle looked over his shoulder and registered a conviction that his father did not belong to that active parental moiety. He sat stubbornly on a straight-backed, white-and-gold chair, his hands clasped on the top of his favourite gold-headed walking-stick. He had refused to part with this weapon on entering the house. It gave him a sense of authority, of security. Meanwhile, his habitually placid and infantile countenance wore an expression of the acutest worry. "Oh, would they, though?" he said in response to his daughter's information regarding the jumping moiety. "Well, I shouldn't. In point of fact, I don't. All that you and Alicia tell me may be perfectly true, my dear Louisa. I would not for a moment attempt to discredit your statements, and I don't wish to be intemperate. Stupid thing, intemperance. Sign of weakness, intemperance. Still, I must repeat, and I do repeat, I repeat clearly, that I do not approve of this engagement. Did I not prophesy long, long ago what my father's attitude would be, Louisa?" Mr. Quayle murmured gently over his shoulder. Then he fell to contemplating the portrait of his brother Guy, aged 7, who was represented arrayed in a brown holland blouse of singular formlessness, confined at the waist by a black leather belt, and carrying, Cupid-like, in his hands a bow and arrows decorated with sky-blue ribbons. Were my brothers and I actually such appallingly insipid-looking little idiots? He asked himself. In that case the years do bring compensation. We really bear fewer outward traces of utter imbecility now. I don't wish to be harsh with you, my dears. Never have been harsh, to my knowledge, with any one of my children. Believe in kindness. Always have been lenient with my children. And as indirect consequence thereof, note my eldest brother's frequent epistles to the Hebrews, commented Mr. Quayle softly. The sweet simplicity of this counterfeit presentment of him, armed with a pea-green bait-tin and jointless fishing-rod, hardly shadows forth the copious insolvencies of recent times. "Never have approved of harshness," continued Lord Fallowfield. "Still, I do feel I should have been given an opportunity of speaking my mind sooner. I ought to have been referred to in the first place. It was my right. It was due to me. Don't wish to assert my authority in a tyrannical manner. Hate tyranny. Always have hated parental tyranny. Still, I feel it was due to me. And Shotover quite agrees with me. Talked in a very nice, gentlemanly, high-minded way about it all this morning, did Shotover." The two ladies exchanged glances, drawing themselves up with an assumption of reticence and severity. "Really," exclaimed Lady Alicia, "it seems a pity, Papa, that Shotover's actions are not a little more in keeping with his conversation, then." But Lord Fallowfield only grasped the head of his walking-stick the tighter, congratulating himself the while on the unshakable firmness both of his mental and physical attitude. "Oh, yes," he said, rising to heights of quite reckless defiance. "I know there's a great deal of prejudice against Shotover just now among you. He alluded to it this morning with a great deal of feeling. He was not bitter, but he is very much hurt at Shotover. You're hard on him, Alicia. It's a painful thing to observe upon, but you are hard, and so is Winterbottom. I regret to be obliged to put it so plainly, but I was displeased by Winterbottom's tone about your brother last time you and he were down at Witney from Saturday to Monday." "At all events, Papa, George has never cost his parents a single penny since he left Balliol," Lady Alicia replied, with some spirit and a very high colour. But Lord Fallowfield was not to be beguiled into discussion of side issues, though his amiable face was crumpled and puckered by the effort to present an uncompromising front to the enemy. "Some of you ought to have written and informed me as soon as you had any suspicion of what was likely to happen. Not to do so was underhand.
I do not wish to employ strong language, but I do consider it underhand. Shotover tells me he would have written if he'd only known, but of course in the present state of feeling he was shut out from it all. Ludovic did know, I presume, and I'm sorry to say it, but I consider it very unhandsome of Ludovic not to have communicated with me."
At this juncture, Mr. Quayle desisted from contemplation of the family portraits and approached the belligerents, threading his way carefully between the many tables and chairs. There was much furniture, yet but few ornaments in Lady Louisa's boudoir. The young man's long neck was directed slightly forward, and his expression was one of polite inquiry. "It is very warm this morning," he remarked parenthetically, "and as a family we appear to feel it. You did me the honour to refer to me just now, I believe, my dear father? Since my 2 younger sisters have been banished, it has happily become possible to hear both you and myself speak. You were saying?"
"That you might very properly have written and told me about this business, and given me an opportunity of expressing my opinion before things reached a head."
Mr. Quayle drew forward a chair and seated himself with mild deliberation. Lord Fallowfield began to fidget.
"Very clever fellow, Ludovic," he said to himself. "Wonderfully cool head."
And he became suspicious of his own wisdom in having made direct appeal to a person thus distinguished. "Oh, I might have written, my dear father. I admit that I might. But there were difficulties. To begin with, I, in this particular, shared Shotover's position. Louisa had not seen fit to honour me with her confidence. I beg your pardon, Louisa, you were saying? And so, you see, I really hadn't anything to write about."
This young man—"
Lord Fallowfield was sensible of a singular reluctance to mention the name of his proposed son-in-law.
"This young Calmady, you know, he's an intimate friend of yours."
Difficulty number 2, for I doubted how you would take the matter.
Did you, though?" said Lord Fallowfield, with an appreciable smoothing of crumples and puckers.
"I'm extremely attached to Dickie Calmady, and I didn't want to put a spoke in his wheel."
"Oh, of course not, my dear boy, of course not.
Nasty, unpleasant business putting spokes in other men's wheels, especially when they're your friends. I acknowledge that." "Oh, I'm sure you do," Mr. Quayle replied indulgently. "You're always on the side of doing the generous thing, my dear father, when you see it." Here his lordship's grasp upon the head of his walking-stick relaxed sensibly.
"Thank you, Ludovic. Very pleasant thing to have one's son say to one, I must say. Uncommonly pleasant."
Alas, he felt himself to be slipping. "Deuced shrewd, diplomatic fellow, Ludovic," he remarked to himself somewhat ruefully. All the same, the little compliment warmed him through. He knew it made for defeat, yet for the life of him he could not but relish it.
"Very pleasant," he repeated. "But that's not the point, my dear boy. Now, about this young fellow Calmady's proposal for your sister Constance."
Mr. Quayle looked full at the speaker, and for once his expression held no hint of impertinence or raillery.
"Dickie Calmady is as fine a fellow as ever fought or won an almost hopeless battle," he said. "He's somewhat heroic, in my opinion, and he is very lovable."
"Oh, is he, though?" Lord Fallowfield commented, quite gently. A woman who understood him, and had some idea of all he must have gone through, could not well help being very proud of him. Yet even while speaking, the young man knew his advocacy to be but half-hearted. He praised his friend rather than his friend's contemplated marriage. "But his dear old lordship's not very quick. He'll never spot that," he added mentally. And then he reflected that little Lady Constance was not very quick either. She might marry obediently, even gladly, but was it probable she would develop sufficient imagination ever to understand and therefore be proud of Richard Calmady? "He is brilliant, too," Ludovic continued. "He is as well read as any man of his standing whom I know, and he can think for himself.
and when he's in the vein, he is unusually good company."
"Everybody says he is extraordinarily agreeable," broke in Lady Alicia. "Old Lady Combe Martin was saying only yesterday, George and I met her at the Oldhams, Louisa, you know, at dinner, that she had not heard better conversation for years. And she was brought up among Macaulay and Rogers and all the Holland House set, so her opinion really is worth having."
But Lord Fallowfield's grasp had tightened again upon his walking-stick. "Was she, though?" he said rather incoherently. "Oh, pray, from all this, don't run away with the notion Calmady is a prig," Ludovic interposed. "He is as keen a sportsman as you are, in as far, of course, as sport is possible for him." Here Lord Fallowfield, finding himself somewhat hard-pressed, sought relief in movement. He turned sideways, throwing one shapely leg across the other, and grasping the supporting walking-stick in his right hand, while with the left he laid hold of the back of the white and gold chair. Oh, yes," he said valiantly, directing his gaze upon the tree-tops in the park. "I quite accept all you tell me. I don't want to detract from your friend's merits. Poor, mean sort of thing to detract from any man's friend's merits. Gentleman-like young fellow, Calmady, the little I have seen of him. Reminds me of my poor friend, his father. I liked his father. But you see, my dear boy, there's no denying it, there is. And shot over a quite... Oh, of course, Papa, we all know what you mean," Lady Louisa interposed, with a certain loftiness, and it must be owned asperity. "I've never pretended there was not something one had to get accustomed to. But really you forget all about it almost immediately. Everyone does. One can see that, don't they, Alicia? If you had met Sir Richard everywhere, as we have this season, you would realise how very, very soon that is quite forgotten." "Is it, though?" said Lord Fallowfield, somewhat incredulously. His face had returned to a sadly puckered condition. "Oh, yes, I assure you, nobody thinks of it after just the first little shock, don't you know?" This from Lady Louisa. "I think one feels it's not quite nice to dwell on a thing of that kind," her sister chimed in, reddening again. "It ought to be ignored." From a girl, the speaker had enjoyed a reputation for great refinement of mind. "I think it amounts to being more than not nice," echoed Lady Louisa. "I think it is positively wrong, for nobody can tell what accident may not happen to any of us at any moment. And so I'm not at all sure that it is not actually unchristian to make a thing like that into a serious objection. You know, Papa, there must be deformed people in some families, just as there is consumption or insanity." "Or underbreeding, or attenuated salaries," Mr. Quayle softly murmured. "It becomes evident, my dear father, you must not expect too much of sons, or I of brothers-in-law." "Think of old Lord Soakington. I mean the great-uncle of the present man, of course, of his temper," Lady Louisa proceeded, regardless of ironical comment. "It amounted almost to mania. And yet Lady Dorothy Hellard would certainly have married him. There never was any question about it." Would she, though? Bad old man, Soakington. Never did approve of Soakington." "Of course she would. Mrs. Crookenden, who had always been devoted to her, told me so." "Oh, did she, though?" said Lord Fallowfield. "But the marriage was broken off, my dear." He made this remark triumphantly, feeling it showed great acuteness. "Oh dear, no, indeed it wasn't," his daughter replied. "Lord Soakington behaved in the most outrageous manner. At the last moment he never proposed to her at all. And then it came out that for years he'd been living with one of the still-room maids." "Louisa!" cried Lady Alicia, turning scarlet. "Had he, though? The old scoundrel!" "Papa!" cried Lady Alicia. "Oh, so he was, my dear. Very bad old man, Soakington. Very amusing old man, too, though." And overcome by certain reminiscences, Lord Fallowfield chuckled a little shamefacedly. His second daughter thereupon arranged the folds of her mauve cashmere with a bent head. It is very clear Papa and Shotover have been together to-day, she thought. Shotover's influence over Papa is always demoralising. It's too extraordinary the subjects men joke about and call amusing when they get together. A pause followed, a brief cessation of hostilities, during which Mr. Quayle looked inquiringly at his three companions. Alicia fancies herself shocked, he said to himself, and my father fancies himself wicked, and Louisa fancies herself a chosen vessel. Strong delusion is upon them all. The only question is, whose delusion is the strongest, and who consequently will first renew the fray? The chosen vessel. Thought as much. You see, Papa, one really must be practical, Lady Louisa began in clear, emphatic tones. We all know how you've spoiled Constance. She and Shotover have always been your favourites. But even you must admit that Shotover's wretched extravagance has impoverished you, and helped to impoverish all your other children. And you must also admit, notwithstanding your partiality for Constance, that I want to see Connie. I want to hear from her herself that she—" broke out Lord Fallowfield. His kindly heart yearned over this ewe lamb of his large flock, but the eldest of the said flock interposed sternly. "Oh, no, no," she cried. "Pray, Papa, not yet. Connie is quite contented and reasonable. I believe she's out shopping just now, too. And while you are in this state of indecision yourself, it would be the greatest mistake for you to see her, and it would only disturb and upset her. Wouldn't it, Alicia?" And the lady thus appealed to assented. It is true that when she arrived at the great house in Albert Gate this morning, she had found little Lady Constance with her pretty baby face sadly marred by tears. But she had put that down to the exigencies of the situation. All young ladies of refined mind cried under kindred circumstances. Had she not herself wept copiously for the better part of a week before finally deciding to accept George Winterbottom? Moreover, a point of jealousy undoubtedly pricked Lady Alicia in this connection. She was far from being a cruel woman, but comparing her own modest material advantages in marriage with the surprisingly handsome ones offered to her little sister, she could not be wholly sorry that the latter's rose was not entirely without thorns. That the flower in question should have been thornless as well as so very fine and large would surely have trenched on injustice to herself. This thought had, perhaps unconsciously, influenced her when enlarging on the becomingness of a refined indifference to Sir Richard Calmady's deformity. In her heart of hearts, she was disposed, perhaps unconsciously, to hail rather than deplore the fact of that same deformity, for did it not tend subjectively to equalize her lot and that of her little sister, and modify the otherwise humiliating disparity of their respective fortunes? Therefore she capped Lady Louisa's speech by saying immediately, "Yes, indeed, Papa, it would only be an unkindness to run any risk of upsetting Connie. No really nice girl ever really quite likes the idea of marriage." "Oh, doesn't she, though?" commented Lord Fallowfield, with an air of receiving curious scientific information. "Oh, no, of course not. How could she? And then, Papa, you know how you've always indulged Connie." Lady Alicia's voice was slightly peevish in tone. She was not in very good health at the present time, with the consequence that her face showed thin and bird-like, while, notwithstanding the genial heat of the summer's day, she presented a starved and chilly appearance. "Always indulged Connie," she repeated, "and that has inclined her to be rather selfish and fanciful." The above statements, both regarding his own conduct and the effect of that conduct upon his little ewe lamb, nettled the amiable nobleman considerably. He faced round upon the speaker with an intention of reprimand, but in doing so his eyes were arrested by his daughter's faded dress and disorganized complexion. He relented. "Poor thing, looks ill," he thought. "A man's an unworthy brute whoever says a sharp word to a woman in her condition." And before he had time to find a word other than sharp, Lady Louisa Barking returned to the charge. "Exactly," she asserted. "Alicia is perfectly right. At present Connie is quite reasonable, and all we entreat, Papa, is that you will let her remain so until you've made up your own mind. Do pray let us be dignified. One knows how the servants get hold of anything of this kind and discuss it if there is any want of dignity or any indecision. That is too odious. And I must really think just a little of Mr. Barking and myself in the matter. It has all gone on in our house, you see. One must consider appearances, and with all the recent gossip about Shotover, we do not want another esclandre, the servants knowing all about it too. And then, with all your partiality for Constance, you cannot suppose she will have many opportunities of marrying men with 40 or 50,000 a year. No, Papa. As Louisa says, in your partiality for Connie, you must not entirely forget the claims of your other children. She must not be encouraged to think exclusively of herself, and it's not fair that you should think exclusively of her. I know that George and I are poor, but it is through no fault of our own. He most honourably refuses to take anything from his mother, and you know how small my private income is. Yet no one can accuse George of lack of generosity. When any of my family want to come to us, he always makes them welcome. Maggie only left us last Thursday, and Emily comes tomorrow. I know we can't do much. It's not possible with our small means and establishment. But what little we can do, George is most willing should be done.
Excellent fellow, Winterbottom, Lord Fallowfield put in soothingly. Very steady, painstaking man, Winterbottom. His second daughter looked at him reproachfully. Thank you, Papa, she said. I own I was a little hurt just now by the tone in which you alluded to George. Oh, were you, though? Oh, I'm sure I'm very sorry, my dear Alicia. Hate to hurt anybody, especially one of my own children. Unnatural thing to hurt one of your own children. But you see, this feeling of all of yours about Shotover has been very painful to me. I never have liked divisions in families. Never know where they may lead to. Nasty, uncomfortable things, divisions in families. Well, Papa, I can only say that divisions are almost invariably caused by a want of the sense of duty. Lady Louisa's voice was stern. And if people are overindulged, they become selfish, and then, of course, they lose their sense of duty. My sister is a notable logician, Mr. Quayle murmured under his breath. If logic ruled life, how clear and how simple our course. But then, unfortunately, it doesn't. Shotover has really no one but himself to thank for any bitterness that his brothers and sisters may feel towards him. He has thrown away his chances, has got the whole family talked about in a most objectionable manner, and has been a serious encumbrance to you, and indirectly to all of us. We have all suffered quite enough trouble and annoyance already. And so I must protest, Papa. I must very strongly and definitely protest against Connie being permitted, still more encouraged, to do exactly the same thing. Lord Fallowfield, still grasping his walking-stick, though he could not but fear that that trusted weapon had proved faithless and sadly failed in its duty of support, gazed distractedly at the speaker. Visions of Jewish moneylenders, of ladies more fair and kind than wise, of guinea points at whist, of the prize ring of Baden-Baden, of Newmarket and Doncaster, arose confusedly before him. What the deuce, he didn't like bad language, but really, what the dickens had all these to do with his ewe lamb, innocent little Constance, her virgin white body and soul, and her sweet wide-eyed prettiness? My dear Louisa, no doubt you know what you mean, but I give you my word I don't, he began. Hear, hear, my dear father, put in Mr. Quayle. There I am with you. Louisa's wing is strong, and her range is great. I myself on this occasion find it not a little difficult to follow her. Oh, nonsense, Ludovic, almost snapped the lady. You follow me perfectly, or can do so if you use your common sense. Papa must face the fact
that Constance cannot afford, that we cannot afford to have her throw away her chances as Shotover has thrown away his. We all have a duty, not only to ourselves, but to each other. Inclination must give way to duty, though I do not say Constance exhibits any real disinclination to this marriage. She is a little flurried. As Alicia said just now, every really nice-minded girl is flurried at the idea of marriage. She ought to be. I consider it only delicate that she should be. But she understands, I have pointed it out to her, that her money and her position and those 2 big houses, Brockhurst and the one in Lowndes Square, will be of the greatest advantage to the girls and to her brothers. It's not as if she was a nobody. The scullery maid can marry whom she likes, of course. But in our rank of life it is different. A girl is bound to think of her family as well as of herself. She is bound to consider—" The groom of the chambers opened the door and advanced solemnly across the boudoir to Lord Fallowfield. "Sir Richard Calmady is in the smoking-room, my lord," he said, "to see you." End of Chapter 4 of Book 4. Book 4, Chapter 5 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 5, Iphigenia. Chastened in spirit, verbally acquiescent yet unconvinced, a somewhat pitiable sense of inadequacy upon him, Lord Fallowfield travelled back to Westchurch that night. 2 days later, the morning papers announced to all whom it might concern, and that far larger all whom it did not really concern in the least, in the conventional phrases common to such announcements, that Sir Richard Calmady and Lady Constance Quayle had agreed shortly to become man and wife. Thus did Catherine Calmady, in all trustfulness, strive to give her son his desire, while the great and little world looked on and made comments, various as the natures and circumstances of the units composing them. Lady Louisa was filled with the pride of victory. Her venture had not miscarried. At church on Sunday, she was really too busy socially just now to attend what it was her habit to describe as odds and ends of week-day services, and therefore worshipped on the Sabbath only, and then by no means in secret or with shut door. She repeated the general thanksgiving with much unction and in an aggressively audible voice, and Lady Alicia Winterbottom expressed a peevish hope that such great wealth might not turn Constance's head and make her just a little vulgar. It was all rather dangerous for a girl of her age, and she, the speaker, trusted somebody would point out to Connie the heavy responsibilities towards others such a position brought with it. And Lord Shotover delivered it as his opinion that it might be all right. He hoped to goodness it was, for he'd always been uncommonly fond of the young un. But it seemed to him rather a put-up job all round, and so he meant to keep his eye on Con. He swore he did. In furtherance of which laudable determination, he braved his eldest sister's frowns with heroic intrepidity, calling to see the young girl whenever all other sources of amusement failed him, and paying her the compliment, as is the habit of the natural man when unselfishly desirous of giving pleasure to the women of his family, of talking continuously and exclusively about his own affairs, his gains at cards, his losses on horses, even recounting in moments of more than ordinarily expansive affection the less wholly disreputable episodes of his many adventures of the heart. And Honoria St. Quentin's sensitive face straightened and her lips closed rather tight whenever the marriage was mentioned before her. She refused to express any view on the subject, and to that end took rather elaborate pains to avoid the society of Mr. Quayle. And Lady Dorothy Hellard, whose unhappy disappointment in respect of the late Lord Soakington and other non-successful excursions in the direction of wedlock had not cured her of sentimental leanings, asserted that it was quite the most romantic and touching engagement she'd ever heard of, to which speech her mother, the Dowager Lady Combe Martin, replied, with the directness of statement which made her acquaintance so cautious of differing from her, "Touching? Romantic? Oh, fiddle-de-dee. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for thinking so at your age, Dorothy. A bargain's a bargain, and in my opinion the bride has got much the best of it. For she is a mawkish, milk-and-water little schoolgirl, while he is charming, all there is of him. If there had been a little more, I declared I'd have married him myself." And good-looking Mr. Dacier, of the 101st Lancers, got into very hot water with the mounted constables and with the livery stable-keeper from whom he hired his hacks, for furious riding in the park. And Julius March walked the paved ways and fragrant alleys of the red-walled gardens at Brockhurst, somewhat sadly, in the glowing June twilights, meditating upon the pitiless power of change which infects all things human, and of his own lifelong love doomed to find no earthly close. And Mrs. Chiffney, down at the racing stables, rejoiced to the point of tears, being possessed by the persistent instinct of matrimony common to the British lower middle class. And Sandyfield parish rejoiced likewise, and pealed its church bells in token thereof, foreseeing much carnal gratification in the matter of cakes and ales. And Madame de Vallorbe, whose letters to Richard had come to be pretty frequent during the last 8 months, was overtaken by silence and did not write at all. But this omission on the part of his cousin was grateful rather than distressing to the young man. It appeared to him very sympathetic of Helen not to write. It showed a finely imaginative sensibility and considerateness on her part, which made Dicky sigh thinking of it, and then, so to speak, turn away his head. And to do this last was the less difficult that his days were very full just now, and his mind was very full, likewise, of gentle thoughts of, and many provisions for, the happiness of his promised bride. The young girl was timid in his presence, it is true, yet she was transparently, appealingly anxious to please. Her conversation was neither ready nor brilliant, but she was very fair to look upon in her childlike freshness and innocence. A protective element, a tender and chivalrous loyalty entered into Richard's every thought of her. A great passion and a happy marriage were two quite separate matters, so he argued in his inexperience. And this was surely the wife a man should desire, modest, guileless, dutiful, pure in heart as in person. The gentle dumbness which often held her did not trouble him. It was a pretty pastime to try and win her confidence and open the doors of her artless speech. And then, to Richard, tempted, it is true, but as yet himself unsullied, it was so sacred and wonderful a thing that this spotless woman-creature, in all the fragrance of her youth, belonged to him in a measure already, and would belong to him, before many weeks were out, wholly and of inalienable right. And so it happened that the very limitations of the young girl's nature came to enhance her attractions. Dicky could not get very near to her mind, but that merely piqued his curiosity and provoked his desire of discovery. She was to him as a book written in strange character, difficult to decipher, with the result that he accredited her with subtleties and many fine feelings she did not really possess, while he failed to divine, not from defective sympathy so much as from absorption in his self-created idea of her, the very simple feelings which actually animated her. His masculine pride was satisfied in that so eligible a maiden consented to become his wife. His moral sense was satisfied also, since he had, as he supposed, put temptation from him and chosen the better part. Very certainly he was not violently in love. That he supposed to be a thing of the past, but he was quietly happy, while ahead lay the mysterious enchantments of marriage. Dicky's heart was very tender just then. Life had never turned on him a more gracious face. Nevertheless,
Once or twice a breath of distrust dimmed the bright surface of his existing complacency. One day, for instance, he had taken his fiancée for a morning drive and brought her home to luncheon. After that meal she should sit for a while with Lady Calmady and then join him in the library downstairs, for he had that which he coveted to show her. But it appeared to him that she tarried unduly with his mother, and he grew impatient waiting through the long minutes of the summer afternoon. A barrel organ droned slumberously from the other side of the square, while to his ears, so long attuned to country silences or the quick intermittent music of nature, the ceaseless roar of London became burdensome. Ever after, thinking of this first wooing of his, he recalled as slightly sinister that ever-present murmur of traffic, bearing testimony, as it seemed later, to the many activities in which he could play, after all, but so paltry and circumscribed a part. And listening to that same murmur now, something of rebellion against circumstance arose in Dicky, for all that the present was very good. For, as he considered, any lover other than himself would not sit pinned to an armchair awaiting his mistress's coming, but did she delay, would go to seek her, claim her, and bear her merrily away. The organ grinder, meanwhile, cheered by a copper shower from some adjacent balcony, turned the handle of his instrument more vigorously, letting loose stirring valse tunes and march upon the sultry air. Such music was of necessity somewhat comfortless hearing to Richard, debarred alike from deeds of arms or joy of dancing. His impatience increased. It was a little inconsiderate of his mother surely to detain Constance for so long. But just then the sound of women's voices reached him through the half-open door. The two ladies were leisurely descending the stairs. There was a little pause, and then he heard Lady Calmady say, as though in gentle rebuke, "No, no, dear child, I will not come with you. Richard would like better to see you alone. Oh, too, I have a number of letters to write. I'm at home to no one this afternoon. You'll find me in the sitting-room here. You can come and bid me good-bye. And now, dear child, go." Thus admonished, Lady Constance moved forward, yet to Dicky's listening ears it appeared that it took her an inordinate length of time to traverse the length of the hall from the foot of the stairs to the library door, and there again she paused, the organ, now nearer, rattling out the tramp of a popular military march. But the throb and beat of the quick step failed to hasten little Lady Constance's lagging feet, so that further rebellion against his own infirmity assaulted poor Dick. At length the girl entered with a little rush, her soft cheeks flushed, her rounded bosom heaving, as though she arrived from a long and arduous walk, rather than from that particularly deliberate traversing of the cool hall and descent of the airy stairway. "Oh, here you are at last, then," Richard exclaimed. "I began to wonder if you'd forgotten all about me." The young girl did not attempt to sit down, but stood directly in front of him, her hands clasped loosely, yet somewhat nervously, almost in the attitude of a child about to recite a lesson. Her still heifer's eyes were situate so far apart that Dicky, looking up at her, found it difficult to focus them both at the same glance, and this produced an effect of slight uncertainty, even defect of vision, at once pathetic and quaintly attractive. Her face was heart-shaped, narrowing from the wide, low brow to the small, rounded chin set below a round, babyish mouth of slight mobility, but much innocent sweetness. Her light brown hair, rising in an upward curve on either side the straight parting, was swept back softly yet smoothly behind her small ears. The neck of her white alpaca dress, cut square according to the then prevailing fashion, was outlined with flat bands of pale blue ribbon and filled up with lace to the base of the round column of her throat. Blue ribbons adorned the hem of her simple skirt, and a band of the same colour encircled her shapely, though not noticeably slender, waist. Her bosom was rather full for so young a woman, so that notwithstanding her perfect freshness and air of almost childlike simplicity,
There was a certain statuesque quality in the effect of her white-clad figure, seen thus in the shaded library, with its russet-red walls and furnishings and ranges of dark bookshelves. "I am so sorry," she said breathlessly. "I should have come sooner, but I was talking to Lady Calmady, and I didn't know it was so late. I'm not afraid of talking to Lady Calmady. She's so very kind to me, and there are many questions I wanted to ask her. She promises to help and tell me what I ought to do, and I'm very glad of that. It will prevent my making mistakes." Her attitude and the earnestness of her artless speech were to Richard almost pathetically engaging. His irritation vanished. He smiled, looked up at her, his own face flushing a little. "I don't fancy you will ever make any very dangerous mistakes," he said. "Oh, but I might," the girl insisted. "You see, I've always been told what to do." "Always?" Dickie asked, more for the pleasure of watching her stand thus than for any great importance he attached to her answer. "Oh, yes," she said. "First by our nurses and then by our governesses. They were not always very kind. They called me obstinate. But I didn't mean to be obstinate. Only they spoke in French or German, and I couldn't always understand. And since I've grown up, my elder sisters have told me what I ought to do." It seemed to Richard that the girl's small round chin quivered a little, and that a look of vague distress invaded her soft, ruminant, wide-set eyes. "And so I should have been very frightened now, unless I had had Lady Calmady to tell me." "Well, I think there's only one thing my mother will need to tell you, and it won't run into either French or German. It can be stated in very plain English. Just to do whatever you like and be happy." Lady Constance stared at the speaker with her air of gentle perplexity. As she did so, undoubtedly her pretty chin did quiver a little. "Oh, but to do what you like can never really make you happy," she said. "Can't it? I'm not altogether so sure of that. I had ventured to suppose there were a number of things you and I would do in the future which will be most uncommonly pleasant without being conspicuously harmful." He leaned sideways, stretching out to a neighbouring chair with his right hand, keeping the light silk-woven red blanket up across his thighs with his left. "Do sit down, Constance, and we'll talk of things we both like to do at greater length. Oh, bother! Oh, forgive me, I can't reach it." Oh, please don't trouble. It doesn't matter. I can get it quite well myself," Lady Constance said, quite quickly for once. She drew up the chair and sat down near him, folding her hands again nervously in her lap. All the colour had died out of her cheeks. They were as white as her rounded throat. She kept her eyes fixed on Richard's face, and her bosom rose and fell, while her words came somewhat gaspingly. Still she talked on with a touching little effect of determined civility. "Lady Calmady was very kind in telling me I might sometimes go over to Whitney," she said. "I should like that. I'm afraid Papa will miss me. Of course there will be all the others just the same, but I go out so much with him. Of course I would not ask to go over very often, because I know it might be inconvenient for me to have the horses." "Oh, but you will have your own horses," Richard answered. "I wrote to Chiffney to look out for a pair of cobs for you last week. Browns. You said you liked that colour, I remember. And I told him they were to be broken until big guns going off under their very noses wouldn't make them so much as wince." "Are you buying them just for me?" the girl said. "Just for you?" Dickie laughed. "Why, who on earth should I buy anything for but just you, I should like to know?" Oh, but," she began. But, he echoed, resting his hands on the two arms of his chair, leaning forward and still laughing, though somewhat shyly. "Don't you see? The whole and sole programme is that you should do all you like and have all you like and be happy." Richard straightened himself up, still looking full at her, trying to focus both these quaintly engaging, far-apart eyes. "Constance, do you never play?" he asked her suddenly.
"I did practice every morning at home, but lately—"
"Oh, I don't mean that," the young man said. "I mean quite another sort of playing."
"Games?" Lady Constance inquired. "I'm afraid I'm rather stupid about games. I find it so difficult to remember numbers and words, and I never can make a ball go where I want it to, somehow."
"I was not thinking of games either, exactly," Richard said, smiling. The girl stared at him in some perplexity, and then spoke again with the same little effect of determined civility.
"I'm very fond of dancing and of skating. The ice was very good on the lake at Whitney this winter. Rupert and Jerry were home from Eton, and Eddie had brought a young man down with him, Mr. Hubbard, who is in his business at Liverpool, and a friend of my brother Guy's was staying in the house too, from India. I think you have met him, Mr. Daisher? We skated till past 12 one night, Wednesday, I think. There was a moon and a great many stars. The thermometer registered 15 degrees of frost, Mr. Daisher told me, but I wasn't cold. It was very beautiful."
Richard shifted his position. The organ had moved farther away. Uncheered by further copper showers, it droned again slumberously, while the murmur sent forth by the thousand activities of the great city waxed loud for the moment and hoarsely insistent.
"I do not bore you?" Lady Constance asked in sudden anxiety.
"Oh, no, no," Richard answered. "I'm glad to have you tell me all about yourself, if you will, and all that you care for." Thus encouraged, the girl took up her little parable again, her sweet, rather vacant face growing almost animated as she spoke.
"We did something else I liked very much, but from what Alicia said afterwards, I'm afraid I ought not to have liked it. One day it snowed, and we all played hide and seek. There are a number of attics in the roof of the bachelors' wings at Whitney, and there are long up and down passages leading round to the old nurseries. Mamma didn't mind, but Alicia was very displeased. She said it was a mere excuse for romping, but that wasn't true. Of course, we never thought of romping. We did make a great noise, she said conscientiously, but that was Rupert and Jerry's fault. They would jump out after promising not to, and of course it was impossible to help screaming. Eddie's Liverpool friend tried to jump out too, but Maggie snubbed him. I think he deserved it. You ought to play fair, don't you think so? After promising, you would never jump out, would you?" And there Lady Constance stopped with a little gasp. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I forgot," she added breathlessly. Richard's face had become thin and keen. "Forget just as often as you can, please," he answered huskily. "I would infinitely rather have you, and have everybody, forget altogether, if possible." "Oh, but I think that would be wrong of me," she rejoined, with gentle dogmatism. "It is selfish to forget anything that's very sad."
"And is this so very sad?" Richard asked, almost harshly.
The girl stared at him with parted lips. "Oh, yes," she said slowly. "Of course. Don't you think so? It is dreadfully sad." And then, her attitude still unchanged, and her pretty plump hands still folded in her lap, she went on, in her touching determination to sustain the conversation with due readiness and civility. "Brockhurst is a much larger house than Whitney, isn't it? I thought so the day we drove over to luncheon, when that beautiful French cousin of yours was staying with you. You remember?"
"Yes, I remember," Richard said. And as he spoke, Madame de Vallorbe, clothed in the sea waves, crowned and shod with gold, seemed to stand for a moment beside his innocent little fiancé. How long it was since he had heard from her! Did she want money, he wondered? It would be intolerable if, because of his marriage, she never let him help her again.
And all the while Lady Constance's unemotional, careful little voice continued, as did the ceaseless murmur of London. "I remember," she was saying, "because your cousin is quite the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Papa admired her very much, too. We spoke of that as soon as Louisa had left us when we were alone. But there seemed to be so many staircases at Brockhurst, and rooms opening one out of the other. I've been wondering since lately whether I shall ever be able to find my way about the house." "I will show you your way," Dicky said gently, banishing the vision of Helen de Vallorbe. "You will show it me?" the girl asked, in evident surprise. And then a companion picture to that of Madame de Vallorbe arose before Dicky's mental vision, namely the good-looking, long-legged young Irish soldier, Mr. Dacier of the 101st Lancers, flying along the attic passages of the Whitney Bachelor's Wing, in company with this immediately so demure and dutiful maiden, and all the rest of that admittedly rather uproarious holiday throng. Thereat a foolish lump rose in poor Richard's throat, for he too was, after all, but young. He choked the foolish lump down again, yet it left his voice a trifle husky. "Yes, I'll show you your way," he said. "I can manage that much, you know, at home, in private, among my own people. Only you mustn't be in a hurry. I have to take my time. You mustn't mind that. I go slowly." "Oh, but that will be much better for me," she answered, with rather humble courtesy, "because then I'm more likely to remember my way. I have so much difficulty in knowing my way. I still lose myself sometimes in the park at Whitney. I did once this winter with my brother Guy's friend, Mr. Dacier. The boys always tease me about losing my way. Even Papa says I have no bump of locality. I am afraid I am stupid about that. My governesses always complained that I was a very thoughtless child." Lady Constance unfolded her hands. Her timid, engagingly vague gaze dwelt appealingly upon Richard's handsome face. "I think perhaps, if you do not mind, I'll go now," she said. "I must bid Lady Calmady good-bye. We dine at Lady Combe Martin's to-night. You dine there too, don't you? And my sister Louisa may want me to drive with her, or write some notes before I dress." "Oh, wait half a minute," Dicky said. "I've got something for you. Let's see. Ah, there it is." Raising himself, he stood for a moment on the seat of the chair, steadying himself with one hand on the back of it, and reached a little silver-paper-covered parcel from the neighbouring table. Then he slipped back into a sitting position, drew the silken blanket up across his thighs, and tossed the little parcel gently into Lady Constance Quayle's lap. "I as near as possible let you go without it," he said. "Oh, not that it's anything very wonderful. It's nothing. Only I saw it in a shop in Bond Street yesterday, and it struck me as rather quaint. I thought you might like it." "Why, Constance, what's the matter?" For the girl's pretty heart-shaped face had blanched to the whiteness of her white dress. Her eyes were strained, as those of one who beholds an object of terror. Not only her chin, but her round baby mouth quivered. Richard looked at her, amazed at these evidences of distressing emotion. Then suddenly he understood. "I frighten you. How horrible," he said. But little Lady Constance had not suffered persistent training at the hands of nurses and governesses and elder sisters during all her 18 years of innocent living for nothing. She had her own small code of manners and morals, of honour and duty, and to the requirements of that code, as she apprehended them, she yielded unqualified obedience, not unheroic in its own meagre and rather puzzle-headed fashion. So that now, notwithstanding quivering lips, she retained her intention of civility, and entered immediate apology for her own weakness. "Oh, no, no, indeed you do not," she replied. "Please forgive me. I know I was very foolish. I am so sorry. You're so kind to me.
You're always giving me beautiful presents, and indeed I'm not ungrateful. Only I had never seen you like that before. And please forgive me. I will never be foolish again. Indeed, I will not. But I was taken by surprise. I beg your pardon. I shall be so dreadfully unhappy if you do not forgive me." And all the while her trembling hands fumbled helplessly with the narrow ribbon tying the dainty parcel, and big tears rolled down slowly out of her great, soft, wide-set heifer's eyes. Never was there more moving or guileless a spectacle. Witnessing which, Richard Calmady was taken somewhat out of himself, his personal misfortunes seeming matter inconsiderable, while his childlike fiancée had never appeared more engaging. All the sweetness of his nature responded to her artless appeal in very tender pity. "Why, my dear Constance," he said, "there's nothing to forgive. I was foolish, not you. I ought to have known better. Never mind. I don't. Only wipe your pretty eyes, please. Yes, that's better. Now, let me break that tiresome ribbon for you." "You are very kind to me," the girl murmured. And then, as the ribbon broke under Richard's strong fingers, and the delicate necklace of many rough-cut precious stones, topaz, amethyst, sapphire, ruby, chrysolite and beryl, joined together 3 rows deep by slender golden chains, slipped from the enclosing paper wrapping into her open hands, Constance Quayle added, rather tearfully, "Oh, you are much too kind. You give me too many things. No one I know ever had such beautiful presents. The cobs you told me of, and now this, and the pearls and the tiara you gave me last week. I don't deserve it. You give me too much, and I give nothing in return." "Oh, yes, you do," Richard said, flushing. You give me yourself." Lady Constance's tears ceased. Again she stared at him in gentle perplexity. "You promised to marry me." "Yes. Oh, of course I have promised that," she said slowly. "And isn't that about the greatest giving there can be? A few horses and jewels, and such rubbish of sorts, weigh pretty light in the balance against that. I, being I," Richard paused a moment, "and you. But a certain ardour which had come into his speech, for all that he sat very still, and that his expression was wholly gentle and indulgent, and that she felt a comfortable assurance that he was not angry with her, rather troubled little Lady Constance Quayle. She rose to her feet and stood before him again, as a child about to recite a lesson. "I think," she said, "I must go. Louisa may want me. Thank you so much. The necklace is quite lovely. I never saw one like it. I like so many colours. They remind me of flowers, or of the colours at sunset in the sky. I shall like to wear this very much. You will forgive me for having been foolish, or if I've bored you?" Her bosom rose and fell, and the words came breathlessly. "I shall see you at Lady Combe Martin's, so now I'll go." And with that she departed, leaving Richard more in love with her somehow than he had ever been before, or had ever thought to be. End of Chapter 5 of Book 4. Book 4, Chapter 6 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 6, in which Honoria St. Quentin takes the field. It had been agreed that the marriage should take place in the country one day in the first week of August. This at Richard's request. Then the young man asked a further favour, namely that the ceremony might be performed in the private chapel at Brockhurst, rather than in the Witney parish church. This last proposal, it must be owned, when made to him by Lady Calmady, caused Lord Fallowfield great searchings of heart. "I give you my word, my dear boy, never felt more awkward in my life," he said subsequently to his chosen confidant, Shotover. "Can quite understand Calmady doesn't care to court publicity. Told his mother I quite understood. Shouldn't care to court it myself if I had the misfortune to share his, personal peculiarities, don't you know? Poor young fella. Still, this seems to me an uncomfortable, hole-in-the-corner sort of way of behaving to one's daughter, marrying her at his house instead of from my own. I don't half approve of it. Looks a little as if we were rather ashamed of the whole business."
"Well, perhaps we are," Lord Shotover remarked.
"Oh, for God's sake, then don't mention it," the elder man broke out with unprecedented asperity. "Don't approve of strong language," he added hastily. "Never did approve of it, and rarely employ it myself. An educated man ought to be able to express himself quite sufficiently clearly without having recourse to it. Still, I must own this engagement of Constance's has upset me more than almost any event of my life. Nasty, anxious work, marrying your daughters. Heavy responsibility, marrying your daughters. And as to this particular marriage, there's so very much to be said on both sides. And I admit to you, Shotover, if there's anything I hate, it's a case where there's very much to be said on both sides. Trips you up, you see, at every turn. Then I feel I was not fairly treated. Don't wish to be hard on your brother Ludovic and your sisters, but they sprung it on me. And I'm not quick in argument. Never was quick if I'm hurried. Never can be certain of my own mind when I'm hurried. Wasn't certain of it when Lady Calmady proposed that the marriage should be at Brockhurst. So I gave way. Must be accommodating to a woman, you know. Always have been accommodating to women. Got myself into uncommonly tight places by being so more than once when I was younger." Here the speaker cheered up visibly, contemplating his favourite son with an air at once humorous and contrite. "You're well out of it, you know, Shotover, with no ties," he continued. "At least, with no wife and family. Not that I don't consider every man owning property should marry sooner or later. More respectable if you've got property to marry. Roots you in the soil, gives you a stake, you know, in the future of the country. But I'd let it be later. Yes, thinking of marriageable daughters, certainly I'd let it be later." From which it may be gathered that Richard's demands were conceded at all points. And this last concession involved many preparations at Brockhurst, to effect which Lady Calmady left London with the bulk of the household about the middle of July, while Richard remained in Lowndes Square and the neighbourhood of his little fiancée, in company with a few servants and many brown holland covers, till such time as that young lady should also depart to the country. It was just now that Lady Louisa Barking gave her annual ball, always one of the latest, and this year one of the smartest festivities of the season. "I mean it to be exceedingly well done," she said to her sister Alicia, "and Mr. Barking entirely agrees with me. I feel I owe it not only to myself, but to the rest of the family, to show that none of us see anything extraordinary in Connie's marriage, and that whatever Shotover's debts may have been, or may be, they're really no concern at all of ours." In obedience to which laudable determination, the handsome mansion in Albert Gate opened wide its portals, and all London, a far from despicable company in numbers, since Parliament was still sitting and the session promised to be rather indefinitely prolonged, crowded its fine stairways and suites of lofty rooms, resplendent in silks and satins, jewels and laces, in orders and titles, and manifold personal distinctions of wealth or office or beauty, while strains of music and scent of flowers pervaded the length and breadth of it, and the feet of the dancers sped over its shining floors. It chanced that Honoria St. Quentin found herself on this occasion in a meditative rather than an active mood. True, the scene was remarkably brilliant, but she had witnessed too many parallel scenes to be very much affected by that. So it pleased her fancy to moralise, to discriminate, not without a delicate sarcasm, between actualities and appearances, between the sentiments which might be divined really to animate many of the guests, and those conventional presentments of sentiment which the manner and bearing of the said guests indicated. She assured Lord Shotover she would rather not dance, that she preferred the attitude of spectator, whereupon that gentleman proposed to her to take sanctuary in a certain antechamber opening off Lady Louisa Barking's boudoir, which was cool, dimly lighted, and agreeably remote from the turmoil of the entertainment now at its height. The acquaintance of these two persons was, in as far as time and the number of their meetings went, but slight, and at first sight their tastes and temperaments would seem wide asunder as the poles. But contrast can form a strong bond of union, and the young man, when his fancy was engaged, was among those who do not waste time over preliminaries. If pleased, he bundled neck and crop into intimacy, and Miss St. Quentin, her fearless speech, her amusingly detached attitude of mind, and her gallant bearing, pleased him mightily from a certain point of view. He pronounced her to be a first-rate sort, and entertained a shrewd suspicion that, as he put it, Ludovic was after her. He commended his brother's good taste. He considered she would make a tip-top sister-in-law, while the young lady on her part accepted his advances in a friendly spirit. His fraternal attitude and unfailing good temper diverted her. His rather doubtful reputation piqued her curiosity. She accepted the general verdict, declaring him to be good for nothing, while she enjoyed the conviction that, rake or no rake, he was incapable of causing her the smallest annoyance, or being guilty, as far as she herself was concerned, of the smallest indiscretion. "You know, Miss St. Quentin," he remarked, as he established himself comfortably, and not to say cosily, on a sofa beside her, "over and above the pleasure of a peaceful little talk with you, I'm not altogether sorry to seek retirement. You see, between ourselves, I'm not, unfortunately, in exactly good odour with some members of the family just now. I don't think I'm shy." Honoria smiled at him through the dimness. "I don't think you are shy," she said. "Well, you know, when you come to consider it from an unprejudiced standpoint, what the dickens is the use of being shy? It's only an inverted kind of conceit at best, and half the time it makes you stand in your own light." "Oh, clearly it's a mistake in every way," the young lady asserted, "and happily it's one of which I can entirely acquit you of being guilty." Lord Shotover threw back his head and looked sideways at his companion. Wonderfully graceful woman she was, certainly. Gave you the feeling she'd all the time there was or ever would be. Delightful thing to see a woman who was never in a hurry. "No, honestly, I don't believe I'm weak in the way of shyness," he continued. "If I had been, I shouldn't be here tonight. My sister Louisa didn't press me to come. Strange as it may appear to you, Miss St. Quentin, I give you my word she didn't. Nor has she regarded me with an exactly favourable eye since my arrival. I'm not abashed, not a bit. But I can't disguise from myself that again I have gone and been and jolly well put my foot in it." He whistled very softly under his breath. "Oh, I have, I promise you, even on the most modest computation, very extensively and comprehensively put my foot in it." "How?" inquired Honoria. Lord Shotover's confidences invariably amused her, and just now she welcomed amusement. For crossing her hostess's boudoir, she had momentarily caught sight of that which changed the speculative sarcasm of her meditations to something approaching pain, namely, a pretty, wide-eyed, childish face rising from out a cloud of white tulle, white roses, and diamonds, the expression of which had seemed to her distressingly remote from all the surrounding gaiety and splendour. Actualities and appearances here were surely radically at variance.
And now she smilingly turned on her elbow and made brief inquiry of her companion, promising herself good measure of superficial entertainment, which should serve to banish that pathetic countenance and allay her suspicion of a sorrowful happening which she was powerless alike to hinder or to help. Lord Shotover pushed his hands into his trousers pockets, leaned far back on the sofa, turning his head so that he could look at her comfortably without exertion, and chuckling a little as he spoke. "Well, you see," he said, "I brought Dacia. No, you're right. I'm not shy, for to do that was a bit of the most barefaced cheek. My sister Louisa hadn't asked him. Of course she hadn't. At bottom she's awfully afraid he may still upset the apple cart. But I told her I knew of course she'd intended to ask him, and that the letter must have got lost somehow in the post, and that I knew how glad she'd be to have me rectify the little mistake. My manner was not jaunty, Miss St. Quentin, or defiant. Not a bit of it. It was frank, manly, I should call it, manly and pleasing. But Louisa didn't seem to see it that way somehow. She withered me, she scorched me, reduced me to a cinder, though she never uttered one blessed syllable. The hottest corner of the infernal regions resided in my sister's eye at that moment, and I resided in the hottest corner, I tell you. Of course, I knew I risked losing the last rag of her regard when I brought Dacia, but you see, poor chap, it is awfully rough on him. He was making the running all through the winter. I couldn't help feeling for him, so I chucked discretion. For the first and only time in your life, put in Honoria gently. And pray, who and what is this disturber of domestic peace, Dacia? Oh, you know, the whole affair grows out of this engagement of my little sister Connie's. By the way, though, the Calmadys are great friends of yours, aren't they, Miss St. Quentin? The young man regarded her anxiously, fearful lest he should have endangered the agreeable intimacy of their present relation by the introduction of an unpalatable subject of conversation. Even in this semi-obscurity he perceived that her fine smile had vanished, while the lines of her sensitive face took on a certain rigidity and the effect of sternness. Lord Shotover regretted that. For some reason he knew not what, she was displeased. He, like an ass, had evidently blundered. "Oh, I'm awfully sorry," he began. Perhaps... "Oh, perhaps it's very impertinent for a mere looker-on like myself to have any views at all about this marriage," Honoria put in quickly. "Oh, bless you, no, it's not," he answered. "I don't see how anybody can very well be off having views about it. That's just the nuisance. The whole thing shouts, confound it. So you might just as well let me hear your views, Miss St. Quentin. I should be awfully interested. They might help to straighten my own out a bit." Honoria paused a moment, doubting how much of her thought it would be justifiable to confide to her companion. A certain vein of knight-errantry in her character inclined her to set lance in rest and ride forth rather recklessly to redress human wrongs. But in redressing one wrong, it too often happens that another wrong, or something perilously approaching one, must be inflicted. To save pain in one direction is unhappily to inflict pain in an opposite one. Honoria was aware how warmly Lady Calmady desired this marriage. She loved Lady Calmady, and therefore her loyalty was engaged. And yet, "I am no matchmaker," she said at last, "and so probably my view is unnecessarily pessimistic. But I happened to see Lady Constance just now, and I cannot pretend that she struck me as looking conspicuously happy." Lord Shotover flattened his shoulders against the back of the sofa, expanding his chest and thrusting his hands still further into his pockets with a movement at once of anxiety and satisfaction. "I don't believe she is," he asserted. "Upon my word, you're right. I don't believe she is. I doubted it from the first, and now I'm pretty certain. Of course, I know I'm a bad lot, Miss St. Quentin.
I've been very little but a confounded nuisance to my people ever since I was born. They're all 10,000 times better than I am, and they are doing what they honestly think right. All the same, I believe they're making a ghastly mistake. They're selling the poor little girl against her will, and that's about the long and short of it." He bowed himself together, looking at his companion from under his eyebrows, and speaking with more seriousness than she had ever heard him yet speak. "I tell you, it makes me a little sick sometimes to see what excellent, well-meaning people will do with girls in respect of marriage. Good Lord, it just does. But then a high moral tone doesn't come quite gracefully from me. I know that. I'm jolly well out of it. It's not for me to preach. And so I thought for once I'd act, defy authority, risk landing myself in a worse mess than ever, and give Dacia his chance. And I tell you, he really is a charming chap. A gentleman, you know, and a nice, clean-minded, decent fellow. Oh, not like me, not a bit. He's awfully hard hit, too, and would be as steady as old time for poor little Con's sake, if... "Oh, now I begin to comprehend," Honoria said. "Yes, don't you see? It's a perfectly genuine forever and ever amen sort of business." Lord Shotover leaned back once more, and turned a wonderfully pleasant, if not preeminently responsible countenance upon his companion. "Never went in for that kind of racket myself, Miss St. Quentin," he continued. "Not being conspicuously faithful, I should only have made a fiasco of it. But I give you my word it touches me all the same when I do run across it. I think it's awfully lucky for a man to be made that way. And Dacia is. So there seemed no help for it. I had to chuck discretion, as I told you, and give him his chance." He paused, and then asked with a somewhat humorous air of self-depreciation, "What do you think now? Have I done more harm than good? Made confusion worse confounded, and played the fool generally?" But again Honoria vouchsafed him no immediate reply. The meditative mood still held her, and the present conversation offered much food for meditation. Her companion's confession of faith in true love, if you had the good fortune to be born that way, had startled her. That the speaker enjoyed the reputation of being something of a profligate lent singular point to that confession. She had not expected it from Lord Shotover of all men. And as coming from him, the sentiment was in a high degree arresting and interesting. Her own ideals, so far, had a decidedly anti-matrimonial tendency, while being in love appeared to her a much overrated, if not actively objectionable, condition. Personally, she hoped to escape all experience of it. Then her thought travelled back to Lady Calmady, the charm of her personality, her sorrows, her splendid self-devotion, and to the object of that devotion, namely Richard Calmady, a being of strange contrasts, at once maimed and beautiful, a being from whom she, Honoria, shrank in instinctive repulsion, while unwillingly acknowledging that he exercised a permanent and intimate fascination over her imagination. She dwelt in quick pity, too, upon the frightened, wide-eyed, childish face recently seen rising from out its diaphanous cloud of tulle, the prettiness of it heightened by fair wealth of summer roses and flash of costly diamonds. And upon Mr. Dacia, the whole-hearted young soldier-lover, whose existence threatened such dangerous complications in respect of the rest of this strangely assorted company. Finally, her meditative survey returned to its point of departure. In thought she surveyed her present companion, his undeniable excellence of sentiment and clear seeing, his admittedly defective conduct in matters ethical and financial. Never before had she been at such close quarters with living and immediate human drama, and notwithstanding her detachment, her lofty indifference and high-spirited theories, she found it profoundly agitating. She was sensible of being in collision with unknown and incalculable forces. Instinctively she rose from her place on the sofa,
and moving to the open window looked out into the night. Below, the park, now silent and deserted, slept peacefully as any expanse of remote country pasture and woodland in the mildly radiant moonlight. Here and there were blottings of dark shadow cast by the clumps or avenues of trees. Here and there the timid yellow flame of gas lamps struggled to assert itself against the all-embracing silver brightness. Here and there windows glowed warm, set in the pale glistering facades of the adjacent houses. A cool, light wind, hailing from the direction of the unseen Serpentine, stirred the hanging clusters of the pink geraniums that fell over the curved lip of the stone vases standing along the broad coping of the balcony, and gently caressed the girl's bare arms and shoulders. Seen under these unaccustomed conditions, familiar objects assumed a fantastic aspect, for the night is a mighty magician, with power to render even the weighty brick and stone, even the hard, uncompromising outlines of a monster modern city, delicately elusive, mockingly tentative and unsubstantial. Meanwhile, within, from all along the vista of crowded and brilliantly illuminated rooms, came the subdued yet confused and insistent sound of musical instruments, of many voices, many footsteps, the hush of women's trailing garments, the rise and fall of unceasing conversation. And to Honoria, standing in this quiet, dimly seen place, the sense of that moonlit world without, and this gas and candle-lit world within, increased the nameless agitation which infected her. A haunting persuasion of the phantasmagoric character of all sounds that saluted her ears and all sights that met her eyes possessed her. A vast uncertainty surrounded and pressed in on her, while those questionings of appearances and actualities, of truth and falsehood, right and wrong, justice and injustice, with which she had played idly earlier in the evening, took on new and almost terrible proportions, causing her intelligence, nay, her heart itself, to reach out as never before in search of some sure rock and house of defence against the disintegrating apprehension of universal instability and illusion. "Oh, it's all so very difficult to the point of alarm," she exclaimed suddenly, turning to Lord Shotover and looking him straight in the face with an unself-consciousness and desire of support so transparent that that gentleman found himself at once delighted and slightly abashed. "Bless my soul, but Ludovic is a lucky devil," he said to himself. "What's so beastly difficult, Miss St. Quentin?" he asked aloud. And the sound of his cheery voice recalled Honoria to the normal aspects of existence with almost humorous velocity. She smiled upon him. "I really believe I don't quite know," she said. "Perhaps that the two people of whom we were speaking really care for each other, and that this engagement has come between them, and that you have chucked discretion and given him his chance. Tell me, what sort of man is he? Strong enough to make the most of his chance when he's got it?" But at that moment Lord Shotover stepped forward, adroitly planting himself right in front of her, and thus screening her from observation. "By George," he said under his breath, in tones of mingled amusement and consternation, "he's making the most of his chance now, Miss St. Quentin, and that most uncommonly comprehensively, unless I'm very much mistaken." Her companion's tall person and the folds of a heavy curtain, while screening Honoria from observation, also in great measure obscured her view of the room. Yet not so completely but that she saw two figures cross it, one black and one white, those of a man and a girl. They were both speaking, the man apparently pleading, the girl protesting and moving hurriedly the while as though in actual flight. She must have been moving blindly, at random, for she stumbled against the outstanding gilded leg of a console table set against the further wall, causing the ornaments on it to rattle. And so doing, she gave a plaintive exclamation of alarm, perhaps even of physical pain. Hearing which, that nameless agitation, that sense of collision with unknown and incalculable forces, seized hold on Honoria again, while Lord Shotover's features contracted and he turned his head sharply.
By George, he repeated under his breath.
But the girl recovered herself, and followed by her companion, he still pleading and she still protesting, passed by the further window onto the balcony and out of sight. There followed a period of embarrassed silence on the part of the usually voluble Shotover, while his pleasant countenance expressed a certain half-humorous concern.
"Oh, Willie, I'm awfully sorry," he said. "I'd not the slightest intention of landing you in for the thick of the brown like this."
"Oh, or yourself either," she replied, smiling, though with that sense of nameless agitation still upon her, her heart beat rather quick.
"Well, perhaps not. Between ourselves, moral courage isn't my strong point. There's nothing I funk like a row. I say, what shall we do? Don't you think we'd better quietly clear out?"
But just then a sound caught Honoria's ears, before which all vague questions of ultimate truth and falsehood, right and wrong, fled away. Whatever might savour of illusion, here was something real and actual, something pitiful, moreover, arousing the spirit of knight-errantry in her, pushing her to lay Lance in rest, and go forth reckless of conventionalities, reckless even of considerations of justice, to the succour of oppressed womanhood. What words the man on the balcony without was saying she couldn't distinguish, whether cruel or kind, but that the young girl was weeping, with the abandonment of long-resisted tears, she could not doubt.
"No, no! Listen, Lord Shotover," she exclaimed authoritatively. "Don't you hear? She's crying as if her poor heart would break. You must stay. If I understand you rightly, your sister has only got you to depend on. Whatever happens, you must stand by her and see her through." "Oh, but my dear Miss St. Quentin!"
The young man's aspect was entertaining. He looked at the floor, he looked at Honoria, he rubbed the back of his neck with one hand, as though there might be placed the seat of fortitude.
"You're inviting me to put my head into the liveliest hornet's nest. What the deuce, excuse me, am I to say to her and all the rest of them? Dacia even mayn't quite understand my interference, and may resent it. I think it's very much safer all round to let them, him and her, thrash it out between them, don't you know? I say, though, what a beastly thing it is to hear a woman cry. I wish to goodness we'd never come into this confounded place and let ourselves in for it."
As he spoke, Lord Shotover turned towards the door, meditating escape in the direction of that brilliant vista of crowded rooms. But Honoria St. Quentin, her enthusiasm once aroused, became inexorable. With her long, swinging stride, she outdistanced his hesitating steps, and stood in the doorway, her arms extended, as to stop a runaway horse, her clear eyes aglow as though a lamp burned behind them, her pale, delicately cut face eloquent of very militant charity. A spice of contempt, moreover, for his display of pusillanimity was quite perceptible to Shotover in the expression of this charming modern angel, clad in a ball dress, bearing a fan instead of the traditional fiery sword, who so determinedly barred the entrance of that comfortably conventional, worldly paradise to which he just now so warmly desired to regain admittance. "No, no," she said, with a certain vibration in her quiet voice. "You are not to go. You are not to desert her. It would be unworthy, Lord Shotover. You brought Mr. Dacia here, and so you are mainly responsible for the present situation. And think, just think what it means. All the course of her life will be affected by that which takes place in the next half hour. You would never cease to reproach yourself if things went wrong." "Shouldn't I?" the young man said dubiously.
"Oh, of course you wouldn't,"
Honoria asserted. "Having it in your power to help, and then shirking the responsibility. I won't believe that of you. You're better than that. For think how young she is, and pretty and dependent. She may be driven to do some fatally foolish thing if she's left unsupported. You must at least know what is going on. You're bound to do so. Moreover,
As a mere matter of courtesy, you can't desert me, and I intend to stay." Do you, though?" faltered Lord Shotover, in tones curiously resembling his father's. Honoria drew herself up proudly, almost scornfully. "Yes, I shall stay," she continued. "I'm no matchmaker. I have no particular faith in or admiration for marriage." "Oh, haven't you, though?" said Lord Shotover. He was slightly surprised and slightly amused, but to his credit be it stated that he put no equivocal construction upon the lady's frank avowal. He felt a little sorry for Ludovic, that was all, fearing the latter's good fortune was less fully established than he had supposed. "No, I don't believe very much in marriage, modern upper-class marriage," she repeated, "and just precisely on that account it seems to me all the more degrading and shameful that a girl should risk marrying the wrong man. People talk about a broken engagement as though it was a disgrace. I can't see that. An unwilling, a loveless marriage is the disgrace. And so at the very church door I would urge and encourage a woman to turn back if she doubted, and have done with the whole thing." "Upon my word," murmured Lord Shotover. The infinite variety of the feminine outlook, the unqualified audacity of feminine action, struck him as bewildering. Talk of women's want of logic! It was their relentless application of logic, as they apprehended it, which staggered him. Honoria had come close to him. In her excitement she laid her fan on his arm. "Oh, listen," she said. "Listen how Lady Constance is crying. Oh, come, you must know what is happening. You must comfort her." The young man thrust his hands into his pockets with an air of good-humoured and despairing resignation. "All right," he replied. "Only I tell you what it is, Miss St. Quentin. You've got to come too. I refuse to be deserted." "I have not the smallest intention of deserting you," Honoria said. "Even yet discretion, though so lately chucked, might return to you. And then you might cut and run, don't you know?" End of chapter 6 of book 4. Book 4, Chapter 7 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 7, recording the astonishing valour displayed by a certain small mouse in a corner. As Honoria St. Quentin and the reluctant Shotover stepped side by side from the warmth and dimness obtaining in the anteroom into the pleasant coolness of the moonlit balcony, Lady Constance Quayle, altogether forgetful of her usual careful civility and pretty correctness of demeanour, uttered an inarticulate cry. A cry indeed hardly human in its abandon and unreasoning anguish, resembling rather the shriek of the doubling hare as the pursuing greyhound nips it across the loins. Regardless of all her dainty finery of tulle and roses and flashing diamonds, she flung herself forward face downwards across the coping of the balustrade, her bare arms outstretched, her hands clasped above her head. Mr. Dacier, blue-eyed, black-haired, smooth of skin, looking noticeably long and lithe in his close-fitting dress-clothes, made a rapid movement as though to lay hold on her and bear her bodily away. And then, recognising the futility of any such attempt, he turned upon the intruders, his high-spirited Celtic face drawn with emotion, his attitude rather dangerously warlike. "What do you want?" he demanded hotly. "Oh, my dear good fellow," Lord Shotover began, with the most assuaging air of apology, "I assure you the very last thing that I want is to be a nuisance. Only Miss St. Quentin thought... In fact, Dacier, don't you see? Dash it all, you know. There seemed to be some sort of worry going on out here. So..." But Honoria did not wait for the conclusion of elaborate explanations. for that cry and the unrestraint of the girl's attitude not only roused but shocked her. It was not fitting that any man, however kindly or even devoted, should behold this well-bred, modest, and gentle young maiden in her present extremity. So she swept past Mr. Dacier and bent over Lady Constance Quayle, raised her and strove to soothe her agitation, speaking in tones of somewhat indignant tenderness. But though deriving a measure of comfort from the steady arm about her waist, from the strong, protective presence, and from the rather stern beauty of the face looking down into hers, Lady Constance could not master her agitation. The train had left the metals, so to speak, and the result was confusion dire. A great shame held her, a dislocation of mind. She suffered that loneliness of soul which forms so integral a part of the misery of all apparently irretrievable disaster, whether moral or physical, and places the victim of it, in imagination at all events, rather terribly beyond the pale.
"Oh," she sobbed, "you ought not to be so kind to me. I'm very wicked. I never supposed I could be so wicked. What shall I do? I'm so frightened at myself and everything. I didn't recognise you. I didn't see it was only shot over."
"Well, but now you do see, my dear Con. It's only me," that gentleman remarked, with a cheerful disregard of grammar. "And so you mustn't upset yourself any more. It's awfully bad for you, and uncomfortable for everybody else, don't you know? You must try to pull yourself together a bit, and we'll help you. Of course I'll help you. We'll all help you, of course we will, and pull you through somehow."
But the girl only lamented herself the more piteously. "Oh, no, Shotover. You must not be so kind to me. You couldn't if you knew how wicked I've been."
"Couldn't I?" Lord Shotover remarked, not without a touch of humorous pathos. "Poor little Con."
"Oh, only please do not tell Louisa. It would be too dreadful if she knew, she and Alicia and the others. Don't tell her, and I will be good. I'll be quite good. Indeed I will."
"Bless me, my dear child, I won't tell anybody anything. To begin with, I don't know anything to tell."
The girl's voice had sunk away into a sob. She shuddered, letting her pretty brown head fall back against Honoria St. Quentin's bare shoulder, while the moonlight glinted on her jewels and the night wind swayed the hanging clusters of pink geraniums. Along with the warmth and scent of flowers streaming outward through the open windows came a confused sound of many voices, of discreet laughter mingled with the wailing sweetness of violins. Then the pleading, broken, childish voice took up its tale again. "I will be good. I know I've promised, and I've let him give me a number of beautiful things. He has been very kind to me because he's clever, and of course I'm stupid, but he's never been impatient with me, and I'm not ungrateful. Indeed, Shotover, I am not. It was only for a minute I was wicked enough to think of doing it. But Mr. Dacier told me he asked me, and we were so happy at Whitney in the winter, and it seemed too hard to give it all up, as he said it was true. But I will be good. Indeed I will. Really, it was only for a minute I thought of it. I know I've promised. Indeed, I'll make no fuss. I'll be good. I will marry Richard Calmady."
"Oh, but this is simply intolerable," Honoria said in a low voice. She held herself tall and straight, looking gallant and yet pure, austere even, as some pictured Jeanne d'Arc, a great singleness of purpose, a high courage of protest, an effect at once of fearless challenge and of command in her bearing. "Is it not a scandal," she went on, "that in a civilized country, at this time of day, woman should be allowed, actually forced, to suffer so much? You must not permit this martyrdom to be completed. You can't." As she spoke, Dacier watched her keenly. Who this stately young lady, so remarkably unlike the majority of Lord Shotover's intimate feminine acquaintance, might be, He did not know, but he discerned in her an ally, and a powerful one. "Yes," he said impulsively, "you're right. It is a martyrdom, and a scandalous one. It's worse than murder. It's sacrilege. It's not like any ordinary marriage. I don't want to be brutal, but it isn't. There's something repulsive in it, something unnatural." The young man looked at Honoria, and read in her expression a certain agreement and encouragement. "You know it, Shotover. You know it just as well as I do. And that justified me in attempting what I suppose I would not otherwise have felt it honourable to attempt. Look here, Shotover, I'll tell you what has just happened. I would have had to tell you tomorrow in any case if we'd carried out the plan. But I suppose I have no alternative but to tell you now, since you've come." He ranged himself in line with Miss St. Quentin, his back against one of the big stone vases. He struggled honestly to keep both temper and emotion under control, but a rather volcanic energy was perceptible in him. "I love Lady Constance," he said. "I've told her so, and she cares for me. I'm not a Croesus like Calmady, but I'm not a pauper. I've enough to keep a wife in a manner suitable to her position and my own. When my Uncle Ulick Dacia dies, which I hope he'll not hurry to do, since I'm very fond of him, there'll be the Somerset property in addition to my own dear old place in County Cork, and your sister simply hates this marriage." "Oh, Lord bless me, my dear fellow, so do I," Lord Shotover put in with evident sincerity. "And so, when at last I had spoken freely, I asked her to—" But the young girl cowered down, hiding her face in Honoria St. Quentin's bosom. "Oh, don't say it again. Don't say it," she implored. "It was wicked of me to listen to you even for a minute. I ought to have stopped you at once and sent you away. It was very wrong of me to listen and talk to you and tell you all that I did. But everything is so strange, and I've been so miserable. I never supposed anybody could ever be so miserable, and I knew it was ungrateful of me, and so I dared not tell anybody. I would have told Papa, but Louisa never let me be alone with him. She said Papa indulged me and made me selfish and fanciful, and so I've never seen him for more than a little while, and I've been so frightened." She raised her head, gazing wide-eyed first at Miss St. Quentin and then at her brother. "I have thought such dreadful things. I must be very bad. I wanted to run away. I wanted to die." "There! You hear? You hear?" Dacia cried hoarsely, spreading abroad his hands in sudden violence of appeal to Honoria. "For God's sake, help us! I'm not aware whether you're a relation or a friend or what, but I am convinced you can help if only you choose to do so. And I tell you, she is just killing herself over this accursed marriage. Someone's got at her and talked her into some wild notion of doing her duty and marrying money for the sake of her family." "Oh, I say, damn it all!" Lord Shotover exclaimed, smitten with genuine remorse. "And so she believes she's committing the 7 deadly sins, and I don't know what besides, because she rebels against this marriage and is unhappy. Tell her it's absurd, it's horrible that she should do what she loathes and detests. Tell her this talk about duty is a blind and a fiction. Tell her she isn't wicked. Why, God in heaven, if we were none of us more wicked than she is, this poor old world would be so clean a place that the holy angels might walk barefoot along the Piccadilly pavement there, outside, without risking to soil so much as the hem of their garments. Make her understand that the only sin for her is to do violence to her nature by marrying a man she's afraid of and for whom she does not care. I don't want to play a low game on Sir Richard Calmady and steal that which belongs to him, but she doesn't belong to him. She is mine, just my own. I knew that from the first day I came to Witney and looked her in the face, Shotover. And she knows it too, only she's been terrorised with all this devil's talk of duty."
So far the words had poured forth volubly, as in a torrent. Now the speaker's voice dropped, and they came slowly, defiantly, yet without hesitation.
"And so I asked her to go away with me, now, tonight, and marry me tomorrow. I can make her happy, oh, no fear about that, and she would have consented and gone. We'd have been away by now, if you and this lady had not come just when you did, Shotover."
The gentleman addressed whistled very softly.
"Would you, though?" he said, adding meditatively, "By George, now, who'd have thought of Connie going the pace like that?"
"Oh, Shotover, never tell. Oh, promise me you never will tell them," the poor child cried again. "I know it was wicked, but—"
"No, no, you're mistaken there," Honoria put in, holding her still closer. "You were tempted to take a rather desperate way out of your difficulties. It would have been unwise, but there was nothing wicked in it. The wrong thing is, as Mr. Dacier tells you, to marry without love, and so make all your life a lie, by pretending to give Richard Calmady that which you do not and cannot give him." Then the young soldier broke in resolutely again. "I tell you I asked her to go away, and I ask her again, now."
"The deuce you do!" Lord Shotover exclaimed, his sense of amusement getting the better alike of astonishment and of personal regrets. "Only now I ask you to sanction her going, Shotover, and I ask you," he turned to Miss St. Quentin, "to come with her. I'm not even sure of your name, but I know by all you said and done in the last half hour I can be very sure of you, and I perceive that if you come nobody will dare to say anything unpleasant. There'll be nothing indeed to be said."
Honoria smiled. The magnificent egoism of mankind in love struck her as distinctly diverting, yet she had a very kindly feeling towards this black-haired, bright-eyed, energetic young lover. He was in deadly earnest, to the removing even of mountains, and he had need to be so, for that mountains immediately blocked the road to his desires was evident even to her enthusiastic mind. She looked across compellingly at Lord Shotover. Let him speak first. She needed time at this juncture in which to arrange her ideas and to think.
"My dear good fellow," that gentleman began obediently, patting Dacier on the shoulder, "I'm all on your side, I give you my word I am, and I've reason to believe my father will be so too. But you see, an elopement, especially in our sort of highly respectable humdrum family, is rather a strong order. Upon my honour it is, you know, Dacier. And even though kindly countenanced by Miss St. Quentin and sanctioned by me, it would make a precious undesirable lot of talk. It really is a rather irregular fashion of conducting the business, you see. And then, advice I always give others and only wish I could always remember to take myself, it's very much best to be off with the old love before you're on with the new."
"Yes, yes," Miss St. Quentin put in with quick decision. "Lord Shotover has laid his finger on the heart of the matter. It is just that. Lady Constance's engagement to Richard Calmady must be cancelled before her engagement to you, Captain Dacier, is announced. For her to go away with you would be to invite criticism and put herself hopelessly in the wrong. She must not put herself in the wrong. Let me think. There must be some way by which we can avoid that." An exultation hitherto unexperienced by her inspired Honoria St. Quentin. Her attitude was slightly unconventional. She sat on the stone balustrade with long-limbed lazy grace, holding the girl's hand, forgetful of herself, forgetful in a degree of appearances, concerned only with the problem of rescue presented to her. The young man's honest, whole-hearted devotion, the young girl's struggle after duty and her piteous desolation, nay, the close contact of that soft maidenly body that she had so lately held against her,
in closer, more intimate contact than she had ever held anything human before, aroused a new class of sentiment, a new order of emotion within her. She realized for the first time the magnetism, the penetrating and poetic splendour of human love. To witness the spectacle of it, to be thus in touch with it, excited her almost as sailing a boat in a heavy sea, or riding to hounds in a stiff country excited her. And it followed that now, while she perched aloft, boylike, on the balustrade, her delicate beauty took on a strange effulgence, a something spiritual, mysterious, elusive, and yet dazzling as the moonlight which bathed her charming figure. Seeing which, it must be owned that Lord Shotover's attitude towards her ceased to be strictly fraternal, while the attractions of ladies more fair and kind than wise paled very sensibly. Wish I hadn't been such a fool in my day and run amuck with my chances, he thought. But Miss St. Quentin was altogether innocent of his observation or any such thinkings. She looked up suddenly, her face irradiated by an exquisite smile. "Yes, I have it," she cried. "I see the way clear."
"But I can't tell them,"
broke in Lady Constance. Honoria's hand closed down on hers reassuringly. "No," she said, "you shall not tell them, and Lord Shotover shall not tell them. Sir Richard Calmady shall tell Lord Fallowfield that he wishes to be released from his engagement, as he believes both you and he will be happier apart. Only you must be brave, both for your own sake and for Mr. Dacre's, and for Richard Calmady's sake also. Lady Constance," she went on, with a certain gentle authority, "do you want to go back to Witney to-morrow or the next day, all this nightmare of an unhappy marriage done away with and gone? Well, then, you must come and see Sir Richard Calmady to-night, and, like an honourable woman, tell him the whole truth. It must be done at once, or your courage may fail. We'll come with you, Lord Shotover and I." "Oh, good Lord, will we, though?" the young man ejaculated, while the girl's great heifer eyes grew strained with wonder at this astounding announcement. "I know it will be rather terrible," Honoria continued calmly, "but it is a matter of a quarter of an hour as against a lifetime, and of honour as against a lie. So it's worth while. Don't you think so, when your whole future, and Mr. Dacre's," she pressed the soft hand again steadily, "is at stake? You must be brave now, and tell him the truth. Just simply that you do not love him enough, that you have tried, you have, I know you've done that, but you've failed, that you love someone else, and that therefore you beg him in mercy, before it's too late, to set you free." Fascinated both by her appearance and by the simplicity of her trenchant solution of the difficulty, Lord Shotover stared at the speaker. Her faith was infectious, yet it occurred to him that all women, good and bad, are at least alike in this, that their methods become radically unscrupulous when they find themselves in a tight place. "It is a fine plan. It ought to work, for, cripple or not, poor Calmady's a gentleman," he said slowly. "But doesn't it seem just a trifle rough, Miss St. Quentin, to ask him to be his own executioner?" Honoria had slipped down from the balustrade and stood erect in the moonlight. "I think not," she replied. "The woman pays, as a rule. Lady Constance has paid already, quite heavily enough, don't you think so? Now we will have the exception that proves the rule. The man shall pay whatever remains of the debt. But we must not waste time. It's not late yet, and we shall still find him up, and my brougham is here. I told Lady Oldham I should be home fairly early. Get a cloak, Lady Constance, and meet us in the hall. I suppose you can go down by some back way so as to avoid meeting people. Lord Shotover, will you take me to say good night to your sister, Lady Louisa?" The young man fairly chuckled. "And you, Mr. Dacre, must stay and dance." She smiled upon him very sweetly. "I promise you it will come through all right. For, as Lord Shotover says, whatever his misfortunes may be, Richard Calmady is a gentleman." "Oh, I hope you're going to be very happy. Goodbye." Dacia's black head went down over her hand, and he kissed it impulsively. "Goodbye," he said, the words catching a little in his throat. "When the time comes, may you find the man to love you as you deserve, though I doubt if there's such a man, living or dead either, for that matter. God bless you." Some half-hour later, Honoria stood among the holland-shrouded furniture in Lady Calmady's sitting-room in Lowndes Square. The period of exalted feeling, of the conviction of successful attainment, was over, and her heart beat somewhat painfully, for she had had time by now to realise the surprising audacity of her own proceedings. Lord Shotover's parley with Richard Calmady's manservant on the doorstep had brought that home to her, placing what had seemed obvious as a course of action to her fervid imagination in quite a new light. Sir Richard Calmady was at home? He was still up? To that, yes. Would he see Lady Constance Quayle upon urgent business? To that again, yes, after a rather lengthy delay, while the valet, inscrutable yet evidently highly critical, made inquiries. The trees in the square had whispered together uncomfortably while the two young ladies waited in the carriage, and Lord Shotover's shadow, which had usually, very surely, nothing in the least portentous about it, lay queerly, 3 ways at once, in varying degrees of density, across the grey pavement in the conflicting gas and moonlight. And now, as she stood among the shrouded furniture, which appeared oddly improbable in shape seen in the flickering of 2 hastily lighted candles, Honoria could hear Shotover walking back and forth patiently on that same grey pavement outside. She was overstrained by the emotions and events of the past hours. Small matters compelled her attention. The creaking of a board, the rustle of a curtain, the silence even of this large but half-inhabited house, were to her big with suggestion, disquietly replete with possible meaning, of exaggerated importance to her anxiously listening ears. Lord Shotover had stopped walking. He was talking to the coachman. Honoria entertained a conviction that in the overflowing of his good nature he talked, sooner or later, to every soul whom he met, and she derived almost childish comfort from the knowledge of the near neighbourhood of that eminently good-natured presence. Lord Shotover's very obvious faults faded from her remembrance. She estimated him only by his size, his physical strength, his large indulgence of all weaknesses, including his own. He constituted a link between her and things ordinary and average, for which she was rather absurdly thankful at this juncture. For the minutes passed slowly, very slowly. It must be getting on for half an hour since little Lady Constance, trembling and visibly affrighted, had passed out of sight, and the door of the smoking-room had closed behind her. The nameless agitation which possessed her earlier that same evening returned upon Honoria St. Quentin, but its character had suffered change. The questioning of the actual, the suspicion of universal illusion had departed, and in its place she suffered alarm of the concrete, of the incalculable force of human passion, and of a manifestation of tragedy in some active and violent form. She did not define her own fears, but they surrounded her nevertheless, so that the slightest sound made her start. For indeed, how slowly the minutes did pass! Lord Shotover was walking again. The horse rattled its bit and pawed the ground, impatient of delay. Though lofty, the room appeared close and hot, with drawn blinds and shut windows. Honoria began to move about restlessly, threading her way between the pieces of shrouded furniture. A chalk drawing of Lady Calmady stood on an easel in the far corner. The portrait emphasised the sweetness and abiding pathos rather than the strength of the original, and Honoria, standing before it, put her hands over her eyes, for the pictured face seemed to plead with and reproach her. Then a swift fear took her of disloyalty, of hastiness, of self-confidence trenching on cruelty. She had announced, rather arrogantly, that whatever balance debt remained to be paid in respect of Sir Richard and Lady Constance Quayle's proposed marriage should be paid by the man. But would the man, in point of fact, pay it? Would it not, must it not, be paid, eventually, by this other noble and much-enduring woman, whom she had called her friend, and towards whom she played the part, as she feared, of betrayer? In her hot espousal of Lady Constance's cause, she had only saved one woman at the expense of another. Oh, how hot the room grew! Suffocating! Lord Shotover's steps died away in the distance. She could look Lady Calmady in the face no more. Secure in her own self-conceit and vanity, she had betrayed her friend. Suddenly the sharp peal of a bell, the opening of a door, the dragging of silken skirts, and the hurrying of footsteps. Honoria gathered up her somewhat scattered courage and swung out into the hall. Lady Constance Quayle came towards her, groping, staggering, and breathless, her head carried low, her face convulsed with weeping. But to this, for the moment, Miss St. Quentin paid small heed, for at the far end of the hall a bright light streamed out from the open doorway, and in the full glare of it stood a young man, his head with its cap of close-cropped curls proudly distinguished as that of some classic hero, his features the beautiful features of Catherine Calmady, his height but 2/3 the height a man of his make should be, his face drawn and livid as that of a corpse, his arms hanging down straight at his sides, his hands only just not touching the marble quarries of the floor on either side of him. Honoria uttered an exclamation of uncontrollable pity and horror, caught Constance Quayle by the arm, and hurried out into the moonlit square to the waiting carriage. Lord Shotover flung away the end of his cigar and strolled towards them. "Got through? Fixed it all right, eh, Connie? Oh, bravo, that's grand. Oh, you needn't tell me. I can imagine it's been a beastly piece of work. But anyway, it's over now. You must go home and go to bed. And I'll account for you somehow to Louisa. My mind's becoming quite inventive tonight, I promise you. There, get in. Try to pull yourself together. Miss St. Quentin, upon my word, I don't know how to thank you. You've been magnificent, and put us under an everlasting obligation, Con and Dacia and my father and I. Nice night, isn't it? You'll put us down in Albert Gate? All right. 1,000 thanks. Yes, I'll go on the box again. You haven't much room for my legs among all those flounces. Bless me, occurs to me I'm getting confoundedly hungry. I shall be awfully glad of some supper."
End of Chapter 7 of Book 4. Book 4, Chapter 8 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 8, A Manifestation of the Spirit. Brockhurst House had slumbered all day long in the steady warmth of the July sun. The last 3 weeks had been rainless, so that the short turf of the uplands began to grow crisp and discoloured, while the resinous scent of the fir forest, at once stimulating and soothing, was carried afar out over the sloping cornfields and low-lying pastures. Above the stretches of purple-budding heather and waste sandy places, upon the moors, the heat haze danced and quivered as do vapours arising from a furnace. Along the underside of the great woods, and in the turn of the valleys, shadows lingered, which were less actual shadows than blottings of blue light. The birds, busy feeding wide-mouthed, hungry fledglings, had mostly ceased from song, but the drowsy hum of bees and the chirrup of grasshoppers was continuous, and told very pleasantly of the sunshine and large plenty reigning out of doors. For Catherine, the day in question had passed in Martha-like occupations, a day of organising, of ordering and countermanding, a day of much detail, much interviewing of heads of departments, a day of meeting respectful objections, enlightening thick understandings, and gently reducing decorously opposing wills. Commissariat, transport, housing of guests, and the servants of guests, all these entered into the matter of the coming wedding. To compass the doing of all things, not only decently and in order, but handsomely and with a becoming dignity, this required time and thought. And so it was not until after dinner that Catherine found herself at leisure to cease taking thought for the morrow. Too tired to rest herself by reading, she wandered out onto the Troco ground, followed by Camp. London had not altogether suited the bulldog as the summer wore on. Now in his old age, so considerable a change of surroundings put him about both in body and mind. Seeing which, Richard had begged his mother to take the dog with her on leaving town. Camp benefited unquestionably by his return to country air. His coat stared less. He carried his ears and tail with more sprightliness and conviction. Still, he fretted after his absent master, and followed Catherine's footsteps very closely, his forehead more than ever wrinkled, and his unsightly mouth pensive, notwithstanding its perpetual grin. He attended her now, squatting beside her when she paused, trotting slowly beside her when she moved, a silent, persistent, and, as it might seem, somewhat fatally faithful companion. Yet the occasion was to all appearances far from fateful, the night and the scene alike being very fair. The moon had not yet risen, but a brightness behind the saw-like edge of the fir woods eastward heralded its coming, while sufficient light yet remained in the western and northern sky for the mass of the house, its ruddy walls and ranges of mullioned windows, its pierced stone parapets and stacks of slender twisted chimneys, to be seen with a low-toned distinctness of form and colour infinitely charming. Soft and rich as velvet, it rose with a certain noble serenity above its terraces and fragrant red-walled gardens under the enormous dome of the tranquil, far-off evening sky. Every aspect of this place, in rain and shine, summer and winter, from dawn to dark and round to dawn again, was familiar to Catherine Calmady. Coming here first as a bride, the homely splendour of the house and the gladness of its situation crowning the ridge of the hill appealed strongly to her imagination. Later it sheltered her long sorrow, following so hard on the heels of her brief joy. But in both alike, during all the vicissitudes of her thought and of her career, the face of Brockhurst remained as that of a friend, kindly, beneficent, increasingly trusted and beloved. And so she had come to know every stick and stone of it, from spacious vaulted cellar to equally spacious, low-roofed, sun-dried attic, the outlook from each window, the character of each room, the turn of each stairway, the ample proportions of each lobby and stairhead, all the pleasant scents and sounds and colours that haunted it both within and without. It might have been supposed that after so many years of affectionate observation and commerce, Brockhurst could have no new word in its tongue, could hold no further self-revelation for Lady Calmady. Yet as she passed now from the arcaded garden hall supporting the eastern bay of the long gallery on to the level green square of the Troco ground, and stood gazing out over the downward sloping park, the rough, short turf of it dotted with ancient thorn trees and broken by beds of bracken and dog roses, to the long water, glistening like some giant mirror some quarter-mile distant in the valley, she became sensible of a novel element in her present relation to this place. For the first time in all her long experience, she was at Brockhurst quite alone. The house was vacant even of a friend, for Julius March had, rather to Catherine's surprise, selected just this moment for the paying of his yearly visit to a certain college friend, a scholarly and godly person, now rector of a sleepy country parish away in the heart of the great Midlandshire grasslands. Catherine experienced a momentary sense of injury at his going, yet perhaps it was as well. Between the turmoil of the past London season, the coming turmoil of the wedding, and the large and serious issues which that wedding involved, this time of solitude might be salutary.
To Catherine just now, it seemed as a bridge carrying her over from one way of life to another. A but slightly known country lay ahead. Solitude and self-recollection are good for the soul, if it would possess itself in peace. The fair brightness of the indwelling light had not been obscured in her during these months devoted to the world and to society, but it was inevitable that her consciousness of it, and consequently its clear shining, should have suffered diminution at times. The eager pressure of things to be done, things to be seen, of much conversation, the varied pageant of modern life perpetually presented to her eyes and her intelligence, could not but crowd out the spiritual order somewhat. Of late she had had only time to smile upon her God in passing, instead of spending long hours within the courts of his temple. This she knew. It troubled her a little. She desired to return to a condition of more complete self-collectedness. And so, the first movement of surprise past, she hailed her solitude as a means of grace, and strove in sweet sincerity to make good use of it. And yet, since the human heart, if sound and wholesome, hungers, even when penetrated by Godward devotion, for some fellow creature on whom to expend its tenderness, Catherine just now regretted to be alone. The scene was so beautiful, she would gladly have had someone look on it beside herself and share its charm. Then thoughts of the future obtruded themselves. How would little Constance Quayle view Brockhurst? Would it claim her love? Would she embrace the spirit of it, and make it not only the home of her fair young body, but the home of her guileless heart? Catherine yearned in spirit over this girl standing on the threshold of all the deeper experiences of a woman's life, of those amazing revelations which marriage holds for an innocent and modest maiden. But oh, how lovely are such revelations, when the lover is also the beloved. Catherine moved on a few paces. The thought of all that, even now at 48, cut her a little too sharply. It was not wise to call up visions of joys that are dead. She would think of something else, so she told herself, as she paused in her rustling grey dress upon the dry gravel path, the surface of which still sensibly held the warmth of the sun, while Camp squatted soberly on his haunches beside her. But at first only worrying thoughts responded to her call. It was not quite kind, surely, of Julius to have left home just now. It was a little inconsiderate of him. If she dwelt on the thought of that, clearly it would vex her, so it must be banished. Reynolds, the housekeeper, had really been very perverse about the turning of the 2 larger china closets into extra dressing rooms for the week of the wedding, and Clara showed an inclination to back her up in opposition. Of course the maids would give in. They always did, and that without any subsequent attempt at small reprisals. Still, the thought of that, too, was annoying, and must be banished. At dinner she had received a singular letter from Honoria St. Quentin. It contained what appeared to Catherine as rather over-urgent protestations of affection and offers of service, if at any future time she, the writer, could be of use. The letter was charming in its slight extravagance, but it struck Catherine as incomprehensibly penitent in tone, the letter of one who has not treated a friend quite loyally, and is hot with anxiety to atone. It was dated this morning, too, and must have been posted at some surprisingly early hour to have thus reached Brockhurst by the day mail. Lady Calmady did not quite relish the missive somehow, notwithstanding its affection. It lacked the perfection of personal dignity which had pleased her heretofore in Honoria St. Quentin. She felt vaguely disappointed, and it followed that this thought, therefore, must go along with the rest, for she refused to be disquieted. She would compel herself to be at peace. So, putting these small sources of discomfort from her, as unworthy both of her better understanding and of this fair hour and fair place, Catherine yielded herself wholly to the influences of her surroundings. The dew was rising. promise of another hot, clear day tomorrow, and along with it rose a fragrance of wild thyme from the grass slopes immediately below. That fragrance mingled with the richer scents of jasmine, fully cupped July roses, scarlet trumpet-flowered honeysuckle, tall lilies, and great wealth of heavy-headed clove carnations, veiling the red walls or set in the trim borders of the gardens behind. A strangely belated nightingale still sang in the big Portugal laurel beside the quaint pepper-pot summer-house in the far corner of the troco ground, where the 20-foot brick wall dips in steps of well-set masonry to the grey 3-foot balustrade. She never remembered to have heard one sing so late in the summer.
The bird was answered, moreover, by another singer from the coppice bordering the trout stream, which feeds the long water way across the valley.
In each case the song was, note for note, the same, but the chant of the near bird was hotly urgent in its passion of wooing and winning, while the song of the answerer came chastened and etherealized by distance. A fox barked sharply on the left, out in the warren, and the chirring of the nightjars, as they flitted hither and thither over the beds of bracken and dog-roses, like gigantic moths on swift silent wings, formed a continuous accompaniment, as of a spinning-wheel, to the other sounds. Never, as she watched and listened, had the genius of Brockhurst appeared more potent or more enthralling. For a space she rested in it, asking nothing beyond that which sight and hearing could give. It was very good to breathe the scented air and be lulled by the inarticulate music of nature. It was good to cease from self and from all individual striving, to become a part merely of the universal movement of things, a link merely in the mighty chain of universal being. But such an impersonal attitude of mind cannot last long, least of all in the case of a woman. Catherine's heart awoke and cried again for some human object on which to expend itself, some kindred intelligence to meet and reflect her own. Oh, were she but better, more holy and more wise, these cravings would doubtless not assail her. The worship of the indwelling light would suffice, and she would cease from desire of the love of any creature. But she had not journeyed so far upon the road of perfection yet, as she sadly told herself. Far from it. The nightingale sang on, sang of love, not far hence, not far above, not within the spirit only, but here, warm, immediate, and individual. And do what she would, the song brought to her mind such love as she herself had known it during the few golden months of her marriage. Of meetings at night, sweet and sacred, of partings, sweet and sacred too, at mornings, of secret delights, of moments at once pure and voluptuous, known only to virtuous lovers. It was not often that remembrance of all this came back to her, save as a faint echo of a once clear-sounding voice. Indeed, she had supposed it all laid away forever, done with, even as the bright colours it had once so pleased her to wear were laid away in high mahogany presses that lined one side of the lofty state bedroom upstairs. But now remembrance laid violent hands on her, shaking both mind and body from their calm. The passion of the bird's song, the caressing suavity of the summer night, the knowledge, too, that so soon another bride and bridegroom would dwell here at Brockhurst, worked upon her strangely. She struggled with herself, surprised and half angered by the force of her own emotion, and pleaded at once against and for the satisfaction of the immense nostalgia which possessed her.
Oh, it's bitter, very bitter, to have had at once so much and so little.
Bow my proud neck, O Lord, to thy yoke. If my beloved had but been spared to me, I had never walked in darkness far from the way of faith, and my child had never suffered bodily disfigurement. Perfect me, O God, even at the cost of further suffering.
It is sad to be shut away from the joys of my womanhood while my life is still strong in me. Break me, O Lord, even as the ploughshare breaks the reluctant clod. Hold not thy hand till the work be fully accomplished, and the earth be ready for the sowing which makes for harvest. Give me back the beloved of my youth, the beloved of my life, if only for an hour. Teach me to submit. Show me beyond all dread of contradiction that vows truly made hold good even in that mysterious world beyond the grave. Show me that though the body, dear home and vehicle of love, may die, yet love in its essence remains everlastingly conscious, faithful and complete. Bend my will to harmony with thine, O Lord, and cleanse me of my self-seeking. Oh, but still let me see his face once again, O my God, and I will rebel no more. Let me look on him once again, if only for a moment, and I shall be content. Hear me, I am greatly troubled. I am athirst. I faint. Catherine's prayer, which had risen into audible speech, sank away into silence. The near nightingale had fallen silent also, but from across the valley, chastened and etherealized by distance, still came the song of the answering bird. To Catherine, those fine and delicate notes were full of promise. They bore testimony to the soul which dwells forever behind the outward aspect and sense. Whether she fainted in good truth, or whether she passed for a while into that sublimated state of consciousness wherein the veils of habit cease to blind, and something of the eternal essence and values of things is revealed, perception overstepping for once the limits of ordinary earth-bound apprehension, and transcending ordinary circumscription of time and place, she could not tell. Nor did she greatly care, for a great peace descended upon her, accompanied by a gentle yet penetrating expectancy. She stood very still, her feet set on the warm gravel, the night air wrapping about her as with a fragrant garment, the ghostly sweetness of that far-away bird-song in her ears, while momentarily the conviction of the near presence of the man who had so loved her and whom she had so loved deepened within her. And therefore it was without alarm, without any shock of amazement, that gradually she found her awareness of that presence change from something felt to something actually seen. He came towards her, that first Richard Calmady, her husband and lover, across the smooth green levels of the Troco ground, which lay dusky in the mingling half-lights of the nearly departed sunset and the rising moon, as he had come to her 100 times in life, back from the farms or the moorlands, from sport or from business, or from those early morning rides, the clean freshness of the morning upon him after seeing his racehorses galloped. He came bareheaded, in easy workmanlike garments, short coat, breeches, long boots and spurs. He came with the repose of movement which is born of a well-knit frame and a temperate life and the grace of gentle blood. He came with the half-smile on his lips and the gladness in his eyes when they first met hers, which had always been there, however brief the parting. And Catherine perceived it was just thus our beloved dead must needs return to us, should they return at all, laying aside the splendours of the spirit in tenderness for mortal weakness, even as the Christ laid aside the visible glory of the Godhead and came a babe among men, so must they come in humble everyday fashion, graciously taking on the manner and habit common to them during earthly life. Therefore she suffered no shrinking, but turned instinctively as she had turned 100 times, laughing very softly in the fullness of content, raising her hands and throwing back her head, knowing that he would come behind her and take her hands in his and kiss her, so, bending down over her shoulder. And when he came, she did not need to speak, but only to gaze into the well-beloved face, familiar, yet touched, as it seemed to her, with a mysterious and awful beauty, beholding which she divined the answer to many questions.
For she perceived, as one waking from an uneasy dream perceives the comfortable truth of day, that her love was not given back to her, for the dear reason that her love had never been taken away. The fiction of time ceased to rule in her, so that the joy of bride and new-wed wife, the strange, sweet perplexities of dawning motherhood were with her now, not as memories merely, but as actual, ever-present, deathless fact, the culminating and therefore permanent revelation of her individual experience. She perceived this continued, and must continue, since it was the fine flower of her nature, the unit of her personal equation, the realization of the eternal purpose concerning her of Almighty God. This fiction of old age was discredited. So was the bitterness of deposition, the mournful fiction of being passed by and relegated to the second place. Her place was her own, her standing ground in the universal order, a freehold, absolute and inalienable. She could not abdicate her throne, neither could any wrest it away from her. She perceived that not self-effacement but self-development, not dissolution but evolution, was the service required of her, and as divinely designed contribution to that end was every joy, every sorrow laid upon her, since by these was she differentiated from all others. By these was she built up into a separate existence, sane, harmonious, and well-proportioned, a fair lamp lighted with the burning coal from off the altar of that God of whom it is written, not only that he is a consuming fire, but that he is love. All this and more did Catherine apprehend, beholding the familiar yet mysterious countenance of her well-beloved, and the tendency of that apprehension made for tranquillity of spirit, for a sure and certain hope. The faculty which reasons and demands explanation and proof might not be satisfied, but that higher faculty which divines, accepts, and believes assuredly was so. Nor could it be otherwise, since it is the spirit, the idea, not the letter, which giveth life. How long she stood thus in tender and illuminating, though wordless communion with the dead, Catherine did not know. The deepest spiritual experiences, like the most exquisite physical ones, are to be measured by intensity rather than duration. For a space the vision sensibly held her, the so ardently desired presence there incontestably beside her, a personality vivid and distinct, yet in a way remote, serene as the immense dome of the cloudless sky, chastened and etherealized as the song of the answering nightingale, and in this differing from any bodily presence, as the song in question differed from that of the bird in the laurel close at hand. Gradually, and with such sense of refreshment as one enjoys who, bathing in some clear stream at evening, washes away all soil and sweat of a weary journey, Catherine awoke to more ordinary observation of her material surroundings. She became aware that the dog, Camp, had turned singularly restless. He slunk away as though wishing to avoid her near neighbourhood, crawled back to her with dragging hindquarters, cringing and whining as though in acute distress. And by degrees another sound obtruded itself, speaking of haste and effort, notably at variance with the delicate and gracious stillness. It came from the high road crossing the open moor, which loomed up a dark, straight ridge against the southern horizon. It came in rising and falling cadence, but ever nearer and nearer, increasingly distinct, increasingly urgent, the fast, steady trot of a horse. The moon, meanwhile, had swept clear of the saw-like edge of the fir forest, and while the thin white light of it broadened upon the dewy grass, and the beat of the horse-hoofs rang out clearer and clearer, Catherine was aware that the dear vision faded and grew faint. As it had come, softly, without amazement or fear, so it departed, without agitation or sadness of farewell, leaving Catherine profoundly consoled, the glory of her womanhood restored to her, in the indubitable assurance that what had been, of necessity, continued, and for ever was. And therefore she still listened but idly to the approaching sound, not reckoning with it as yet, though the roll of wheels was now added to the rapid beat of the hoofs of the trotting horse. It had turned down over the hillside by the crossroad leading to the upper lodge. Suddenly it ceased. The shout of a man's voice, loud and imperative, a momentary pause, then the clang of heavy iron gates swinging back into place, and once again the roll of wheels and that steady, urgent, determined trot, coming nearer and nearer down the elm avenue, whose stately rows of trees looked as though made of ebony and burnished silver in the slanting moonlight. On it came, across the bridge spanning the glistering whiteness of the long water, and on again, steadily and no less rapidly, as though pressed by the hand of a somewhat merciless driver, hot to arrive, bearer of stirring tidings, up the steeply ascending hill to the house. Lady Calmady listened, beginning to question whom this nocturnal disturber of the peace of Brockhurst might be, but only vaguely as yet, since that which she had recently experienced was so great, so wide-reaching in its meaning and promise, that for the moment it dwarfed all other possible, all other imaginable events. The gracious tranquillity which enveloped her could not be penetrated by any anxiety or premonition of momentous happenings as yet. It was not so, however, with Camp, for a spirit of extravagant and unreasoning excitement appeared to seize on the dog. Forgetful of age, of stiff limbs and short-coming breath, he gambolled around Lady Calmady, describing crazy circles upon the grass, and barking until the unseemly din echoed back harshly from against the great red and grey facade. He fawned upon her, abject yet compelling, and at last, as though exasperated by her absence of response, turned tail and bounded away through the garden hall and along the terrace, disappearing through the small arched side door into the house. And there, within, stir and movement became momentarily more apparent. Shifting lights flashed out through the many-paned windows, as though in quick search of some eagerly desired presence. Nevertheless, for a little space, Catherine lingered, the fragrance of the wild thyme and of the fair gardens still about her, the somnolent churring of the nightjars and faint notes of the nightingale's song still saluting her ears. It was so difficult to return to and cope with the demands of ordinary life, for had she not been caught up into the third heaven and heard words unspeakable, unlawful in their entirety for a living man to utter? But things terrestrial, in this case as in so many other cases, refused to make large room for or brook delay from things celestial. 2 servants came out hurriedly from that same arched side door. Then Clara, that devoted handmaiden, called from the window of the red drawing-room. "Her ladyship's there, on the Troco ground. Don't you see, Mr. Winter?" The butler hurried along the terrace, and Catherine met him on the steps of the garden hall. "Is anything wrong, Winter?" she asked kindly, for the trusted servant betrayed unusual signs of emotion. "Am I wanted?" "Sir Richard has returned, my lady," he said, and his voice trembled. "Sir Richard is in the gun-room. He gave orders that your ladyship should be told that he would be glad to speak to you immediately." End of Chapter 8 of Book 4. Book 4, Chapter 9 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 4, Chapter 9, in which Dicky shakes hands with the devil. "My dear, this is quite unexpected." Lady Calmady's tone was one of quiet, innate joyousness. A gentle brightness pervaded her whole aspect and manner. She looked wonderfully young, as though the hands of the clock had been put back by some 20 and odd years. Every line had disappeared from her face, and in her eyes was a clear shining, very lovely to behold. Richard glanced at her as she came swiftly towards him across the room. Then he looked down again and answered deliberately,
Yes, it is, as you say, quite unexpected. This time last night I as little anticipated being back here as you anticipated my coming. But one's plans change rapidly and radically at times. Mine have done so.
He sat at the large library writing table, a pile of letters, papers, and circulars before him, judged unworthy of forwarding, which had accumulated during his absence. He tore off wrappers and tore open envelopes quickly yet methodically, as though bending his mind with conscious determination to the performance of a self-inflicted task. Looking at the contents of each in turn with an odd mixture of indifference and close attention, he flung the major part into the waste paper basket set beside his revolving chair. A tall green-shaded lamp shed a circle of vivid light upon the silver and maroon leather furnishings of the writing table, upon the young man's bent head, and upon his restless hands as they grasped and straightened and then tore, with measured if impatient precision, the letters and papers lying before him. Lady Calmady stood resting the tips of her fingers on the corner of the table, looking down at him with those clear, shining eyes. His reception of her had not been demonstrative, but of that she was hardly sensible. The reconciling assurances of faith, the glories of the third heaven, still dazzled her somewhat. Her feet hardly touched earth yet, so that her mother-love and all its sensitive watchfulness was as yet somewhat in abeyance. She spoke again with the same quiet joyousness of tone. "You should have telegraphed to me, dearest, and then all would have been ready to welcome you. As it is, I fear you must feel yourself a trifle neglected. I have been, or have fancied myself, mightily busy all day, foolishly cumbered about much serving, and had gone out to forget maids and foods and domesticities generally into the dear garden." She paused, smiling. "Oh, it is a gracious night," she said, "full of inspiration. You must have enjoyed the drive home. The household refuses to take this marriage of yours philosophically, Dicky. It demands great magnificence, quite as much, be sure, for its own glorification as for yours. It also multiplies small difficulties, after the manner of well-conducted households, as I imagine, since the world began." Richard tore the prospectus of a mining company, offering wealth beyond the dreams of avarice, right across with a certain violence. "Oh, well, the household may forego its magnificence and cease from the multiplication of small difficulties alike, as far as any marriage of mine is concerned. You can tell the household so tomorrow, mother, or I can. Perhaps the irony of the position would be more nicely pointed by the announcement coming directly from myself. That would heighten the drama." "But, Dicky, my dearest," Catherine said, greatly perplexed. "The whole affair is at an end. Lady Constance Quayle is not going to marry me, and I am not going to marry Lady Constance Quayle. On that point, at least, she and I are entirely at one. All London will know this tomorrow. Perhaps Brockhurst, in the interest of its endangered philosophy, had better know it tonight." Richard leaned forward, opening, tearing, and sorting the papers again. A rasping quality was in his voice and speech, hitherto unknown to his mother, a cold, imperious quality in his manner, also new to her. And these brought her down to earth, setting her feet thereon uncompromisingly. And the earth on which they were thus set was, it must be owned, rather ugly. A woman made of weaker stuff would have cried out against such sudden and painful declension, but Catherine, happily both for herself and for those about her, waking even from dreams of noble and far-reaching attainment, waked with not only her wits, but her heart in steady action. Yet she in no wise went back on the revelation that had been vouchsafed to her. It was in no wise disqualified or rendered suspect because the gamut of human emotion proved to have more extended range and more jarring discords than she had yet reckoned with. Her mind was large enough to make room for novel experience in sorrow as well as in joy, retaining the while its poise and sanity. Therefore, she, recognising a new phase in the development of her child, without hesitation or regret of self-love for the disturbance of her own gladness, braced herself to meet it. His pride had been wounded, somehow she knew not how, to the very quick, and the smart of that wound was too shrewd as yet for any precious balms of articulate tenderness to soothe it. She must give it time to heal a little, meanwhile setting herself scrupulously to respect his dark humour, meet his pride with pride, his calm with at least equal calmness. She drew a chair up to the end of the table and settled herself to listen quite composedly. "It will be well, dearest," she said, "that you should explain to me clearly what has happened. To do so may avert possible complications." Richard's hands paused among the papers. He regarded Lady Calmady reflectively, not without a grudging admiration. But an evil spirit possessed him, a necessity of mastery, inevitable reaction from recently endured humiliation, which provoked him to measure his strength against hers. He needed a sacrifice to propitiate his anger. That sacrifice must be in some sort a human one. So he deliberately pulled the tall lamp nearer and swung his chair round sideways, leaning his elbow on the table, with the result that the light rested on his face. It did more. It rested upon his body, upon his legs and feet, disclosing the extent of their deformity. Involuntarily, Catherine shrank back. It was as though he had struck her. Morally, indeed, he had struck her, for there was a cynical callousness in this disclosure, in this departure from his practice of careful and self-respecting concealment. Meanwhile, Richard watched her, as, shrinking, her eyelids drooped and quivered. "Mother," he said, quietly and imperatively, and when, not without perceptible effort, she again raised her eyes to his, he went on, "I quite agree with you that it will be well for me to explain with a view to averting possible complications. It has become necessary that we should clearly understand one another, at least that you, my dear mother, should understand my position fully and finally. We've been too nice, you and I, heretofore, and, the truth being very far from nice, have expended much trouble and ingenuity in our efforts to ignore it. We went up to London in the fond hope that the world at large would support us in our self-deception. So it did, for a time. But being in the main composed of very fairly honest and sensible persons, it has grown tired of sentimental lying, of helping us to bury our heads ostrich-like in the sand. It has gone over to the side of truth, that very far from flattering or pretty truth to which I have just alluded, with this result, among others, that my engagement has come to an abrupt and really rather melodramatic conclusion." He paused. "Go on, Richard," Lady Calmady said. "I'm listening." He drew himself up, sitting very erect, keeping his eyes steadily fixed on her, speaking steadily and coldly, though his lips twitched a little. "Lady Constance did me the honour to call on me last night, rather later than this, absenting herself in the very thick of Lady Louisa Barking's ball for that purpose." Catherine moved slightly, her dress rustled. "Yes, considering her character and her training, it was a rather surprising démarche on her part, and bore convincing testimony to her agitation of mind." "Did she come alone?" Richard lapsed into an easier position. "Oh dear, no," he said. "Allowing for the desperation which dictated her proceedings, they were carried out in a very regular manner, with a praiseworthy regard for appearances. Lady Constance is, in my opinion, a very sweet person. She is perfectly modest, and has an unusual regard, as women go, for honour and duty, as women understand them." Again his voice took on that rasping quality. "She brought a friend, a young lady, with her.
Fortunately, there was no occasion for me to speak to her. She had the good taste to efface herself during our interview, but I saw her in the hall afterwards. I shall always remember that very distinctly. So I imagine will she. And then Lord Shotover waited outside with the carriage. Oh, believe me, admitting its inherent originality, the affair was conducted with an admirable regard for appearances.
Again the regular flow of Richard's speech was broken. His throat had gone very dry.
Lady Constance appealed to me in extremely moving terms, articulate and otherwise, to set her free.
To set her free? And upon what grounds?
Upon the rather crude but preeminently sensible grounds, my dear mother, that after full consideration she found the bid was not high enough.
Indeed, Catherine said.
Yes, indeed, dear mother, Richard repeated. Does that surprise you? It quite ceased to surprise me when she pointed out the facts of the case, for she was touchingly sincere. I respected her for that. The position was an ungracious one for her. She has a charming nature, and really wanted to spare me just as much as was possible, along with the gaining of her cause. Her gift of speech is limited, you know, but then no degree of eloquence or diplomacy could have rendered that which she had to say agreeable to my self-esteem. Oh, on the whole, she did it very well, very conclusively.
Richard raised his head, pausing a moment. Again that dryness of the throat checked his utterance, and then, recalling the scene of the past night, a great wave of unhappiness, pure and simple, of immense disappointment, immense self-disgust broke over him. His anger, his outraged pride, came near being swamped by it. He came near losing his bitter self-control and crying aloud for help. But he mastered the inclination, perhaps unfortunately, and continued speaking.
Yes, decidedly. With the exception of Ludovic, that family do not possess ready tongues. Yet they contrive to make their meaning pretty plain in the end. I have just driven over from Witney, and am fresh from a fine example of eventual plain speaking from that excellent father of the family, Lord Fallowfield. It was instructive. For the main thing, after all, as we must both agree, mother, is to understand oneself clearly and to make oneself clearly understood. And in this respect, you and I'm afraid, have failed a good deal. Blinded by our own fine egoism, we have even failed altogether to understand others. Lady Constance, for instance, possesses very much more character than it suited us to credit her with.
"Oh, you're harsh, dearest," Catherine murmured, and her lips trembled.
"Not at all," he answered. "I have only said good-bye to lying. Can you honestly deny, my dear mother, that the whole affair was just one of convenience? I told you, it strikes me now as a rather brutally primitive announcement, that I wanted a wife because I wanted a son to prove to me the entirety of my own manhood, a son to give me at second hand certain obvious pleasures and satisfactions which I am debarred, as you know, from obtaining at first hand. You engaged to find me a bride. Poor little Lady Constance Quayle, unfortunately for her, appeared to meet our requirements, being pretty and healthy, and too innocent and undeveloped to suspect the rather mean advantage we proposed to take of her. What? I know it sounds rather gross stated thus plainly, but the day of lies being over, dare you deny it? Well then, we proceeded to traffic for this desirable bit of young womanhood, of prospective maternity, to buy her from such of her relations as were perverted enough to countenance the transaction, just as shamelessly as though we had gone into the common bazaar, after the manner of the cynical East, and bargained for her, poor child, in fat-tailed sheep or cowries. doesn't it appear to you almost incredible, almost infamous, that we, you and I, Mother, should have done this thing? The price we offered seemed sufficient to some of her people, not to all. I have learned that past forgetting today, thanks to Lord Fallowfield's thick-headed, blundering veracity. But, thank heaven, she had more heart, more sensibility, more self-respect and more decency than we allowed for. She plucked up spirit enough to refuse to be bought and sold like a pedigree filly or heifer. I think that was rather heroic, considering her traditions and the pressure which had been brought to bear to keep her silent. I can only honour and reverence her for coming to tell me frankly, though at the 11th hour, that she preferred a man of no particular position or fortune, but with the ordinary complement of limbs, to Brockhurst and the house in London, and my 40 to 45,000 a year, plus Richard laughed savagely, leaning forward and spreading out his arms. Well, my dear Mother, since, as I say, the day of lies is over, plus the remnant of a human being you may see here at this moment, if you will only have the kindness to look.
At first Catherine had listened in mute surprise, bringing her mind, not without difficulty, into relation to the immediate and the present. Then watchful sympathy had been aroused, then anxiety, then tenderness, denying itself expression since the time for it was not yet ripe. But as the minutes lengthened, and the flow of Richard's speech not only continued, but gained in volume and in force, sympathy, anxiety, and tenderness were merged in an emotion of ever-deepening anguish, so that she sat as one who contemplates, spellbound, a scene of veritable horror. From regions celestial to regions terrestrial, she had been hurried with rather dislocating suddenness. But her sorry journey did not end there, for hardly were her feet planted on solid earth again than the demand came that she should descend still further, to regions subterrestrial, regions frankly infernal. And this descent to hell, though rapid to the point of astonishment, was by no means easy. Rather was it violent and remorseless, a driving as by reiterated blows, a rude, merciless dragging onward and downward. Yet even so, for all the anguish and shame, as of unseemly exposure, the perversion of her intention and action, the scorn so ruthlessly poured upon her, it was less of herself, the compelled, than of Richard, the compelling, that she thought. For even while his anger thus drove and dragged her, he himself was tortured in the flame far below, so it seemed, and that constituted the finest sting of her agony, beyond her power to reach or help. She, after all, but stood on the edge of the crater, watching. He fought right down in the molten waves of it, fought with himself too, more fiercely even than he fought with her. So that now, as years ago, waiting outside the red drawing-room, hearing the stern peremptory tones of the surgeons, the moan of unspeakable physical pain, the grating of a saw, picturing the dismemberment of the living body she so loved, Catherine was tempted to run a little mad and beat her beautiful head against the wall. But age, while taking no jot or tittle from the capacity of suffering, still in sane and healthy natures brings a certain steadiness to the brain and coolness to the blood. Therefore Catherine sat very still and silent, her sweet eyes half closed, her spirit bowed in unspoken prayer. Surely the all-loving God, who but a brief hour ago had vouchsafed her the fair vision of the delight of her youth, would ease his torment and spare her son. And all the while outward nature remained reposeful and gracious in aspect as ever. The churring of the night-jars, the occasional bark of the fox in the warren, the song of the answering nightingales wandered in at open casements. And along with these came the sweetness of the beds of wild thyme from the grass slopes, and the rich, languid scent of the blossoms of the little round-headed orange trees set in green tubs below the carven guardian griffins on the flight of steps leading up to the main entrance. That which had been lovely continued lovely still. And therefore, perhaps, she could hope it even in the fullness of her anguish, the gates of hell might stand open to ascending as well as descending feet, and so that awful road might at last, be retraced by this tormented child of hers, whom, though he railed against her, she still supremely loved. But Richard, whether actually or intentionally it would be difficult to say, misinterpreted and resented her silence and apparent calm. He waited for a time, his eyes fastened upon her half-averted face. Then he picked up one of the remaining packets from the table, tore off the wrapper, and glanced at the contents, stretched out his left arm, holding the said contents suspended over the waste paper basket. "Yes, it is evident," he declared. "Even you do not care to look. Well then, must you not admit that you and I have been guilty of an extravagance of fatuous folly, and worse, in seriously proposing that a well-born, sensitive girl should not only look at, habitually and closely, but take for all her chance in life a crippled dwarf like me, an anomaly, a human curiosity, a creature so unsightly that it must be carried about like any babe in arms, lest its repulsive ungainliness should sicken the bystanders, if leaving the shelter of a railway rug and an armchair, it tries, unhappy brute, to walk. Oh, I'm not angry with her. I don't blame her. I'm not surprised. I agree with her down to the ground. I sympathise and comprehend. No man more. I told her so last night, only amazed at the insane egoism that could ever have induced me to view the matter in any other light. Women are generally disposed to be hard on one another, but if you, my dear mother, should be in any degree tempted to be hard on Constance Quayle, I beg you to consider your own engagement, your own marriage, my father's—" Here Catherine interrupted him, rising in sudden revolt. "No, no, Richard," she said. "That is more, my dear, than I can either permit or can bear. If you have any sort of mercy left in you, do not bring your father's name and that which lies between him and me into this hideous conversation." The young man looked hard at her, and then opening his hand, let the pieces of torn paper flutter down into the basket. It was done with a singularly measured action, symbolic of casting off some last tie, severing some last link which bound his life and his allegiance to his companion. "Yes, exactly," he said. "As I expected, the day of lying being over, you as good as own it an outrage to your taste and your affections, that so frightful a thing as I am should venture to range itself alongside your memories of your husband. Out of your own mouth are you judged, my dear mother, and if I am thus to you, upon whom after all I have some natural claim, what must I be to others? Think of it. What indeed?" Catherine made no attempt to answer. Perception of the grain of truth which seasoned the vast, the glaring injustice of his accusations unnerved her. His speech was ingeniously cruel, his humour such that it was vain to protest, and the hopelessness of it all affected her to the point of physical weakness. She moved across the room, intending to gain the door and go, for it seemed to her the limit of her powers of endurance had been reached. But her strength would not carry her so far. She stumbled on the upturned corner of the shining tiger-skin rug, recovered herself trembling, and laid hold of the high, narrow marble shelf of the chimney-piece for support. She must rest a little, lest her strength should wholly desert her, and she should fall before reaching the door. Behind her, within the circle of lamplight, Richard remained, still sorting, tearing, flinging away that which remained of the pile of papers. This deft, persistent activity of his, in its mixture of purpose and abstraction, was agitating, seeming to Catherine's listening ears as though it might go on endlessly, until not only these waste papers, but all and everything within his reach, things spiritual, things of the heart, duties, obligations, gracious and tender courtesies, as well as things merely material, might be thus relentlessly scrutinized, judged worthless, rent asunder and cast forth. What would be spared, she wondered? What left? And when the work of destruction was completed, what would follow next? Bracing herself, she turned, purposing to close the interview by some brief pleading of indisposition and to escape. But as she did so, the sound of tearing ceased. Richard slipped down from his place at the writing-table, and shuffling across the room, flung himself down in the long, low armchair on the opposite side of the fireplace. "I don't want to detain you for an unreasonable length of time, Mother," he said. "We understand each other in the main, I think, and that without subterfuge or self-deception at last. But there are details to be considered, and as I leave here early tomorrow morning, I think you'll feel with me it's desirable we should have our talk out. There are a good many eventualities for which it's only reasonable and prudent to make provision on the eve of an indefinitely long absence. Practically, a good many people are dependent on me, one way and another, and I don't consider it honourable to leave their affairs at loose ends, however uncertain my own future may be." Richard's voice had still that rasping quality, while his bearing was instinct with a coldly dominating and almost aggressive force. Catherine, though little addicted to fear, felt strangely shaken, strangely alienated by the dead weight of the personality, by perception of the innate and tremendous vigour of this being to whom she had given birth. She had imagined, especially during the last few months of happy and intimate companionship, that if ever mother knew her child, she knew Richard, through and through. But it appeared she'd been mistaken. For here was a new Richard, at once terrible and magnificent, regarding whom she could predicate nothing with certainty. He defied her tenderness, he outpaced her imagination, he paralysed her will. Between his thoughts, desires, intentions, and hers, a blind, blank space had suddenly intruded itself, impenetrable to her thought. In person, he was here, close beside her. In mind, he was despairingly far away. And to this last, not only his words, but his manner, his expression, his singular yet sombre beauty, bore convincing testimony. He had matured with an almost unnatural rapidity, leaving her far behind. In his presence she felt diffident, mentally insecure, even as a child. She remained standing, holding tightly to the narrow ledge of the mantelpiece. She felt dazed and giddy as in face of some upheaval, some cataclysm of nature. In relation to her son, she was conscious, in truth, that her whole world had suffered shipwreck. "Where are you going, Dickie?" she asked at last, very simply. "Anywhere and everywhere where amusement, or even the semblance of it, is to be had," he answered. "Do you wish to know how long I shall be away? Well, just precisely as long as amusement in any form offers itself, and as my power of being amused remains to me. This strikes you as slightly ignoble? I'm afraid that's a point, my dear mother, upon which I am supremely indifferent. You and I have posed rather extensively on the exalted side of things so far, have strained at gnats, and finished up by swallowing a remarkably full-grown camel. This whole business of my proposed marriage has been anything but graceful when looked at in the common-sense way in which most people of necessity look at it. Lord Fallowfield appealed to me against myself, which appeared to me as slightly humorous, as one man of the world to another. That
was an eye-opener. It was likewise a profitable lesson. I promptly laid it to heart. And it is exclusively from the point of view of the man of the world that I propose to regard myself and my circumstances and my personal peculiarities in future. So, to begin with, if you please, from this time forth we put aside all question of marriage in my case. We don't make any more attempts to buy innocent and well-bred young girls, inviting them to condone my obvious disabilities in consideration of my little title and my money.
Richard ceased to look at Lady Calmady. He looked away through the open window into the serene sky of the summer night, a certain hunger in his expression not altogether pleasant to witness.
Fortunately, he continued, with something between a laugh and a sneer, there is a mighty army of women, always has been, who don't come under the head of innocent young girls, though some of them have plenty of breeding of a kind. They attach no superstitious importance to the marriage ceremony. My position and money may obtain me consolations in their direction.
Lady Calmady ceased to require the cold support of the marble mantel-shelf. "It is unnecessary for us to discuss that subject at least, Richard," she said. The young man turned his head again, looking full at her, and again the distance that divided her from him became to her cruelly apparent, while his strength begot in her a shrinking of fear.
"Oh, I'm sorry," he replied, "but I can't agree with you there. It is inevitable that we should differ in the future, and that you should frequently disapprove. I can't expect you to emancipate yourself from prejudice, as I am already emancipated. I'm not sure I even wish that. Still, whatever the future may bring forth, of this, my dear mother, I am determined to make a clean breast tonight, so that you shall never have cause to charge me with lack of frankness or of attempt to deceive you."
Yet at the moment the poor mother's heart cried out to be deceived, if thereby it might be eased a little of suffering. And then, a nobler spirit prevailing within her, Catherine rallied her fortitude. Better he should be bound to her even by cynical avowal of projected vice than not bound at all. Listening now, she gained the right, a bitter enough right, to command a measure of his confidence in those still darker days, which, as she apprehended, only too certainly lay ahead. So she answered calmly, "Go on, Richard. As you say, we may differ in the future. I may disapprove, but I can be silent. You're right. It is better for us both that I should hear." And once more the young man was compelled to yield her a grudging admiration. His tone softened somewhat. "I don't like to see you stand, Mother," he said. "Our conversation may be prolonged. One never quite knows what may crop up. You will be overtired, and tomorrow, when I am gone, there will be things to do." Lady Calmady drew forward the chair from the end of the writing-table. Her back was towards the lamp, her face in shadow. Of this she was glad. In a degree it lessened the strain. The sweet night air, coming in at the open casements, fluttered the lace on her bodice as with the touch of a light, cool hand. Of this she was glad too. It was refreshing, and she grew increasingly exhausted and physically weak. Richard observed her, not without solicitude. "I'm afraid you're not well, Mother," he said. But Catherine shook her head, smiling upon him with misty eyes and lips somewhat tremulous. "I'm always well," she replied. "Only tonight it has been given me to scale heights and sound opposing depths, and I am a little overcome by perplexity and by surprise. But what does that signify? I shall have plenty of time, too much probably, in which to rest and range my ideas when you are gone, my dearest." "You must not be here alone." "Oh, no. People will visit me, no doubt, animated by kindly wishes to lessen my solitude," she answered, still smiling. Remembrance of Honoria St. Quentin's letter came to her mind. Could it be that the girl had some inkling of what was in store for her, and that this had inspired the slight over-warmth of her protestations of affection? "Honoria would always be ready to come, should I ask her," she said. All solicitude passed from Richard's expression, all softening from his tone. "Oh, by all means ask her. That would cap the climax and round the irony of the situation to admiration." "Oh, indeed? But why?" Catherine inquired, painfully impressed by the renewed bitterness of his manner. "If you're fond of her, that is convincingly sufficient. She and I have never been very sympathetic, but that's a detail. I shall be gone. Therefore, pray have her or anybody else you happen to fancy, so long as you do have someone. You mustn't be here alone." "Oh, Julius remains faithful through all chances and changes."
But I imagine even Julius has sufficient social sense to perceive that faithfulness may be a little out of place at this juncture. At least, I sincerely hope he'll perceive it, for otherwise he will have to be made to do so, and that will be a nuisance."
Dicky, what are you implying?" Lady Calmady exclaimed. "By what strange and unlovely thoughts are you possessed tonight?"
"I am learning to look at things as the average man of the world looks at them. That's all," he said. "We have been too refined, you and I, to be self-critical, with the consequence that we have allowed ourselves a considerable degree of latitude in many directions. Julius's permanent residence here ranks among the fine, fanciful disregardings of accepted proprieties with which we have indulged ourselves. But spades are to be called spades in future, at least by me. So, for the very same reason that I go forth, like the average man of the world, to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season, do I object to Julius, or any other man, being your guest during my absence, unless you have some woman of your own position in life living here with you. The levels in social matters have changed, once and for all. I have come to a sane mind, and renounced the eccentric subterfuges and paltry hypocrisies by means of which we have attempted, you and I, to keep disagreeable facts at bay. Truth, naked and unabashable, is the only goddess I worship henceforth." He leaned forward, laying his hands upon the arms of his chair. His manner was harsh still, but all coldness had departed from it. Rather did a white heat of passion consume him, dreadful to witness. "Yes, it is wisest to repeat that, so that on your part there may be no excuse for any shadow of misapprehension. The levels have altered. The old ones can never be restored. I want you to grasp this, Mother. Swallow it and digest it, so that it passes into fibre and tissue of your every thought about me. For an acutely unscientific and ingeniously unreasonable idea obtains widely among respectable, sentimental, so-called religious persons regarding those who are the victims of disfiguring accident, or, like myself, are physically disgraced from birth. Because we have been deprived of our natural rights, because we have so abominably little, we are expected to be slavishly grateful for the contemptible pittance that we have. Because slothfully, by his neglect, or wantonly for his amusement, the Creator has tortured us, maiming, distorting us up as a laughing-stock before all man and womankind, because he has played a ghastly and brutal practical joke on us, fixing the marks of low comedy in our living flesh and bone. Therefore we, forsooth, are to be more pious, more clean-living, temperate and discreet than the rest, to bow amiably beneath the cross and gratefully to kiss the rod. Those irregularities of conduct which are smiled at and taken for granted in a man made after the normal, comely fashion, become a scandal in the case of a poor unhappy devil like me, at which good people hold up their hands in horror. I tell you, I'm sick of such cowardly cant. A pretty example the Almighty's set me of justice and mercy. Handsome encouragement he has given me to be virtuous and sober. Oh, much I have for which to praise his holy name. Arbitrarily, without excuse or faintest show of antecedent reason, he has elected to curse, and the curse will cling for ever and ever, till they lay me in a coffin nearly half as short again as that of any other man, and leave the hideousness of my deformity to be obliterated and purged at last, eaten away by the worms in the dark."
Richard stretched out his hands, palms upwards.
"And in return for all this, shall I bless? Oh, no, indeed. No, thank you. Not even towards God Almighty himself will I play the part of lick, spittle, and sycophant. I have fine enough stuff in me, let alone the energy begotten by the flagrance of his injustice, to take higher grounds with him than that. I will break what men hold to be his laws wherever and whenever I can. I will make hay of his so-called natural and moral order. Just as often as I get the chance, I will curse and again curse back."
The speaker's voice was deep and resonant, filling the whole room. His utterance deliberate and unshaken, his face dark with the malign beauty of implacable hatred. Hearing him and seeing him thus, Catherine Calmady's fortitude forsook her. She ceased to distinguish or discriminate. Nature gave way. She knelt upon the floor before him, her hands clasped, tears coursing down her cheeks. But of her attitude and aspect she was unconscious. "Oh, Richard, Richard," she cried, "forgive me. Curse me, my dearest. Throw all the blame on me, my dearest. I accept it, not on God. Only try to forgive. Forgive me for being your mother. Forgive me that I ever loved and married. Forgive me the intolerable wrong which all unknowingly I did you before your birth. I humble myself before you, and with reason. For I am the cause, I who would give my life for your happiness, my blood for your healing 1,000 times. But through all these years I have done my poor best to serve you and to make up. The hypocrisies and subterfuges which you lash so scornfully, and rightly perhaps, were the fruit of my over-care for you. Rail at me. I deserve it. Perhaps I have been faithless, but only once or twice, and for a moment. I was faithless towards you, here in the garden tonight, but then I supposed you content. Oh, I hardly know what I say. Only rail at me, my beloved, not at God. And then try not to leave me in anger. Try, before you go, to forgive." Richard had sunk back in his chair, his hands clasped under his head, watching her. It gave him the strangest sensation to see his mother kneeling before him thus. At first it shocked him almost to the point of heated protest, as against a thing unpermissible and indecorous. Then the devils of wounded pride, of anarchy and of revolt asserting themselves, he began to relish, to be appeased by the unseemly sight. Little Lady Constance Quayle, and all that of which she was the symbol, had disappointed and escaped him. But here was a woman worth 12 Constance Quayles, in beauty, in intellect, and in heart, prostrate before him, imploring his clemency, as the penitent implores the absolution of the priest. An evil gladness took him that he had power thus to subjugate so regal a creature. his gluttony of inflicting pain, since he himself suffered, his gluttony of exercising dominion, since he himself had been defied and defrauded, was in a degree satisfied. His arrogance was at once reinforced and assuaged. "It is absurd to speak of forgiveness," he said, presently and slowly, "as it is absurd to speak of restitution. These are mere words, having no real tally in fact. We appear to have volition, but actually and essentially we are as leaves driven by the wind. Where it blindly drives, there we blindly go. So it has been from the beginning, so it always will be. In the last 24 hours there are many things I have ceased to believe in, and among them, my dear mother, is human responsibility." He paused and motioned Lady Calmady towards her chair with a certain authority. "Therefore, calm yourself," he said. "Grieve as little as may be about all this matter, and let us talk it over without further emotion." He waited a brief space, giving her time to recover her composure, and then continued coldly, with a careful abstention from any show of feeling. "Let us clear our minds of cant, and go forward knowing that there really is neither good nor evil. For these, even as God himself, whose existence I treated from the anthropomorphic standpoint just now, so as to supply myself with a target to shoot at, a windmill at which to tilt, a row of 9-pins set up for the mere satisfaction of knocking them down again, these are plausible delusions invented by man in the vain effort to protect himself and his fellows from the profound sense of loneliness and impotence which seizes on him if he catches so much as a passing glimpse of the gross comedy of human aspiration, human affection, briefly, human existence." But strive as he might, excitement gained on Richard once more, for young blood is hot and gallops masterfully along the veins, especially under the whip of real or imagined disgrace. He sat upright, grasping the arms of his chair, and looking not at his mother, but away into the deep of the summer night. "Perhaps my personal peculiarities confer on me unusually acute perception of the inherent grossness of the human comedy. I propose to take the lesson to heart. They teach me not to sacrifice the present to the future, but to fling away ideals like so much waste paper, and just take that which I can immediately get. They tell me to limit my horizon, and go the common way of common, coarse-grained, sensual man, in as far as that way is possible to me, and be of this world worldly. And so, mother, I want you to understand that from this day forth I turn over a new leaf, not only in thought, but in conduct. I am going to have just all that my money and position, and even this vile deformity, for by God I'll use that too, what people won't give for love they'll give for curiosity, all that can bring me of pleasure and notoriety. I'm going to lay hold of life with these rather horribly strung arms of mine." He looked across at Lady Calmady with a sneering smile. "Strong?" he repeated. "Strong as a young bull ape's. I mean to tear the very vitals out of living, to tear knowledge, excitement, intoxication out of it, making them by right of conquest my own. I will compel existence to yield me all that it yields other men and more, because my senses are finer, my acquaintance with sorrow more intimate, my quarrel with fortune more vital and more just. As I cannot have a wife, I'll have mistresses. As I cannot have honest love, I'll have gratified lust. I'm not stupid. I shall not follow the beaten track. My imagination has been stimulated into rather dangerous activity by the prenatal insult put upon me, and now that I have emancipated myself, I propose to apply my imagination practically." The young man flung himself back in his chair again.
"There ought to be startling results," he said with gloomy exultation. "Don't you think so, Mother? There should be startling results."
Lady Calmady bowed herself together, putting her hands over her eyes. Then, raising her head, she managed to smile at him, though very sadly, her sweet face drawn by exhaustion and marred by lately shed tears. "Oh, yes, my dearest," she answered. "No doubt the results will be startling. But whether any sensible increase of happiness, either to yourself or others, will be counted among them, is open to question."
Richard laughed bitterly. "I shall have lived anyhow," he rejoined, "worn out, not rusted and rotted out, which, according to our former fine fanciful programme, seemed the only probable consummation of my unlucky existence."
His tone changed, becoming quietly businesslike and indifferent.
"I'm entering horses for some of the French events, and I go through Paris tomorrow to see various men there and make the necessary arrangements. I shall take Chiffney with me for a few days, but the stables will not give you any trouble. He will have given all the orders."
"Very well," Catherine said mechanically.
"Later I shall go on to Baden-Baden."
Catherine rallied somewhat.
"Helen de Vallorbe is there," she said, not without a trace of her former pride. "Certainly Helen de Vallorbe is there," he answered. "That is why I go. I want to see her. It is inconsistent, I admit, for Helen remains the one person gloriously untouched by the wreck of the former order of things. Pray let there be no misconception on that point. She belonged to the ideal order. She belongs to it still."
"Oh, my dear, my dear!" Catherine almost cried. His perversity hurt her a little too much, so that the small, upspringing flame of decent pride was quenched.
"Yes," he went on, "there was my initial, my cardinal mistake. For I was a traitor to all that was noblest and best in me when I persuaded myself, and weakly permitted you to persuade me, that a loveless marriage is better than a love in which marriage is impossible. That Lady Constance Quayle, poor little soul, bought, paid for, and my admitted property, could fill Helen's place, though Helen was, and I intend her to remain so, for I care for her enough to hold her honour as sacred as I do your own, she is for ever inaccessible."
Lady Calmady staggered to her feet. "That is enough, Richard," she said. "That is enough. If you have more to say, in pity leave it till tomorrow."
The young man looked at her strangely. "You're ill, Mother," he said.
"No, no, I'm only broken-hearted," she replied, "and a broken heart, alas, never killed so healthy a body as mine. I shall survive this, and more perhaps, God knows. Do not vex yourself about me, Dicky. Go, live your life as it seems fit to you. I haven't the will, even had I the right, to restrain you. And meanwhile I will be the steward of your goods, as long ago when you were a child and belonged to me wholly. You can trust me to be faithful and discreet, at least in financial and practical matters. If you ever need me, I will come even to the ends of the earth, and should the desire take you to return, here you will find me. So, goodbye, my darling. I'm foolishly tired. I grow light-headed and dare not linger, lest in my weakness I say that which I afterwards regret." She passed to the door and went out without looking back. Left to himself, Richard Calmady crossed to the writing-table, swung himself up into the revolving chair, and remained there sorting and docketing papers far into the night. But once, stooping with long-armed adroitness to unlock the lowest drawer of the table, a madness of disgust towards the unsightliness of his own person seized on and tore him.
"Oh, God, God, God!" God, he cried aloud in the extremity of his passion, why hast thou made me thus? And to that question, as yet, there was no answer, though it rang afar over the sleeping park and up to the clear, shining stars of the profound and peaceful summer night. End of Chapter 9 of Book 4. Book 5, Chapter 1 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Rake's Progress. Chapter 1, in which the reader is courteously entreated to grow older by the space of some 4 years and to sail southward ho away. The southeasterly wind came fresh across the bay from the crested range of the Monte Sant'Angelo. The blossoms of the Judas trees, breaking from the smooth grey stems and branches on which they perched so quaintly, fell in a red-mauve shower upon the slabs of the marble pavement, upon the mimic waves of the fountain basin, and upon the clustering curls and truncated shoulders of the bust of Homer standing in the shade of the grove of cypress and ilex which sheltered the square, high-lying hill garden at this hour of the morning from the fierceness of the sun. They floated as far even as the semicircular steps of the pavilion on the extreme right, the leaded dome of which showed dark and livid on the one side, white and glistering on the other, against the immense and radiant panorama of mountain, sea, and sky. The garden, its fountains, neatly clipped shrubs, and formal paved alleys, was backed by a large villa of the square, flat-roofed order common to southern Italy. The record of its age had recently suffered modification by application of a coat of stucco of a colour indeterminate between faint lemon yellow and pearl grey, and by the renovation of the fine arabesques, Pompeian in character, decorating the narrow interspaces between its treble range of Venetian shutters. Otherwise, the aspect of the Villa Valorbe showed but small alteration since the year when, for a few socially historic weeks, the glorious Lady Blessington and her strangely assorted train condescended to occupy it prior to taking up their residence at the Palazzo Belvedere nearby. The walls were sufficiently massive to withstand a siege. The windows of the ground floor, set in deeply hewn ashlar work, were cross-barred as those of a prison. Above, the central windows and door of the entresol opened on to a terrace of black and white marble, from which at either end a wide, shallow-stepped, curved stairway led down into the garden. The first floor consisted of a suite of noble rooms, each of whose lofty windows gave on to a balcony of wrought ironwork, very ornate in design. The topmost story, immediately below the painted frieze of the parapet, coincided in height and in detail with the entresol. The villa was superbly situated upon an advancing spur of hill, so that looking down from its balconies, looking out from between the pale and slender columns of the pavilion, the whole city of Naples lay revealed below. Naples, that bewildering union of modern commerce and classic association, its domes, its palms, its palaces, its crowded, hoarse-shouting quays, its theatres and giant churches, its steep and filthy lanes, black with shadow, its reeking markets, its broad, sun-scorched piazzas, its glittering blue waters, its fringing forest of tall masts, and innumerable close-packed hulls of ocean-going ships. Naples, city of glaring contrasts, heaven of rascality, hell of horses, unrivalled all the Western world over for natural beauty, for spiritual and moral grossness. Naples, breeding, teeming, laughing, fighting, and festering, city of music, city of fever and death. Naples, at once abominable and enchanting, city to which, in spite of noise, stenches, cruelty and squalor,
those will return of necessity and return again whose imagination has once been taken captive in the meshes of her many-coloured net. And among the captives of Naples on the brilliant morning in question in the early spring of the year 1871, open-eared and open-eyed to its manifest and manifold incongruities, relishing alike the superficial beauty and underlying bestiality of it, was very certainly Helen de Vallorbe. Several years had elapsed since she had visited this fascinating locality, and she could congratulate herself upon conditions adapted to a more intimate and comprehensive acquaintance with its very various humours than she had ever enjoyed before. She had spent more than one winter here, it is true, immediately subsequent to her marriage, but she had then been required to associate exclusively with the members of her husband's family, and to fill a definite position in the aristocratic society of the place. The tone of that society was not a little lax, yet being notably defective in the saving grace of humour, as to the feminine portion of it at all events, its laxity proved sadly deficient in vital interest. The fair Neapolitans displayed as small intelligence in their intrigues as in their piety. In respect of both, they remained ignorant, prejudiced, hopelessly conventional. Their noble ancestresses of the Renaissance understood and did these things better, so Helen reflected. She found herself both bored and irritated. She feared she had taken up her residence in southern Italy quite 3 centuries too late. But all that was in the past, heaven be praised for it. Just now she was her own mistress, at liberty, thanks to the fortunes of war, to comport herself as she pleased and obey any caprice that took her. The position was ideal in its freedom, while the intrinsic value of it was enhanced by contrast with recent disagreeable experiences. For the alarms and deprivations of the siege of Paris were but lately over. She had come through them unscathed in health and fortune, yet they had left their mark. During those months of all-encompassing disappointment and disaster, the eternal laughter in which she trusted had rung harshly sardonic to the breaking down of self-confidence and light-hearted cynic philosophy. It scared her somewhat. It made her feel old. It chilled her with suspicion of the actuality of the 4 last things, death and judgment, heaven and hell. The power of a merry scepticism waxed faint amid the scream of shells and long-drawn murderous crackle of the mitrailleuse. Helen indeed became actively superstitious, thereby falling low in her own self-esteem. She took to frequenting churches and spending long, still days with the nuns, her former teachers, within the convent of the Sacré-Cœur. Circumstances so worked upon her that she made her submission and was solemnly and duly received back into the fold of the church. She confessed ardently, yet with certain politic reservations. The priest, after all, is but human. It is only charitable to be considerate of his feelings, so she argued, and avoid overburdening his conscience, poor dear man, by blackening your own reputation too violently. The practice of religion was a help. Truly it was, since it served to pass the time. And then who could tell but that it might not prove really useful hereafter, as when all is said and done, those dread 4 last things will present themselves to the mind in hours of depression with haunting pertinacity. It is clearly wise, then, to be on the safe side of Holy Church in these matters, accepting her own assertion that she is very certainly on the safe side of the Deity. Yet, notwithstanding her pious exercises, Helen de Vallorbe found existing circumstances excessively disturbing and disquieting. She was filled with an immense self-pity. She feared her health was failing. She became nervously sensible of her 28 years, telling herself that her youth and the glory of it had departed. She wore black dresses, rolled bandages and pulled lint.
Selecting Mary Magdalene as her special intercessor, she made a careful study of the life and legends of that saint. This proved stimulating to her imagination. She proceeded to write a little one-act drama concerning the holy woman's dealings, subsequent to her conversion, quite late in life, in fact, with such as survived of her former lovers. The dialogue was very moving in parts. Helen read it aloud one bleak January evening by the light of a single candle to her friend, Monsieur Paul d'Estournel, poet and novelist, with whom just then, by her own desire, her relations were severely platonic, and they both wept. The application, though delicate, was obvious, and those tears appeared to lay the dust of so many pleasant sins and promise fertilization of so heavy a crop of virtue, that, by inevitable action of the law of contraries, the two friends found it more than ever difficult to say farewell and part that night. Now, looking back on all that, viewing it calmly in perspective, her action and attitude struck Helen as somewhat imbecile. Prayer and penitence have too often a tendency to kick the beam when fear ceases to weight the balance. And so it followed that the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eye, and the pride of life presented themselves to her as powers by no means contemptible or unworthy of invocation this morning, while she sat at the luxuriously furnished breakfast table beneath the glistering dome of the airy pavilion, and gazed out between its slender columns over the curving lines of the painted city and glittering waters of the bay to the cone of Vesuvius rising in imperial purple against the azure sky. Today, sign, as she noted, of fine weather, omen, as she trusted, of good fortune, the smoke of its everlasting burnings towered up and up into the translucent atmosphere, and then drifted away, a gigantic wedge-shaped pennon, towards Capri and the open sea. And beholding these things out of simple physical well-being, fullness of bread and conviction of her own undiminished beauty and the merry devilry begotten of these, she fell to projecting a companion one-act drama, founded upon the life of the Magdalene, but this time before the saint's conversion, at an altogether earlier stage of her very instructive history. And this drama she would not read to Monsieur d'Estournel, not a bit of it. In it he should have neither part nor lot. Registering which determination, she shook her charming, honey-coloured head, holding up both hands with a gesture of humorous and well-defined repudiation. For, in truth, the day of Monsieur d'Estournel appeared just now to be very effectually over. It had been reasonable enough to urge her natural fears in journeying through a war-distracted land, although guarded by Charles, most discreet and resourceful of English men-servants, and Zélie Forestière, most capable of French ladies' maids, as excuse for Paul d'Estournel joining her at a wayside station a short distance out of Paris and accompanying her south. À la guerre comme à la guerre. A beautiful woman can hardly be too careful of her person amid the many and primitive dangers which battle and invasion let loose. De Vallorbe himself, detestably jealous though he was, could hardly have objected to her thus securing effective protection, had he been acquainted with the fact. That he was not so acquainted was, of course, the veriest oversight. But the frontier once reached, the better part of 3 weeks had elapsed in the reaching of it, and all danger of war and tumult past, both the necessity and, to be frank, the entertainment of Monsieur d'Estournel's presence became less convincing. Helen grew a trifle weary of his transports, his suspicions, his belle tête de Jésus souffrante, his insatiable literary and personal vanity. The charm, the excitement of the situation began to wear rather threadbare, while the practical inconveniences and restrictions it imposed increasingly disclosed themselves. A lover, as Helen reflected, provided you see enough of him, offers but small improvement upon a husband. He is liable to become possessive and didactic after the manner of the natural man. He is liable to forget that the relation is permitted, not legalized, that it exists on sufferance merely, and is therefore terminable at the will of either party. The last days of that same southern journey had been marked by misunderstandings and subsequent reconciliations in an ascending scale of acrimony and fervour on the part of her companion. In Helen's case, familiarity tended very rapidly to breed contempt. She ceased to be in the least amused by these recurring agitations. At Pisa, after a scene of particularly excited nature, she lost all patience, frankly told her admirer that she found him not a little ridiculous, and requested him to remove himself, his grievances, and his belle tête de Jésus elsewhere. Monsieur d'Estournel took refuge in nerves, threats of morphia, and his bedchamber, in the chaste seclusion of which apartment Helen left him unvisited and unconsoled, while, attended by her servants, she gaily resumed her journey. An adorable sense of independence possessed her, of the charm of her own society, of the absence of all external compelling or directing of her movements. No circumscription of her liberty possible, the world before her where to choose. Not only were privations, dismal hauntings of siege and slaughter left behind, and Monsieur d'Estournel, just now most wearisome of lovers, left behind also, but de Vallorbe himself had for the time being become a permissibly negligible quantity. The news of more fighting, more bloodshed had just reached her, though the German armies were marching back to the now wholly German Rhine. For upon unhappy Paris had come an hour of deeper humiliation than any which would be procured by the action of foreign foes. She was a kingdom divided against herself, a mother scandalously torn by her own children. News had reached Helen, too, news special and highly commendatory of her husband, Angelo Luigi Francesco. Early in that eventful struggle, he had enlisted in the Garde Mobile, all the manhood and honest sentiment resident in him stirred into fruitful activity by the shame and peril of his adopted country. Now Helen learned he had distinguished himself in the holding of Châtillon against the insurgents, had been complimented by MacMahon upon his endurance and resource, had been offered and had accepted a commission in the regular army. Promotion was rapid during the latter months of the war, and probability pointed to the young man having started on a serious military career. "Well, let him both start and continue," Helen commented. "I'm the last person to be otherwise than delighted thereat. Just in proportion as he is occupied, he ceases to be inconvenient. If he succeeds, good. If he is shot, good likewise. For him, laurels and a hero's tomb. For me, crape and permanent emancipation. An agreeably romantic conclusion to a profoundly unromantic marriage. Fresh proof were such needed of the truth of the immortal Dr. Pangloss's saying that all is for the best in this best of all possible worlds." In such happy frame of mind did Madame de Vallorbe continue during her visit to Florence and upon her onward way to Perugia. But there self-admiration ceased to be all sufficient for her. She needed to read confirmation of that admiration in other eyes. And the grey Etruscan city, uplifted on its star-shaped hill, offered her a somewhat grim reception. Piercing winds swept across the Tiber valley from the still snow-clad Apennines above Assisi. The austere, dark-walled, Lombard Gothic churches and palaces showed forbidding, merciless almost, through the driving wet. Even in fair summer weather, suspicion of ancient and implacable terror lurks in the shadow of those cyclopean gateways and stalks over the unyielding rock-hewn pavements of those solemn medieval streets. There was an incalculable element in Perugia which raised a certain anger in Helen. The place seemed to defy her and make light of her pretensions. As during the siege of Paris, so now echoes of the eternal laughter saluted her ears, ironic in tone. Nor was the society offered by the residents in the hotel, weather-bound like herself, of a specially enlivening description. It was composed almost exclusively of middle-aged English and American ladies, widows and spinsters, of blameless morals and anxiously active intelligence. They wrapped their lean forms in woolen shawls and ill-cut jackets. They pervaded salon and corridors, guide-book in hand. They discoursed of Umbrian antiquities, Etruscan tombs, frescoes and architecture. Having but little life in themselves, they tried rather vainly to warm both hands at the fire of the life of the past. Among them, Helen, in her vigorous and self-secure, though fine-drawn beauty, was about as much at home as a young panther in a hen-roost. They admired, they vaguely feared, they greatly wondered at her. Had one of those glorious young gallants, Baglioni or Oddi, clothed in scarlet, winged, helmeted, sword on thigh, as Perugino has painted them on the walls of the Sala del Cambio, very strangest union of sensuous worldliness and radiant archangelic grace, had one of those magnificent gentlemen ruffled into the hotel parlour, he could hardly have startled the eyes and perplexed the understanding of the virtuous and learned Anglo-Saxon and transatlantic feminine beings there assembled more than did Madame de Vallorbe. For all such sexless creatures, for the great company of women in whose outlook man plays no immediate or active part, Helen had in truth small respect. They appeared to her so absurdly inadequate, so contemptibly divorced from the primary interests of existence. More than once, in a spirit of mischievous malice, she was tempted to bid the good ladies lay aside their Baedekers and Murrays, and increase their knowledge of the Italian character and language by study of the Novelle of Bandello, or of certain merry tales to be found in the pages of the Decameron. She had copies of both works in her travelling bag. She was prepared, moreover, to illustrate such ancient saws by modern instances, for the truth of which last she could quite honestly vouch. But on second thoughts she spared her victims. The quarry was not worth the chase. What self-respecting panther can, after all, go a-hunting in a hen-roost? So, from the neighbourhood of their unlovely clothes, questioning glances, and undervitalised pursuit of art and literature, she removed herself to her sitting-room upstairs. Charles should serve her there in future, for to sit at table with these neuters, clothed in amorphous garments, came near upsetting her digestion. Meanwhile, as she watched the rain streaming down the panes of the big windows, watched thin-legged, heavily cloaked figures tacking wind-buffeted across the grey-black street into the shelter of some cavernous porte-cochere, it must be owned her spirits went very sensibly down into her boots. Even the presence of the despised and repudiated d'Estournel would have been grateful to her. Remembrance of all the less successful episodes of her career assaulted her, and in that connection, of necessity, the thought of Brockhurst returned upon her. For neither the affair of her childhood, that of the little dancer with blush roses in her hat, or the other affair of now nearly 4 years back, the intimate drama frustrated within sight of its climax by intervention of Lady Calmady, neither could be counted otherwise than as failures. It was strange how deep-seated was her discontent under this head. As on Queen Mary's heart the word Calais, so on hers Brockhurst, she sometimes thought, might be found written when she was dead. In the last 4 years Richard had given her princely gifts. He had treated her with a fine old-world chivalry as something sacred and apart, but he rarely sought her society. He seemed rather carefully to elude her pursuit. His name was not exactly a patent of discretion and rectitude in these days, unfortunately. Still, Helen found his care of her reputation, as far as association of her name with his went, somewhat exaggerated. She could hardly believe him to be indifferent to her, and yet... Oh, the whole matter was unsatisfactory, abominably unsatisfactory, of a piece with the disquieting influences of this grim and fateful city, with the detestable weather evident there without. And then suddenly an idea came to Helen de Vallorbe, causing the delicate colour to spring into her cheeks and the light into her eyes, veiled by those fringed semi-transparent lids. For some 2 years earlier, Richard Calmady had taken her husband's villa at Naples on lease, it offering, as he said, a convenient pied-à-terre to him while yachting along the adjacent coasts, up the Black Sea to Odessa and eastward as far as Aden and the Persian Gulf. The house, save for the actual fabric of it, had become rather dilapidated and ruinate. To de Vallorbe it appeared clearly advantageous to get the property off his hands and touch a considerable yearly sum, rather than have his pocket drained by outgoings on a place in which he no longer cared to live. So the Villa Vallorbe passed for the time being into Richard Calmady's possession. It pleased his fancy. Helen heard he had restored and refurnished it at a great expenditure of money and of taste. These facts she recalled, and, recalling them, found both the actuality of rain-blurred, wind-scourged town without, and anger-begetting memories of Brockhurst within, fade before a seductive vision of sun-bathed Naples and of that nobly placed and painted villa, in which, as it seemed to her, was just now resident promise of high entertainment, the objective delight of abnormal circumstance, the subjective delight of long-cherished revenge. All the rapture of her existing freedom came back on her, while her brain, fertile in forecast of adventure, projected scenes and situations not unworthy of the pen of Boccaccio himself. Fired by such thoughts, she moved from the window, stood before a tall glass at right angles to it, and contemplated her own fair reflection long and intimately. An absorbing interest in the general effect and in the details of her person possessed her. She moved to and fro, observing the grace of her carriage, the set of her hips, the slenderness of her waist. She unfastened her soft, trailing tea-gown, throwing the loose bodice of it back, critically examining her bare neck, the swell of her beautiful bosom, the firm contours of her arms from shoulder to elbow. Her skin was of a clear golden whiteness, smooth, fine in texture as that of a child. Placing her hands on the gilded frame of the mirror, high up on either side, she observed her face, exquisitely healthful in colour, even as seen in this mournful afternoon light. She leaned forward, gazing intently into her own eyes, meeting in them, as Narcissus in the surface of the fatal pool, the radiant image of herself. And this filled her with a certain intoxication, a voluptuous self-love, a profound persuasion of the power and completeness of her own beauty. She caressed her own neck, her own lips with lingering fingertips. She bent her bright head and kissed the swell of her cup-like breasts. Never had she received so entire assurance of the magic of her own personality. "It is all as perfect as ever," she exclaimed exultantly, "and while it remains perfect, it should be made use of." Helen waved her hand, smiling to the smiling image in the mirror. "You and I together, your beauty and my brains, I pit the pair of us against all mankind. Together we have worked pretty little miracles before now, causing the proud to lay aside their pride and the godly their virtue. A man of strange passions shall hardly escape us, nor shall the mother that bare him escape either." Her face hardened, her laughing eyes paled to the colour of fine steel. She lifted the soft curling hair from off her right temple,
disclosing a small crescent-shaped scar. "That is the one blemish, and we will exact the price of it, you and I, to the ultimate sou." Then she moved away, overcome by sudden amusement at her own attitude, which she perceived risked being slightly comic. Heroics were, to her thinking, unsuitable articles for home consumption, yet her purpose held none the less strongly and steadily because excitement lessened. She refastened her tea-gown, tied the streaming azure ribbons of it, patted bows and laces into place, walked the length of the room a time or two to recover her composure, and then rang the bell. And on the arrival of Charles, irreproachably correct in dress and demeanour, his clean-shaven, sharp-featured, rakish countenance controlled to praiseworthy nullity of expression, she said, "The weather is abominable." The manservant set down the tray on a little table before her, turned out the corners of the napkin, deftly arranged the tea-things. "It is a little dull, milady." "How is the glass?" "Falling steadily, milady." "I cannot remain here." "No, milady?" "Find out about the train south, to Naples." "Yes, milady. We can join the Roman express at Chiusi. When does your ladyship wish to start?" "I must telegraph first." "Certainly, milady." Charles produced telegraph forms. It was Helen's boast that upon request the man could produce any known object from a packet of pins to a white elephant or fully manned battleship. She had a lively regard for her servant's ability, and so had he, it may be added, for that of his mistress. The telegram was written and dispatched, but the reply took 4 days in reaching Madame de Vallorbe, and during those days it rained incessantly. The said reply came in the form of a letter. Sir Richard Calmady was at Constantinople, so the writer, Bates, his steward, had reason to believe, but it was probable he would return to Naples shortly. Meanwhile he, the steward, had permanent orders to the effect that the villa was at Madame de Vallorbe's disposition should she at any time express the wish to visit it. She would find everything prepared for her reception. This information caused Helen singular satisfaction. It was very charming, very courteous of Richard thus to remember her. She set forth from Perugia full of ingenious purpose, deliciously light of heart. Thus did it come about that on the aforementioned gay spring morning, Madame de Vallorbe breakfasted beneath the glistering dome of the airy pavilion, all Naples outstretched before her, while the blossoms of the Judas trees fell in a red-mauve shower upon the slabs of the marble pavement and the mimic waves of the fountain basin, and upon the clustered curls and truncated shoulders of the bust of Homer stationed within the soft gloom of the ilex and cypress grove. She had arrived there the previous evening, and had met with a dignified welcome from the numerous household. Her manner was gracious, kindly, and captivating. She intended it to be all that. She slept well, rose in buoyant health and spirits, partook of a meal offering example of the most finished Italian cooking. Finish in any department appealed to Helen's artistic sense. Life was sweet. Moreover, it was supremely interesting. Her breakfast ended, rising from her place at table, she looked away to the purple cone of the great volcano and the uprising of the smoke of its everlasting burnings. The sight of this magnificent, menacing evidence of the anarchic might of the powers of nature quickened the pagan instinct in her. She wanted to worship, and even in so doing she became aware of a kindred something in herself, of an answering and anarchic energy, a certain menace to the conventional works and ways and fancied security of groping, purblind man. The insolence of a great lady, the dangerously primitive instincts of a great courtesan, filled her with an enormous pride, a reckless self-confidence. Turning, she glanced back across the formal garden, bright with waxen camellias set in glossy foliage, with early roses, with hyacinths, lemon and orange blossom, towards the villa. Upon the black and white marble balustrade a man leaned his elbows. She could see his broad shoulders, his bare head. From his height she took him at first to be kneeling, as motionless he looked towards her and towards the splendid view. Then she perceived that he was not kneeling, but standing upright. She understood, and a very vital sensation ran right through her, causing the queerest turn in her blood. "Mercy of heaven," she said to herself, "is it conceivable that now, at this time of day, I am capable of the egregious folly of losing my head?" End of chapter 1 of book 5. Book 5, Chapter 2 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Chapter 2, wherein time is discovered to have worked changes. Helen, however, did not stay to debate as to the state of her affections. She had had more than enough of reflection of late. Now action invited her. She responded. The sweep of her turquoise blue cloth skirts sent the fallen Judas blossoms dancing to left and right in crazy whirling companies. She did not wait even to put on her broad-brimmed garden hat, the crown of it encircled, as luck would have it, by a garland of pale pink tulle and pale pink roses, but braved the sunshine with no stouter head covering than the coils of her honey-coloured hair. Rapidly she passed up the central alley between the double row of glossy-leaved camellia bushes, laughter in her downcast eyes, and a delicious thrill of excitement at her heart. She felt strong and light, her being vibrant, penetrated and sustained throughout by the bracing air, the sparkling, crystal-clear atmosphere. Yet for all her eagerness, Helen remained an artist. She would not forestall effects. Thriftily she husbanded sensations, and thus, reaching the base of the black and white marble wall supporting the terrace, where midway in its long length it was broken by an arched grotto of rough-hewn stonework in which maidenhair fern rooted, the delicate fronds of it caressing the shoulders of an undraped nymph with ever-dripping water-pitcher upon her rounded hip, Helen turned sharp to the left and arrived at the bottom of the descending flight of steps without once looking up. That Richard Calmady still leaned on the balustrade some 12 to 14 feet above that same cool green grotto she knew well enough, but she did not choose to anticipate either sight or greeting of him. Both should come to her as a whole. She would receive a single and unqualified impression. So, silently, without apparent haste, she passed up the flight of shallow steps onto the edge of the wide black and white checkerboard platform. It was sunbathed, suspended as it seemed between that glorious prospect of city, mountain, sea, and the unsullied purity of the southern heavens. It was vacant, save for the solitary figure and the sharp-edged yet amorphous shadow cast by that same figure. For the young man had moved as she came up from the garden below. He stood clear of the balustrade, only the fingers of his left hand resting upon the handrail of it. Seeing him thus, the strangeness, the grotesque incompleteness of his person struck her as never before. But this, though it did not move her to mirth as in her childhood, moved her to pity no more now than it had then. That which it did was to deepen, to stimulate her excitement, to provoke and to satisfy the instinct of cruelty latent in every pagan nature such as hers. Could Helen have chosen the moment of her birth, she would have been a great lady of imperial Rome, holding power of life and death over her slaves and the mutes and eunuchs with which the East should have furnished her palace in the Eternal City, and her dainty villa away there on the purple flanks of Vesuvius at Herculaneum or Pompeii. The delight of her own loveliness, of her own triumphant health and activity, would have been increased tenfold by the sight of, by power over, such stultified and hopelessly disenfranchised human creatures. And the first sight of Richard Calmady now, though she did not stop very certainly to analyse the exact how and why of her increasing satisfaction, took its root in this same craving for ascendancy by means of the suffering and loss of others, while unconsciously the fine flavour of her satisfaction was heightened by the fact that the victim now before her was her equal in birth, her superior in wealth, in intelligence and worldly station. But as she drew nearer, Richard the while making no effort to go forward and receive her, buoyant self-complacency and self-congratulation suffered diminution. For, rehearsing this same meeting during those rain-blotted days of waiting at Perugia, imagination had presented Dicky as the inexperienced, tender-hearted, sweet-natured lad she had known and beguiled at Brockhurst 4 years earlier. As has already been stated, her meetings with him since then had been brief and infrequent. Now she perceived that imagination had played a silly trick upon her. The boy she had left, the man who stood waiting her so calmly, were, save in one distressing peculiarity, 2 widely different persons. For in the interval Richard Calmady had eaten very freely of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and that diet had left its mark not only on his character, but on his appearance. He had matured notably, all traces of ingenuous boyish charm having vanished. His skin, though darkened by recent seafaring, was colourless. His features were at once finer and more pronounced than of old, the bone of the face giving it a noticeable rigidity of outline, index at once of indomitable will and irreproachable breeding. The powerful jaw and strong muscular neck might have argued a measure of brutality, but happily the young man's mouth had not coarsened. His lips were compressed, relaxing rarely into the curves which as a lad had rendered his smile so peculiarly engaging. Still, there was no trace of grossness in their form or expression. Hard living had indeed, in Richard's case, been a matter of research rather than of appetite. The intellectual part of him had never fallen wholly into bondage to the animal. He explored the borders of the forbidden, hoping to find some anodyne with which to assuage the ache of a vital discontent, rather than by any compulsion of natural lewdness. Much of this quick-witted Helen quickly apprehended. He was cleverer, more serious and mentally more distinguished than she had supposed him, and this, while opening up new sources of interest and pricking her ambition of conquest, disclosed unforeseen difficulties in the way of such conquest. Moreover, she was slightly staggered by the strength and inscrutability of his countenance, the repose of his bearing and manner. His eyes affected her oddly. They were cold and clear as some frosty winter's night, the pupils of them very small. They seemed to see all things, and yet tell nothing. They were as windows opening onto an endless perspective of empty space. They at once challenged curiosity and baffled inquiry. Helen's excitement deepened, and she was sensible it needed all the subjective support, all the indirect flattery with which the fact of his deformity supplied her self-love to prevent her standing in awe of him. As consequence, her address was impulsive rather than studied. "Oh, Richard, I have had a detestable winter," she said. "It wore upon me. It demoralized me. I was growing dull, superstitious even. I wanted to get away, to put a long distance between myself and certain experiences, certain memories. I wanted to hear another language. You have always been sympathetic to me. It was natural, if a little unconventional, to take refuge with you." Madame de Vallorbe spoke with an unaccustomed and very seductive air of apology, her face slightly flushed, her arms hanging straight at her sides, the long pink tulle strings of the hat she carried in her left hand trailing upon the black and white squares of the pavement. To do so seemed obvious in contemplation. I did not stop to consider possible objections. But in execution, the objections become hourly more glaringly apparent. I want you to reassure me. Tell me I have not dared too greatly in coming thus uninvited."
"Oh, of course not," he answered. "I hope you found the house comfortable and everything prepared for you. The servants had their orders."
I know that you should have provided against the possibility of my coming some day moved me a little more than I care to tell you." Helen paused, looking upon him, and that look had in it a delicate affinity to a caress. But the young man's manner, though faultlessly courteous, was lacking in any hint of enthusiasm. Helen could have imagined, and that angered her, something of irony in his tone.
"Oh, there's no matter for thanks," he said. "The house was yours and will be yours again. The least I can do, since you and de Vallorbes are good enough to let me live in it meanwhile, is to beg you to make any use you please of it. Indeed, it is I, rather than you, who come uninvited just now. I had not intended being back here for another month. But there was a case of something suspiciously like cholera on board my yacht at Constantinople, and it seemed wisest to get away to sea as soon as possible. One of the firemen. Oh, he's all right now. Still, I shall send him home to England. He's a married man, the only one I have on board. A useful fellow, but he must go. I don't choose to take the responsibility of creating the widow and the fatherless whenever one of my crew chances to fall sick and depart into the unknown."
Richard talked on, very evidently for the mere sake of passing the time, and all the while those eyes, which told nothing, dwelt quietly upon Helen de Vallorbe until she became nervously impatient of their scrutiny. For it was not at all thus that she had pictured and rehearsed this meeting during those days of waiting at Perugia.
"We got in last night," he continued, "but I slept on board. I heard you had just arrived, and I did not care to run the risk of disturbing you after your journey."
"Oh, you're very considerate," Helen remarked. She was surprised out of all readiness of speech. This new Richard impressed her, but she resented his manner. He took her so very much for granted. Admiration and homage were to her as her daily bread, and that any man should fail to offer them caused her frank amazement. It did more. It raised in her a longing to inflict pain. He might not admire, but at least he should not remain indifferent. Therefore she backed a couple of steps, so as to get a good view of Richard Calmady, and without any disguise of her purpose, took a comprehensive and leisurely survey of his dwarfed and mutilated figure. While doing so, she pinned on her rose-trimmed hat and twisted the long tulle strings of it about her throat. "You have altered a good deal, Richard," she said reflectively.
"Probably," he answered. "I had a good deal to learn, being a very thin-skinned young simpleton. In part, anyhow, I have learned it, and I do my best practically to apply my knowledge. But if I have altered, so happily have not you."
"I remain a simpleton?" she inquired, her irritation finding voice.
"You cannot very well remain that which you have never been. What you do remain is, if I may say so, victoriously yourself, unspoiled, unmodified by contact with that singularly stupid invention, society. True to my earliest recollections of you, even—" Richard shuffled closer to the balustrade,
threw his left arm across it, grasping the outer edge of the broad coping. "Even in small details of dress." He looked away over the immense and radiant prospect, and then up at the radiant woman in her vesture of turquoise, pink, and gold. And so doing, for the first time his face relaxed, being lighted up by a flickering, mocking smile, and something in his shuffling movements, in the fine irony of his expression, pierced Helen with a sensation hitherto unknown, broke up the absoluteness of her egotism, and stirred her blood. She forgot resentment in an absorbed and absorbing interest. The ordinary man of the world she knew as thoroughly as her old shoe. Such a one presented small field of discovery to her, but this man was unique in person, and promised to be so in character also. Her curiosity regarding him was profound. For the moment it sunk all personal considerations, all humorous or angry criticism, either of her own attitude towards him or of his attitude towards her. Silently she came forward, sat down on the marble bench close to where he stood, and turning sideways, leaned her elbows upon the top of the balustrade beside him. She looked up now rather than down at him, and it went home to her, had nature spared him infliction of that hideous deformity, what a superb creature physically he would have been. There was a silence, Helen remaining intent, quiet, apprehension and imagination sensibly upon the stretch. At last Richard spoke abruptly. "By the way, did you happen to observe the decorations of your room? Do you like them?" "Oh, yes and no," she answered. "They struck me as rather wonderful, but liable to induce dreams of Scylla and Charybdis, of the Fata Morgana, and other inconvenient accidents of the deep. Fortunately, I was too tired last night to be excursive in fancy, or I might have slept badly. You have gathered all the colours of the ocean and fixed them somehow on those carpets and hangings and strangely frescoed walls." "Oh, you saw that?" "Oh, how could I fail to see it, since you kindly excuse me of being, or ever having been, a simpleton?" Helen spoke lightly, tenderly almost. An overmastering desire to please had overtaken her. "You have employed a certain wizardry in the furnishings of that room," she continued. "It lays subtle influences upon one. What made you think of it?" "Oh, a dream, an idea, which has stuck by me queerly, though all other fond things of the sort were pitched overboard long ago. I suppose one is bound to be illogical on one point, if only to prove to oneself the absolutism of one's logic on all others. And thus do I, otherwise sane and consistent realist, materialist and pessimist, cling to my one dream and ideal, take it out, dandle it, nourish and cherish it with weekly sentimental faithfulness. To do so is ludicrous, but then my being here at all, calmly considered, is ludicrous, and it too is among the results of the one idea." He paused, and Helen, leaning beside him, waited. The sunshine covered them both, the sea wind was fresh in their faces, while the many voices of Naples came up to them, confused, strident and continuous, with sometimes a bugle call, sometimes a clang of hammers, or quick pulse of stringed instruments, or jangle of church bells, or long-drawn bellow of a steamship clearing for sea, detaching itself from the universal chorus. Capri, Ischia, Procida floated, islands of amethyst, upon the sapphire of the bay, and the smoke of Vesuvius rolled ceaselessly upward. "How you see and hear and feel all this," Richard continued presently. "Well, when I saw it for the first time, I was pretty thoroughly out of conceit with myself and all creation. I had been experimenting freely in things not usually talked of in polite society,
and I was abominably sold, for I found the enjoyment such things procure is decidedly overrated. Unmentionable matters, once fully explored, are just as tedious and inadequate as those which supply the most unexceptionable subjects of conversation. Moreover, in the process of exploration I had touched a good deal of pitch, and the simpleton being still superfluously to the fore in me, I was squeamishly sensible of defilement. The young man shifted his position slightly, resting his chin in the hollow of his hands, speaking quietly and indifferently, as of some matter foreign to himself and his personal interests. I have reason to believe I was as fairly and squarely wretched as it is possible for an intelligent being to be. I had convinced myself, experimentally, that human existence, human nature, was a bottomless pit, and an uncommonly filthy one at that. Reaction was inevitable. Then I understood why men have invented gods, subscribed to irrational systems of theology, hailed and accredited transparently ridiculous miracles. Such lies are necessary to certain stages of development simply for the preservation of sanity, just as at another stage sanity for its own preservation is necessarily driven to declare their falsehood. And so I, after the manner of my kind, was driven to take refuge in a dream. The subjective, in some form or other, alone makes life continuously possible. And all this we now look at determined the special nature of my attempt at subjective support and consolation. Richard paused again, contemplating the view. All this, its splendour, its diversity, its caprices and seductions, its suggestion of underlying danger, presented itself to me as the embodiment of a personality that has had remarkable influence in the shaping of my life. So far, Helen had listened intently and silently. Now she moved a little, straightening up her charming figure, pulling down the wide brim of her hat to shelter her eyes from the heat and brightness of the sun. "A woman?" she asked briefly. Richard turned to her, that same flickering of mockery in his still face. "Oh, you mustn't require too much of me," he said. "Remember, the simpleton was not wholly eradicated then. Yes, very much a woman. Of course, how should it be otherwise? It gave me great pleasure to look at that which looked like her. It gives me pleasure even yet. So I wrote and asked de Vallorbe to be kind enough to let me rent the villa. You remember it was not particularly well cared for. There was an air of fallen greatness about the poor place. Inside it was something of a barrack." "Oh, I remember," Helen said. "Well, I restored and refurnished it, especially the rooms you now occupy, in accordance with what I imagined to be her taste. The whole proceeding was not a little feeble-minded, since the probability of her ever inhabiting those rooms was more than remote. But it amused, it pacified me, as prayer to their self-invented deities pacifies the devout. I never stay here for long together. If I did, the spell might be broken. I go away, I travel. I even experiment in things not usually spoken of, but with a cooler judgment and less morbidly sensitive conscience than of old. I amuse myself after more active and practical fashions in other places. Here I amuse myself only with my idea." The even flow of his speech ceased. "What do you think of it, Helen?" he demanded, almost harshly. "Oh, I think it can't last. It's too intangible, too fantastic." "Well, I admit that to keep it intact needs an infinity of precautions. For instance, I can make no near acquaintance with Naples. I cannot permit myself to see the town at close quarters. I only look at it from here. If I want to go to or from the yacht, I do so at night and in a closed carriage. I took on de Vallorbe's box at the San Carlo. If any good opera is given, I go and hear it. Otherwise I remain exclusively in the house and garden. I'm not acquainted with a single soul in the place."
"And the woman," Helen exclaimed, a singular emotion at once of envy and protest upon her. "Do you treat her with the same cold-blooded calculation?"
"Oh, well, of the woman I know just as much and just as little as I know of Naples. It is conceivable there may be unlovely elements in her character, as well as unlovely quarters of this beautiful city. I have avoided knowledge of both. You see, the whole arrangement is designed not for her benefit, but for my own. It's an elaborate piece of self-seeking on my part, but so far it has really worked rather successfully."
"Oh, it's preposterous. It cannot in the nature of things continue successful," Helen declared.
"Oh, I'm not so sure of that," he replied calmly. "Even the most preposterous of religious systems proves to have a remarkable power of survival. Why not this one? In any case, neither the success nor the failure depends on me. I shall be true on my part. The rest depends on her."
As Richard spoke, he turned, leaning his back against the balustrade, his face away from the sunlight and the wide view. Again the extent of his deformity became arrestingly apparent to Madame de Vallorbe. "Has this woman ever been here?" she asked.
"Yes, she has been here."
"And then? And then?" Helen cried. The young man looked up at her, his face keen yet impassive, his eyes, as windows opening on to endless perspective of empty space, telling nothing. She recognised once again that he was very strong. She also recognised that, notwithstanding his strength, he was horribly sad.
"Ah, then," he said, "the last of the poor little subjective supports and consolations seemed in danger of going overboard and joining their fellows in the uneasy deeps of the sea. But the history of that will keep to a more convenient season, Cousin Helen. You have stood in the midday sun, and I have talked about myself quite long enough. However, it was only fair to acquaint you with the limited resources in the way of society and amusement offered by your present dwelling. There are horses and carriages, of course. Give what orders you please. Only remember, both the town and the surrounding country are pretty rough. It is not fit for a lady to drive by herself. Always take your own man or one of mine with you if you go out. I hope you won't be quite intolerably bored. Ask for whatever you want. You let me dine with you? Thanks."
End of Chapter 2 of Book 5. Book 5, Chapter 3 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Chapter 3. Helen de Vallorbe apprehends vexatious complications. 4 gowns lay outspread upon the indigo-purple embroidered coverlet of the bed. The afterglow of an orange and crimson sunset touched the folds of them, ranged upwards to the vaultings of the frescoed ceiling, and stained the lofty walls as with the glare of a furnace. Sea greens, sea blues, died in the heat of it, abashed and vanquished. But so did not Madame de Vallorbe's white lawn and lace peignoir, or her abundant hair, which Zélie Forestière, trim of figure and sour of countenance, was in the act of dressing. These caught the fiery light and held it, so that from head to foot Helen appeared as an image of living gold. Sitting before the toilet table, her reflection in the great oval mirror pleased her. "Which shall I wear?" "Ah, that depends upon the length of time Madame proposes to stay here. The black dress might be worn on several occasions with impunity,
the peacock brocade, the eau de Nil and the crocus yellow, but once, twice at the utmost. They are ravishing costumes, but wanting in repose. They are unsuited for frequent repetition. Zélie's lean fingers twisted, puffed, and pinned the shining hair very skilfully. I will put on the black dress. Ah, relieved by Madame's parure of pink topaz? Yes, I will wear the pink topazes. Then it will be necessary to modify the style of Madame's coiffure. Oh, there's plenty of time. Helen took a hand-glass from the table and leaned forward in the low, round-backed chair, faithful copy of a fine classic model. She wanted to see the full glory of the afterglow upon her profile, upon her neck and bosom. Thus might Cassiopeia, glass in hand, in her golden chair, sit in high heaven. Helen smiled at the pretty conceit, but the glory was already departing. Sea blues and sea greens, sad by contrast, began to reassert their presence on walls and carpets and hangings. The black dress? Madame decides to remain, then. As she spoke, the lady's maid laid out the jewels, chains, bracelets and brooches, each stone set in a rim of tiny rose knots of delicate workmanship. As she fingered them, little yellow-pink flames seemed to dance in their many facets. Then the afterglow died suddenly, the flames ceased to dance. Helen's white garments turned livid, her neck and bosom grey, and that somehow was extremely unpleasing to Madame de Vallorbe. "Light the candles," she said almost sharply. "Yes, I remain." "Do hurry, Zélie. It is impossible to see. I detest darkness. Hurry. Do you suppose I want to stay here all night? And look, you must bring that chain further forward. It's not graceful. Make it droop. Let it follow the line of my hair, so that the pendant may fall. There, in the centre. You have it too much to the right. The centre. The centre, I tell you. There, let the drop just clear my forehead." Thus admonished, the Frenchwoman wound the jewels in her mistress's hair, but Madame de Vallorbe remained dissatisfied. The day had been one of uncertainty, of conflicting emotions, and Helen's love of unqualified purposes was great. Confusion in others was highly diverting, but in herself, no, thank you, she hated it. It touched her self-confidence, it endangered the absoluteness of her self-belief and self-worship, and these, once shaken, small superstitions assaulted her. In trivial happenings she detected indication of ill luck. Now Zélie's long, narrow face, divided into two unequal portions by a straight bar of black eyebrow, and her lean hands, as reflected in the mirror, awoke unreasoning distrust. They appeared to be detached from the woman's dark-clothed person, the outlines of which were absorbed in the increasing dimness of the room. The sallow face moved, peered, and the hands clutched and hovered, independent and unrelated, about Helen's graceful head. "Oh, for pity's sake, more candles, Zélie," she repeated. "You look absolutely diabolic in this uncertain light." "Oh, in an instant, madame. I am compelled first to fix this curl in place." She accomplished the operation with most admired deliberation, and moved away more than once to observe the effect before finally adjusting the hairpin. "I cannot but regret that madame is unable to wear her hair turned back from the face. Such an arrangement confers height and an air of spirituality, which in madame's case would be not only becoming, but advantageous." Helen skidded the hand-glass down upon the dressing-table, causing confusion amid silver-topped pots and bottles, endangering a jar of hyacinths and upsetting a tray of hairpins. "Have I not repeatedly given you orders never to allude to that subject?" she cried. The maid was on her knees, calmly collecting the scattered contents of the tray. "1,000 pardons, madame," she said, with a certain sour impudence.
Still, it must ever be a matter of regret to anyone truly appreciating Madame's style of beauty that she should always be constrained to wear her hair shading her forehead. Modern civilization imposes restrictions even upon the most high-spirited. At that moment, Madame de Valourbe was ripe for the commission of atrocities. Had she been, as she coveted to be, a lady of the Roman decadence, it would have gone hard with her waiting woman, who might have found herself ordered for instant execution or summarily deprived of the organs of speech. But latter-day sentiment happily forbidding such active expressions of ill-feeling on the part of the employer towards the employed, Helen was forced to swallow her wrath, reminding herself meanwhile that a confidential servant is either most invaluable of friends or most dangerous of enemies. There is no via media in the relation. And Zélie as an enemy was not to be thought of. She could not, displeasing reflection, afford to quarrel with Zélie. The woman knew too much. Therefore, Madame de Valourbe took refuge in lofty abstraction, while the tiresome uncertainties, the conflicting inclinations of the past day, quick to seize their opportunity, as is the habit of such discourteous gentry, returned upon her with redoubled importunity and force. She had not seen Richard since parting with him at noon, the enigmatic suggestions of his conversation still unresolved, the alternate resentment at his apparent indifference and attraction of his strong and somewhat mysterious personality still vitally present to her. Later she had driven out to Pozzuoli, but neither stone-throwing urchins, foul and disease-stricken beggars, the pale sulphur plains and subterranean rumblings of the Solfatara, nor stirrings of nether fires therein resident by a lanky, wild-eyed lad clothed in leathern jerkin and hairy goatskin leggings, with the help of a birch broom and a few local newspapers, nothing served effectually to rouse her from inward debate and questioning. The comfortable sea-spring carriage might swing and sway over the rough, deep-rutted roads behind the handsome black long-tailed horses. The melodramatic-looking coachman might lash stone-throwing urchins and anathematize them, their ancestors and descendants alike, to the third and fourth generation in the vilest Neapolitan argot. Charles might resort to physical force in the removal of wailing, arms-demanding, vermin-eaten wrecks of humanity. But still Helen asked herself only, should she go? Should she stay? Was the game worth the candle? Was the risk, not only of social scandal, but of possible ennui, worth the projected act of revenge? And worth something more than that. For revenge, it must be owned, already took a second place in her calculations. Worth, namely, the enjoyment of possible conquest, the humiliation of possible defeat and rejection by that strangely coercive, strangely inscrutable being, her cousin, Dicky Calmady. No man had ever impressed her thus, and she returned on her thought, when first seeing him upon the terrace that morning, that she might lose her head. Helen laughed a little bitterly. She, of all women, to lose her head, to long and languish, to entreat affection and to be faithful. Heaven help us, faithful! Could it ever come to that? Like any sentimental schoolgirl, like, and the thought turned her not a little wicked, like Catherine Calmady herself. And then that other woman of whom Richard had told her with a cynical disregard of her own claims to admiration, who on earth could she be? She reviewed those ladies with whom gossip had coupled Richard's name. Morabita, the famous prima donna, for instance. But surely it was inconceivable that mountain of fat and good nature, with the voice of a seraph, granted, but also with the intellect of a frog, could ever inspire so fantastic and sublimated a passion. And passing from these less legitimate affairs of the heart, in which rumour accredited Richard with being very much of a pluralist, her mind travelled back to the young man's projected marriage with Lady Constance Dacia, sometime Lady Constance Quayle.
remembering the slow, sweet baby face and gentle heifer's eyes as she had seen them that day at luncheon at Brockhurst nearly 5 years ago, she again laughed. No, very certainly there was no affinity between the glorious and naughty city of Naples and that mild-natured, well-drilled little English girl. Who was it, then? Who? But whoever the fair unknown rival might be, Helen hated her increasingly as the hours passed, regarding her as an enemy, a creature to be exterminated and swept off the board. Jealousy pricked her desire of conquest. An intrigue with Richard Calmady offered singular, unique attractions, but the force of such attractions was immensely enhanced by the excitement of wresting his affections away from another woman. Suddenly, in the full swing of these meditations, as she reviewed them for the 100th time, Zélie's voice claimed her attention. "I made the inquiries Madame commanded." "Well?" Helen said. She was standing fastening clusters of topaz in the bosom of her dress. "The servants in this house are very reserved. They are unwilling to give information regarding their master's habits. I could only learn that Sir Richard occupies the entresol. Communicating as it does with the garden, no doubt it is convenient to a gentleman so afflicted as himself." Helen bowed herself together, while the black lace and china crepe skirt slipped over her head, emerging from which temporary eclipse she said, "But do people stay here much? Does my cousin entertain? That is what I told you to find out." "As I tell Madame, the servants are difficult of approach. They are very correct. They fear their master, but they also adore him. Charles can obtain little more information than myself, but he infers that Sir Richard, when at the villa, lives in retirement, that he is subject to fits of melancholy. There will be little diversion for Madame, it is to be feared. But what would you have, even though one should be young and rich? Ce ne serait que peu amusant d'être estropié, d'être monstre, enfin." Helen drew in her breath with a little sigh of content, while taking a final look at herself in the oval glass. The soft floating draperies, the many jewels, each with its heart of quick yellow-pink light, produced a combination at once sombre and vivid. It satisfied her sense of artistic fitness. Decidedly she did well to begin with the black dress, since it had in it a quality rather of romance than of worldliness. Meanwhile, Zélie, kneeling, straightened out the folds of the long train. "Ah," she exclaimed, "I had forgotten also to inform Madame that Monsieur d'Estournel has arrived in Naples. Charles, thinking of nothing less than such an encounter, met him this morning on the quay of the Santa Lucia." Helen wheeled round violently, much to the discomfiture of those carefully adjusted folds. "Intolerable man!" she cried. "What on earth is he doing here?" "Oh, that Charles naturally could not inquire. Will Madame kindly remain tranquil for a moment? She has torn a small piece of lace which must be controlled by a pin. Probably Monsieur is still en voyage, is visiting friends, as is Madame herself." A sudden distrust that the black dress was too mature, that it constituted an admission of departing youth, invaded Helen. The reflection in the oval mirror once more caused her discomfort. "Tell Charles that I am no longer acquainted with Monsieur d'Estournel. If he presumes to call, he is to be refused." Helen set her teeth, but whether in anger towards her discarded lover or the black dress, she would have found it difficult to declare. Again uncertainty held her, suspicion of circumstances, and, in a degree, of herself. The lady's maid, imperturbable, just conceivably impertinent in manner, had risen to her feet. "There," she said, "it will be secure for tonight if Madame will exercise a moderate degree of caution and avoid abrupt movements. Charles says that Monsieur inquired very urgently after Madame. He appeared dejected and in weak health. He was agitated on meeting Charles. He trembled. A little more, and he would have wept. It would be well, perhaps, that Madame should give Charles her orders regarding Monsieur herself.
"You should not have made me wear this gown," Helen broke out inconsequently. "It's depressing. It's hideous. I want to change it."
"Impossible! Madame is already a little late, and there is nothing wrong with the costume. Madame looks magnificent. Also, her wardrobe is at present limited. The evening dresses will barely suffice for a stay of a week, and it is not possible for me to construct a new one in under 10 days.
Thereupon an opening of doors, and voice from the anteroom announcing, "Dinner is served, milady. Sir Richard is in the dining-room." And Helen swept forward, somewhat stormy and Cassandra-like in her dusky garments. Passing out through the high, narrow doorway, she turned her head. "Charles, under no circumstance, none, understand, am I at home to Monsieur d'Estournel." "Very good, milady." And as he closed the double doors, the manservant looked at the lady's maid, his tongue in his cheek. But on the journey through the noble suite of rooms, Helen's spirits revived somewhat. Her fair head, her warm glancing jewels, her graceful and measured movements, as given back by many tall mirrors, renewed her self-confidence. She too must be fond of her own image, by the way, that unknown rival to the dream of whose approval Richard Calmady had consecrated these splendid furnishings. Witness the multiplicity of looking-glasses. And then the prospect of this tete-à-tete dinner, the interest of her host's powerful and enigmatic personality, provoked her interest to the point not only of obliterating remembrance of the ill-timed advent of her ex-lover, but of inducing something as closely akin to self-forgetfulness as was possible to her self-centred nature. She grew hotly anxious to obtain, to charm, if it might be to usurp the whole field of Richard's attention and imagination. A small round table showed as an island of tender light in the dimness of the vast room, and Richard, sitting at it, awaiting her coming, appeared more nearly related to the Richard of Brockhurst and of 5 years ago than he had done during the interview of the morning. In any case, she took him more for granted, while he, if still inscrutable and unsmiling, proved an eminently agreeable companion, ready of conversation, very much at his ease, very much a cultivated man of the world, studious, a little excessively so, she thought, in his avoidance of the personal note. And this at once piqued Helen and incited her to intellectual effort. If this was what he wanted, well, he should have it. If he elected to talk of travel, of ancient and alien religions, of modern literature and art, she could meet him more than halfway. Her intelligence ran nimbly from subject to subject, point to point. She struck out daring hypotheses, indulged in ingenious paradox, her mind charmed by her own eloquence, her body comforted by costly wines and delicate meats. Nor did she fail to listen also, knowing how very dear to every man is the sound of his own voice, or omit to offer refined flattery of quick agreement and seasonable laughter. It was late when she rose from the table at last. "I have had a delightful dinner," she said, "absolutely delightful. And now I will encroach no longer on your time or good nature, Richard. You have your own occupations, no doubt. So, with thanks for shelter and generous entertainment, we part for tonight." She held out her hand, smiling, but with an admirable effect of discretion, all ardour, all intimacy kept in check by self-respect and well-bred dignity. Madame de Valois was enchanted with the reserve of her own demeanour. Let it be well understood that she was the least importunate, the least exacting, and the most adaptable of guests. Richard took her outstretched hand for the briefest period compatible with courtesy,
and a momentary spasm, so she fancied, contracted his face. "You're very welcome, Helen," he said. "If it is warm, let us breakfast in the pavilion tomorrow. 12? Does that suit you? Good night." Upon the inlaid writing table in the ante-room, Helen found a long and impassioned epistle from Paul Destournel. Perusal of it did not minister to peaceful sleep. In the small hours she left her bed, threw a silk dressing-gown about her, and drew aside the heavy blue-purple window curtain and looked out. The sky was clear and starlit. Naples, with its curving lines of innumerable lights, lay outstretched below. In the south-east, midway between the two, a blood-red fire marked the summit of Vesuvius, while in the dimly seen garden immediately beneath, the paved alleys of which showed curiously pale, asserting themselves against the darkness of the flower borders and otherwise impenetrable shadows of the ilex and cypress grove, a living creature moved, black, slow of pace and strange of shape. At first Helen took it for some strayed animal. It alarmed her, exciting her to wildest conjectures as to its nature and purpose, wandering in the grounds of the villa thus. And then, as it passed beyond the dusky shade of the trees, she recognised it. Richard Calmady shuffled forward haltingly to the terminal wall of the garden, leaned his arms on it, looking down at the beautiful and vicious city and out into the night. Helen de Vallorbe shivered, the marble floor striking up chill for all the thickness of the carpet to her bare feet. Her eyes were hard with excitement, and her breath came very quick. Suddenly, yielding to an impulse of superstitious terror, she dragged the curtains together, shutting out that very pitiful sight, and turning, fled across the room and buried herself, breathless and trembling, beneath the sheets of the soft, warm, faintly fragrant bed. "He is horrible," she said aloud. "Horrible. And it has come to me at last. It has come. I love. End of chapter 3 of book 5. Book 5, chapter 4 of the history of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Chapter 4, Mater Admirabilis.
There, my good soul, don't blubber. Hysterics won't restore Lady Calmady to health, or bring Sir Richard back to England, home and duty, or be a ha'porth of profit to yourself or any other created being. Keep your tears for the first funeral, for I tell you plainly I shan't be surprised out of 7 days' sleep if this business involves a visit to the churchyard before we get to the other side of it."
John Nott stood with his back to the chapel-room fire, his shoulders up to his ears, his hands forced down into the pockets of his riding breeches. Without, blackthorn winter held the land in its cheerless grasp. The spring was late. Night frosts obtained, followed by pallid, half-hearted sunshine in the early mornings, too soon obliterated by dreary easterly blight. This afternoon offered exception to the rule only in the additional discomfort of small sleeting rain and a harsh skirling of wind in the eastward-facing casements. "Livery weather," the doctor called it, putting down his existing lapse from philosophic tolerance to insufficient secretions of the biliary duct. Before him stood Clara, sometime Dicky Calmady's devoted nurse and playfellow, her eyes very bright and moist, the reds and whites of her fresh complexion in lamentable disarray. "I'd never have believed it of Sir Richard," she assented chokingly. "It isn't like him, so pretty as he was in all his little ways, and loving to her ladyship, and civilly behaved to everybody, and careful of hurting anybody's feelings, more so than you'd expect in a young gentleman like him. No, it isn't like him. In my opinion, he's been got hold of by some designing person who's worked on him to keep him away to serve their own ends. There, I'd never have believed it of him, that I wouldn't."
The doctor's massive head sank lower, his massive shoulders rose higher, and his loose lips twisted into a snarling smile.
Lord bless you, that's nothing new. We none of us ever do believe it of them when the little beggars are in long clothes, or first breeched for that matter. It's a trick of Mother Nature's. A one-idea'd old lady who cares not a pin for morality, but only for increase. She knows well enough if we did believe it of them, we should clear them off wholesale, along with the blind kittens and puppies. A bucket full of water and broom to keep them under would make for a mighty lessening of subsequent violations of the Decalogue. Don't tell me King Herod was not something of a philanthropist when he got to work on the infant population of Bethlehem. One woman wept for each of the little brats then, but his satanic majesty only knows how many women wouldn't have had cause to weep for each one of them later if they'd been spared to grow up.
While speaking, Dr. Nott kept his gaze fixed upon his companion. His humour was none of the gentlest, truly, yet he did not let that obscure the main issue. He had business with Clara, and merely waited till the reds and whites of her comely face should have resumed their more normal relations before pursuing it. He talked as much to afford her opportunity to overcome her emotion as to give relief to his own. Though now well on the wrong side of 60, John Nott was hale and vigorous as ever. His rough-hewn countenance bore even closer resemblance, perhaps, to that of some stone gargoyle carved on cathedral buttress or spout. But his hand was no less skilful, his tongue no less ready in denunciation of all he reckoned humbug, or his heart no less deeply touched, for all his superficial irascibility, by the pains and sins and grinding miseries of poor humanity, than of old.
"That's right now," he said approvingly, as the heaving of Clara's bosom became less pronounced. "Wipe your eyes and keep your nerves steady. You've got a head on your shoulders, always had. Well, keep it screwed on the right way, for you'll need all the common sense that's in it if we're to pull Lady Calmady through. Do, to begin with, this. Give her food every 2 hours or so. Coax her, scold her, reason with her, cry even. After all, I give you leave to, just a little, if it will serve your purpose and not make your hand shake. Only make her take nourishment. If you don't wind up the clock regularly, some fine morning you'll find the wheels have run down."
"But her ladyship won't have any one sit up with her."
"Very well then, sleep next door. Only go in at 12 and 2, and again between 5 and 6.
"But she won't have anybody occupy the dressing-room. It used to be the night nursery, you remember, sir, and not a think in it has been touched since Sir Richard moved down to the gun-room wing."
"Oh, fiddle-de-dee. It's just got to be touched now, then. I can't be bothered with sentiment when it's 10 to 1 whether I save my patient."
Again sobs rose in Clara's throat. The poor woman was hard pressed, but that fixed gaze from beneath the shaggy eyebrows was upon her, and with quaint gurglings she fought down the sobs. "My lady's as gentle as a lamb," she said, "and I'd give the last drop of my blood for her. But talk of managing her, of making her do anything, as well try to manage the wind. She's that set in her ways and obstinate."
"Well, if you can't manage her, who can? Mr. March?"
Clara shook her head. Then, reluctantly, for though honestly ready to lay down her life for her mistress, she found it far from easy to invite supersession in respect of her, she said, "Miss St. Quentin's more likely to get round my lady than anyone else."
"Well, then I'll talk to her. Where is Miss St. Quentin?"
"Oh, here, Dr. Nott. Do you want me?" Honoria had strolled into the room from the stairhead, her attention arrested by the all-too-familiar sound, since sorrowful happenings often of late had brought him to Brockhurst, of the doctor's voice. The skirt of the young lady's habit, gathered up in her left hand, displayed a slightly unconventional length of muddy riding boot. The said skirt, her tan, covert coat, and slouched felt hat were furred with wet. Her garments, indeed, showed evident traces of hard service, and though notably well cut, were far from new or smart. They were sad-coloured, moreover, as is the fashion of garments designed for work. And this weather-stained, mud-bespattered costume, taken in connection with her pale, sensitive face and her gallant bearing, and the luminous smile with which she greeted not only Dr. Nott, but the slightly flustered Clara, offered a picture pensive in tone, but very harmonious, and of a singularly sincere and restful quality. To all, indeed, save those troubled by an accusing conscience and fear of detection, Honoria St. Quentin's presence brought a sense of security and reassurance at this period of her development. Her enthusiasms remained to her, but they were tempered by a wider experience and a larger charity, at least in the majority of cases. "I'm in a beastly mess," she observed casually.
So are we,"
Nott answered. He had a great liking for this young lady, finding in her a certain stoicism along with a quickness of practical help.
"But our mess is worse than yours, in that it is internal rather than external. Yours will brush off. Not so ours. Clara? There, you can go. I'll talk things over with Miss St. Quentin, and she'll talk 'em over with you later."
Honoria's expression had grown anxious. She spoke in a lower tone of voice. "Is Lady Calmady worse?"
In a sense, yes, simply because she's no better. And she's ill, I tell you, just as dangerously ill as any woman can be, who has nothing whatever actually the matter with her.
"Except an only son," put in Honoria. "I'm beginning to suspect that is about the most deadly disease going. The only thing to be said in its favour is that it is not infectious." John Nott could not quite keep admiration from his eyes or provocation from his tongue. He richly enjoyed getting a rise out of Miss St. Quentin.
"I'm not so sure of that," he said. "In the case of beautiful women, judging by history, it has shown a tendency to be recurrently sporadic, in any case."
"Recommend all such to spend a few months at Brockhurst, then, under existing circumstances," Honoria answered. "There will be very little fear for them after that. They will have received such a warning, swallowed such an antidote. It is like assisting at the infliction of slow torture. It almost gets on one's brain at times."
"Why do you stay on, then?"
Honoria looked down at her muddy boots, and then across at the doctor. She was slightly the taller of the two, for in these days his figure had fallen together, and he'd taken to stooping. Her expression had a delightful touch of self-depreciation. "Why does anyone stay by a sinking ship, or volunteer for a forlorn hope? Why do you sit up all night with a case of confluent smallpox, or suck away the poisonous membrane from a diphtheric throat, as I hear you did only last week? I don't know. Just because if we're made on certain lines, we have to, I suppose. One would be a trifle too much ashamed to be seen in one's own company afterwards if one deserted. It really requires less pluck to stick than to run. That's the reason, probably. But about dear Lady Calmady, the excellent Clara was in tears. Is there any fresh mischief over and above the only son?"
"No, not at present. But it's an open question how soon there may be. Good day, Mr. March. Been riding? Ought to be a bit careful of that cranky chest of yours in this confounded weather. Lady Calmady, yes, as I was telling Miss St. Quentin, her strength is so reduced that complications may arise any day. A chill and her lungs may go, a shock and her heart. It comes to a mere question of the point of least resistance. I won't guarantee the continued soundness of any organ unless we get changed conditions, a let-up of some sort."
The doctor looked up from under his eyebrows, first at Honoria and then at Julius. He spoke bitterly, defiant of his inclination towards tenderness.
"She's just worn herself out," he said. "That's the fact, in the service of others. Loving, giving, attempting the impossible in the way of goodness all round. Be not righteous over much. There's a text to that effect in the Scriptures, Mr. March, isn't there? Preach a good rattling sermon on it next Sunday to Lady Calmady, if you want to keep her here a bit longer. Nature abhors a vacuum, granted, but nature abhors excess, even of virtue, and punishes it just as harshly as an excess of vice. Yes, I tell you, she's worn herself out."
Miss St. Quentin dropped into a chair and sat bowed together, her hands on her knees, her feet rather far apart. The brim of her hat, pulled down in front to let the rain run off, partially concealed her face. She was not sorry, for a movement of defective courage was upon her, evidence of which she preferred to keep to herself. Julius March remained silent, and this she resented slightly, for she badly wanted somebody to say something, either vindictive or consolatory. And then, indignation getting the better alike of reticence and charity, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's unpardonable. It ought to be impossible one person should have power to kill another by inches, like this, with impunity." Ludovic Quayle had sauntered into the room behind Julius March. He too was wet and dirty, but such trifles in no wise affected the completeness of his urbanity. His long neck directed forward as in polite inquiry, he advanced to the little group by the fire and took up his station beside Honoria's chair. "Oh, pardon me, my dear Miss St. Quentin," he asked sweetly. "Oh, but why the allusions to murder? What is unpardonable?" "Sir Richard Calmady's conduct," she answered shortly. She threw back her head and addressed Dr. Nott. "It's so detestably unjust. What possible quarrel has he with her, after all?" That lies very deep. A thing perhaps only a man or a mother can quite comprehend," the doctor answered slowly. Honoria's straight eyebrows drew together. She objected to extenuating circumstances in this connection, yet, as she admitted, reason usually underlay all Dr. Nott's statements. She divined, moreover, that reason just now touched upon matters inconveniently intimate. She abstained, therefore, from protest or comment. But since feminine emotion, even in the least weakly of the sex, is bound to find an outlet, she turned upon poor Mr. Quayle. "He's your friend," she said. "The rest of us are helpless. You ought to take measures. You ought to suggest a remedy." "Oh, with all the pleasure in life," the young man answered. "But you may remember that you delivered yourself of precisely the same sentiments 1.5 years ago, and that, fired with the ardour of a chivalrous obedience, I fled over the face of the European continent in hot pursuit of poor dear Dicky Calmady." "Poor dear!" ejaculated Honoria. "Yes, very much poor dear, through it all," the young man affirmed. "Breathless, but still obedient, I came up with him at Odessa." "What was he doing there?" put in the doctor. Mr. Quayle regarded him not without humour. "Really, I'm not my friend's keeper, though Miss St. Quentin is pleased to make me a handsome present of that enviable office, and so, I didn't inquire what he was doing. To tell the truth, I had not much opportunity, for though I found him charming, yes, charming, Miss St. Quentin, I also found him wholly unapproachable regarding family affairs. When, with a diplomatic ingenuity upon which I cannot but congratulate myself, I suggested the advisability of a return to Brockhurst, in the civilest way in the world he showed me the door. Impertinence is not my forte. I am by nature humble-minded, but I give you my word, that was a little episode of which I do not crave the repetition." Growling to himself and clasping his hands behind his back, John Nott shifted his position. Then, taken with that desire of clergy-baiting, which would seem to be inheritant in members of the faculty, he addressed Julius March. "Come now," he said, "your pupil doesn't do you an overwhelming amount of credit, it must be admitted. Still, you ought to be able to give an expert's opinion upon the tendencies of his character. How much longer do you allow him before he grows tired of filling his belly with the husks the swine eat?"
God knows, not I, Julius answered sadly, but without rancour. I confess to the faithlessness of despair at times, and yet, being his mother's son, he cannot but tire of it eventually. And when he does so, the revulsion will be final, the restoration complete.
Oh, he'll die the death of the righteous. Oh, yes, I agree there, for there's fine stuff in him, never doubt that. He'll end well enough. Only the beginning of that righteous ending, if delayed much longer, may come a bit too late for the saving of my patient's life and reason.
Do you mean it's as serious as all that? Ludovic asked with sudden anxiety.
Every bit as serious. Oh, you should have let your sister marry him, Mr. Quayle. Then he would have settled down, come into line with the average, and been delivered from the morbid sense of outlawry which had been growing on him. It couldn't be helped, on the whole, he's kept very creditably sane, in my opinion. Well, growing from the time he began to mix freely in general society. I'm not very soft or sickly sentimental at my time of day, but I tell you it turns my stomach to think of all he must have gone through, poor chap. It's a merciless world, Miss St. Quentin, and no one knows that better than we case-hardened old sinners of doctors. Yes, your sister should have married him, and we might have been saved all this. I doubted the wisdom of the step at the time, but I was a fool. I see now his mother's instinct was right.
Mr. Quayle pursed up his small mouth and gently shrugged his shoulders. It is a delicate subject on which to offer an opinion, he said. I debated it freely in the privacy of my inner consciousness at the time, I assure you. If Lady Calmady had lighted upon the right, the uniquely right woman, perhaps, yes. But to shore up a 20-foot stone wall with a wisp of straw, my dear doctor, does that proceeding approve itself to your common sense? And as is a wisp of straw to such a wall, so was my poor little sister. It's hardly flattering to my family pride to admit it, but thus indeed was she, and no otherwise, to Dickie Calmady. Whereupon Honoria glanced up gratefully at the speaker, for even yet her conscience pricked her concerning the part she had played in respect of that broken engagement. While John Knott, observant of that upward glance, was once again struck by her manifest sincerity and the gallant grace of her, heightened by those workmanlike and mud-bespattered garments. And being so struck, he was once again tempted by, and once again yielded himself to, the pleasures of provocation.
"Marry him yourself, Miss St. Quentin," he growled, a touch of earnest behind his raillery. "Marry him yourself, and so set the rest of us free of the whole pother. I'd back you to handle him or any fellow living with mighty great success, if you'd the mind to."
For a moment it seemed open to question whether that very fair fish might not make short work of angler as well as of bait. But Honoria relented, refusing provocation, and this not wholly in mercy to the speaker, but because it offered her an opportunity of reading Mr. Quayle a perhaps useful lesson. Her serious eyes narrowed, and her upper lip shortened into a delightful smile. "Oh, hopeless, Dr. Knott," she answered. "To begin with, he'll never ask me, since we like each other very royally ill. And to end with," she carefully avoided sight of Mr. Quayle, you see, I'm not what you call a marrying man." End of Chapter 4 of Book 5. Book 5, Chapter 5 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Chapter 5. Exit Camp. About 20 minutes later, the young lady, still booted and spurred, opened the door which leads from the chapel room into Lady Calmady's bedchamber. As she did so, a gentle warmth met her,
along with the sweetness of flowers. Within, the melancholy of the bleak twilight was mitigated by the soft brightness of a pink-shaded lamp and a fitful flickering of firelight. This last, playing upon the blue and white Dutch tiling of the hearth and chimney space, conferred a quaint effect of activity upon the actors in the biblical scenes thereon depicted. The patriarch Abraham visibly flourished his 2-inch sword above the prostrate form of hapless Isaac. The elders danced unblushingly in pursuit of the chaste Susanna, while poor little Tobit, fish in hand, clung anxiously to the flying draperies of his long-legged and all too peripatetic guardian angel. Such profane vivacity on the part of persons usually accounted sacred offered marked and almost cynical contrast to the extreme quiet otherwise obtaining, accentuated the absoluteness and deepened the depth of it. For nothing stirred within the length and breadth of the room, nor did any smallest sound disturb the prevailing silence. At these southward-facing casements no harsh wind shrilled. The embroidered curtains of the state bed hung in stiff, straight folds. The many-coloured leaves and branches of the trees of the forest of this life were motionless. Care the leopard crouched unobservant, forgetful to spring, while the hart was fixed spellbound in the midst of its headlong flight. A spell seemed indeed to rest on all things, which had in it more than the watchful hush of the ordinary sick-room. It suggested a certain moral attitude, a quiet, not acquiesced in merely, but promoted. Upon Honoria, her circulation quickened by recent exercise, her cheeks still tingling from the stinging sleet, and her retina still retaining impressions of the stern grandeur of the wide-ranging fir-woods and grey-brown desolation of the moors, this extreme quiet produced an extremely disquieting effect. Passing from the chapel-room and the society of her late companions, all 3 persons of distinct individuality, all 3 possessing, though from very differing standpoints, a definitely masculine outlook on life, passing into this silent bedchamber, she seemed to pass with startling abruptness from the active to the passive, from the objective to the subjective side of things, from the world that creates to that which obeys merely and waits. The present and masculine, with its clear practical reason, its vigorous purposes, was exchanged for a place peopled by memories only, dedicated wholly to submissive and patient endurance. And this fell in extremely ill with Honoria's present humour, while the somewhat unseemly antics of the small scriptural personages pictured upon the chimney space and hearth troubled her imagination, in that they added a point of irony to this apparent triumph of the remote over the immediate, of tradition over fact. Nor, as, stung with unspoken remonstrance, she approached Lady Calmady, was this sense of intrusion into an alien region lessened, or her appreciation of the difficulties of the mission that she had been deputed by doctor, priest, and amiable young fine gentlemen, her late companions, to fulfil, by any means lightened. For Catherine lay back in the great rose silk and muslin-covered armchair, at right angles to the fireplace, motionless, not a participant merely, so it seemed to the intruder, in that all-embracing quiet, but the very source and centre of it, its nucleus and heart. The lines of her figure were shrouded in a loose wadded gown of dove-coloured silk bordered with swan's down. A coif of rare white lace covered her upturned hair. Her eyes were closed, the rim of the eye socket being very evident, while her face, though smooth and still graciously young, was so attenuated as to appear almost transparent. Now, as often before, it struck Honoria that a very exquisite spiritual quality was present in her aspect, her whole bearing and expression betraying less the languor and defeat of physical illness than the exhaustion of long-sustained moral effort, followed by the calm of entire self-dedication and renunciation of will. On the table at her elbow were a bowl of fresh-picked violets and greenhouse-grown tea-roses, some books of the hour, both English and French, a miniature of Dicky at the age of 13, the proud little head and its cap of close-cropped curls showing up against a background of thick-set foliage. On the table, too, lay a well-worn vellum-bound copy of that holiest of books ever perhaps conceived by the heart and written by the hand of man, Thomas à Kempis' Imitation of Christ. It was open at the chapter which is thus entitled, Of the Zealous Amendment of Our Whole Life, while close against it was a packet of Richard's letters, those curt, business-like communications, faultlessly punctual in their weekly arrival, which, while they relieved her anxiety as to his material well-being, stabbed his mother's heart only less by the little they said than by all they left unsaid. And looking upon that mother now, taking cognizance of her surroundings, Honoria St. Quentin's young indignation once again waxed hot, while, since it was the tendency of her mind to run eagerly towards theory, to pass from the particular to the general, and instinctively to apprehend the relation of the individual to the mass, looking thus upon Catherine, she rebelled, not only against the doom of this one woman, but against that doom of universal womanhood of which she offered, just now, only too eloquent an example. And a burning compassion animated Honoria for feminine as against all masculine creatures, for the bitter patience demanded of the passive as against the large latitude permitted the active principle, for the perpetual humiliation of the subjective and spiritual under the heavy yoke of the objective and practical, for the brief joy and long barrenness of all those who are condemned to obey and to wait merely, as against those who are born to command and to create. From a child she had been aware of the element of tragedy inherent in the fact of womanhood. It had quickened exaggerations of sentiment in her at times, and pushed her into not a little knight-errantry, witness the affair of Lady Constance Quayle's engagement. But though more sober in judgment than of old, and less ready to get her lance in rest, the existence of that tragic element had never disclosed itself more convincingly to her than at the present moment, nor had the necessity to attempt the assuaging of the smart of it called upon her with more urgent voice. Yet she recognised that such attempt taxed all her circumspection, all her imaginative sympathy and tact. Very free criticism of the master of the house, of his sins of omission and commission alike, were permissible in the chapel-room, and in the presence of her late companions. The subject, unhappily, had called for too frequent mention by now for any circumlocution to be incumbent in the discussion of it. But here, in the brooding quiet of this bedchamber, and in Lady Calmady's presence, all that was changed. Trenchant statements of opinion, words of blame, were proscribed. The sinner, if spoken of at all, must be spoken of with due reticence and respect, his wilfulness ignored, the unloveliness of his conduct gently, even eagerly, explained away. And therefore it came about that this fair champion of much-wronged womanhood, though fired with the zeal of righteous anger, had to go very softly and set a watch before her lips. But as she paused, fearful to break in too abruptly upon Lady Calmady's repose, she began to question fearfully whether speech was in truth still available as a means of communication between herself and the object of her solicitude. For Lady Calmady lay so very still, her sweet face showed so transparent against the rose-silk, muslin-covered pillows, that the younger woman was shaken by a swift dread that Dr. Knott's melancholy predictions had already found fulfilment, and that the lovely, labour-wasted body had already let the valiant, love-wasted soul depart. "Cousin Catherine, dear Cousin Catherine," she called very gently under her breath, and then waited, almost awe-stricken,
sensible to the point of distress alike of the profound quiet, which it seemed as an act of profanity to have even essayed to break, and of the malign activity of those little scriptural figures anticing so wildly in the chimney space and on the hearth. Seconds, to Honoria of measureless duration, elapsed before Lady Calmady gave sign of life. At length she moved her hands, as though gathering with infinite tenderness some small and helpless creature close and warm against her bosom. Honoria's vision grew somewhat blurred and misty. Then, with a long-drawn, fluttering sigh, Catherine looked up at the tall, straight figure. "Oh, Dick, you've come in. Oh, my beloved, have you had good sport?" she said. Honoria sat down on the end of the sofa, bowing her head. "Alas, alas, it's only me, Cousin Catherine." "Nothing better than me, Honoria St. Quentin. Would that it were someone better." And her voice broke. But Lady Calmady had come into full possession of herself. "Oh, my dear, I must have been dozing, and my thoughts had wandered far on the backward road, as is the foolish habit of thoughts when one grows old and is not altogether well and strong." Catherine spoke faintly, yet with an air of sweetly playful apology. "One is liable to be confused under such circumstances when one first wakes, and you have the smell of the sleet and the freshness of the moors upon you." She paused and then added, "But indeed, the confusion of sleep once past, I could hardly have had anything dearer for my eyes first to light on than your very dear self." Hearing which gracious words, indignation in the cause of this woman, burning compassion for the wrongs and sorrows of universal womanhood, both of which must be denied utterance, worked very forcibly in Honoria. She bent down, and taking Lady Calmady's hand, kissed it. And as she did this, her eyes were those of an ardent yet very reverent lover, and so, when next she spoke, were the tones of her voice. But Catherine, still anxious to repair any defect in her recognition and greeting, and still with that same effect of playful self-depreciation, spoke first. "I had been reviewing many things with the help of blessed Thomas à Kempis here before I became so drowsy. The dear man lays his finger smartly upon all the weak places in one's fancied armour of righteousness. It is sometimes not quite easy to be altogether grateful to him. For instance, he has pointed out to me conclusively that I grow reprehensibly selfish." "Oh, come, come," Honoria answered in loving raillery. "Thomas is acute to the point of lying, if he's convinced you of that." "Oh, unhappily no," Catherine returned. "I know it, I fear, without any pointing of Thomas's finger, but I rather shirked admission of my knowledge. Well, for the very bad reason that I wanted very badly to put off the day of amendment. Now the holy man has touched my witness, and—" She turned her head against the pillows and looked full at the younger woman, while her underlip quivered a little. "My dear, I have come to be very greedy of the comfort of your companionship. I have been tempted to consider not your advantage, but solely my own. The pointing finger of Thomas has brought it home to me that Brockhurst and I are feeding upon your generosity of time and helpfulness to an unconscionable extent. We are devouring the best days of your life, and hindering you alike from work and from pleasure. It must not be. And so, my dear, I beg you go forth once more to all your many friends and to society. You are too young and too gifted to remain here in this sluggish backwater alongside a derelict like me. It is not right. You must make for the open stream again, and let the free wind and strong current bear you gladly upon your appointed course. And my gratitude and my blessing will go with you always. But you must delay no longer. For me you have done enough." For a little space Honoria held her friend's hand in silence. "Are you tired of me, then?" she said.
"Oh, my dear," Catherine exclaimed, and the exclamation was more reassuring somehow than any denial could have been. "After all," Honoria went on, "I really don't see why you're to have a monopoly of faithfulness. There's selfishness now, if you like, to appropriate a virtue en bloc, not leaving a rag, not the veriest scrappit of it for anybody else. And then, has it never occurred to you that I may be just every bit as greedy of your companionship as you of mine? More so, I fancy, because... Honoria bowed her head and kissed the hand she held once again. "You see, I know it sounds as if I was rather a beast. Perhaps I am. But I never cared for anyone. Really, to care, I mean, till I cared for you." "My dear," Catherine said again, wondering and shrinking somewhat, at once touched and almost repulsed. The younger woman's attitude was so far removed from her own experience. "Does it displease you? Does it seem to you unnatural?" Honoria asked quickly. "Well, a little," Lady Calmady answered, smiling, yet very tenderly. "All the same, it's quite true. You opened a door somehow that had always been shut. I hardly believed in its existence. Oh, of course, I had read plenty about the affections, shall we call them, and had heard women and girls, and men too, for that matter, talk about them pretty freely. But it bored me a good deal. I thought it all rather silly, and rather nasty, perhaps." Honoria shook her head. "It didn't appeal to me in the least. But when you opened the door—" She paused, her face very grave, and yet with a smile on it, as she looked away at the little figures antiquing upon the hearth. "Oh, dear me, I own I was half scared," she said. "It let in such a lot of light." But for this speech Lady Calmady had no immediate answer, and so the quiet came back, settling down sensibly on the room again, even as when at dawn the camp is struck, the secular quiet of the desert comes back and possesses its own again. And in obedience to that quiet, Catherine's hand rested passively in the hand of her companion, while she gazed wonderingly at the delicate half-averted face, serious, lit up by the eagerness of a vital enthusiasm. And having a somewhat sorrowful fund of learning to draw upon in respect of the dangers all eccentricity, either of character or development, inevitably brings along with it, she trembled, divining that noble and strong and pure though it was, that face and the temperament disclosed by it might work sorrow both to its possessor and to others, unless the enthusiasm animating it should find some issue at once large and simple enough to engage its whole aspiration and power of work. But abruptly Honoria broke up the brooding quiet, laughing gently, yet with a catch in her throat. "And when you had let in the light, Cousin Catherine, good heavens, how thankful I was I had never married! Picture finding out all that after one had bound oneself, after one had given oneself. What an awful prostitution!" Her tone changed, and she stroked the elder woman's hand softly. "So, you see, you can't very well order me off, the pointing finger of Thomas notwithstanding. You have taught me—" "Only half the lesson as yet," Catherine said. "The other half, and the doxology which closes it, neither I nor any other woman can teach you." "You really believe that?" "Oh, my dear," Catherine said, "I do more than believe. I know it." The younger woman regarded her searchingly. Then she shook her charming head. "It's no good to arrive at a place before you've got to it," she declared, "and I very certainly haven't got to the second half of the lesson, let alone the doxology, yet. And then I'm so blissfully content with the first half that I've no disposition to hurry. No, dear Cousin Catherine, I'm afraid you must resign yourself to put up with me for a little while longer. Your foes, unfortunately, are of your own household in this affair.
Dr. Nott has just been holding forth to us, Julius March and Mr. Quayle and me, and swearing me over not only to stay, but to make you eat and drink and come out of doors, and even to go away with me, because, yes, in a sense your Thomas is right with his pointing finger, though he got a bit muddled, good man, not being quite up to date, and pointed to the wrong place. Honoria left her sentence unfinished. She knelt down, her tall, slender figure, angular more like that of a youth than like that of a maid, in her spare mud-stained habit and coat. Impulsively she put her hands on Lady Calmady's hips and laid her head in her lap. "Oh, have you but one blessing, oh, my more than mother?" she cried. "Do we count for nothing, all the rest of us, your household and tenants rich and poor, and Julius the faithful and Ludovic the bland, and that queer lump of sagacity and ugliness, John Nott? Why will you kill yourself? Why will you die and leave us all, just because one person is perverse? That's hardly the way to make us, who love you, bear with and pity him and welcome him home. Oh, I know I'm treading on dangerous ground and venturing to approach very close, but I don't care, not a hang. We're at the end of our patience. We want you, and we mean to have you back." Honoria raised herself and knelt bolt upright, her hands on the arms of Lady Calmady's chair, her expression full of appeal. "Oh, be kind to us, be kind," she said. "We only ask you, after all, to eat and drink, to let Clara take care of you at night, and I'll do so by day. And then, when you're stronger, you must come away with me up north to Ormiston. You've not been there for years, and its grey towers are rather splendid, overlooking that strong, uneasy northern sea. It stirs the Viking blood in one, and makes that which was hard seem of less moment. Roger and Mary are there too, will be all this summer, and you know it refreshed you to see them last year. And if we go pretty soon, the boys will be at school, so they won't tire you with their racketing. They're jolly monkeys, though in my opinion Godfrey wants smacking. He comes the elder brother a lot too much over poor little Dick. But that's neither here nor there. Oh, it's for you to get out of the backwater into the stream 10 times more than for me. Dearest physician, heal thyself." But Catherine, though deeply touched by the loving ardour of the younger woman's appeal, and the revelation of tenderness and watchful care constantly surrounding her, which that appeal brought along with it, could not arouse herself to any immediate response. Sternly, unremittingly, since the fair July night when Richard had left her nearly 5 years earlier, she had schooled herself into unmurmuring resignation and calm. In the prosecution of such a process there must be loss as well as gain. And Catherine had in great measure atrophied impulse, and in eradicating personal desire had come near destroying all spontaneity of emotion. She could still give, but the power of receiving was deadened in her, and she had come to be jealous of the quiet which surrounded her. It was her support and solace. She asked little more than not to have it broken up. She dreaded even affection, should that strive to draw her from the cloistered way of life. The world and its many interests had ceased to be of any moment to her. She asked to be left to contemplation of things eternal and to the tragedy of her own heart. And so, though it was beautiful to know herself to be thus cherished and held in high esteem, that beauty came to her as something unrelated, as sweet words, good to hear, yet spoken of some person other than herself, or of a self she had ceased to be. All privilege implies a corresponding obligation, and to the meeting of fresh obligations Catherine felt herself not only unequal but indisposed. And so she smiled now upon Honoria St. Quentin, leaning back against the rose silk and muslin-covered pillows with a lovely indulgence, yet rather hopelessly unmoved and remote. "Oh, my dear, I am beyond all wish to be healed after the fashion that you in your urgent loving kindness would have me," she said. I look forward to the final healing, when my many mistakes and shortcomings shall be forgiven and the smart of them removed. And I am very tired. I do not think it can be required of me to go back." I know," Honoria replied. She rose to her feet and moved across to the fireplace, her straight eyebrows drawn together, her expression one of perplexity. "I must seem a brute for trying to drag you back. When Dr. Nott and the other 2 men asked me to come and reason with you, I was on the edge of refusing. I hardly had the heart to worry you. And yet," she added wistfully, "after all, in a way, it is just simply your own dear fault. For if you will be a sort of little kingdom of heaven to us, you see, it's inevitable that when you threaten to slip away from us, we should play the part of the violent and do our best to take our kingdom by force and keep it in spite of itself." "Oh, you overrate the heavenliness of the poor little kingdom," Catherine said. "Its soil has become barren, its proud cities are laid waste. It's an unprofitable place, believe me, dearest child. Let it be. Seek your fortune in some kingdom from which the glory has not departed, and whose motto is not Ichabod." "Unfortunately, I can't do that," the younger woman answered. "I've explained why already. Where my heart is, there you see my kingdom is also." "Oh, my dear, Catherine said, touched and yet somewhat weary. "And after all, it's not wholly for our own sakes we make this fight to keep you." Miss St. Quentin's voice sank. She spoke slowly and as though with reluctance. "We do it for the sake of the person you love best in the world. I don't say we love him very much, but that's beside the mark. We owe him a certain duty. I, because I'm living in his house, and the others because they are his friends. When he comes home, as come he surely will, they all say that, even while they blame him, would it not be an almost too cruel punishment if he found Brockhurst empty of your presence? You wouldn't wish that. It's not a question of me, of course. I don't count. But you gone, no one, not even the old servants, I believe, would stay. Blame would be turned into something awkwardly near to hatred." Lady Calmady's serenity did not desert her, but a touch of her old loftiness of manner was apparent, and Miss St. Quentin was very glad. Anything, even anger, would be welcome if it dissipated that unnatural, paralysing calm. "You forget Julius, I think," she said. "He will be faithful to the very end, faithful unto death. And so will another friend of happier days, poor blind old Camp." A sudden inspiration came to Honoria St. Quentin. "You must only count on Julius, I'm afraid, Cousin Catherine, not on Camp." And to her immense relief, she perceived Lady Calmady's serenity give a little. It was as though she came nearer. Her sweet face was troubled, her eyes full of questioning. "Camp grew a little too tired of waiting about 3 weeks ago. You did not ask for him." "Oh, didn't I?" Catherine said, smitten by self-reproach. "No, never once, and so we did not tell you, fearing to distress you." Miss St. Quentin came over and sat down on the end of the sofa again. She rested her hands on her knees, her feet were rather far apart. She fixed her eyes upon the small prophets and patriarchs anticing upon the hearth. "But it wasn't really so very bad," she said reflectively, "and we did all we could to smooth his passage, poor dear beast, to the place where all good dogs go. We had the vet out from Westchurch 2 or 3 times, but there was nothing he could do. And I thought him a bit rough. Nervousness, I fancy. You see, the dog did not like being handled by a stranger, and made it rather hot for him once or twice. I could not let him be worried, poor old man. And so Julius March and Winter and I took turn and turn about with him." "Where did he die?" "In the gun-room, on the tiger-skin." Honoria did not look round. Her voice grew perceptibly husky. Chiffney and I sat up with him that last night."
"You and Chiffney?" Lady Calmady exclaimed, almost in protest. "Yes. Of course the men would have been as kind could be. Only I had a feeling you would be glad to know I was there, later, when we told you. You see, Chiffney's as good as any vet, and I had to have somebody. The dog was rather queer. I didn't quite know how to manage him alone."
Lady Calmady put out her hand. Honoria took it silently and fell to stroking it once more. It was a declaration of peace, she felt, on the part of the obstinate well-beloved, possibly a declaration of something over and above peace. "Winter saw to our creature comforts," the young lady continued. "Oh, we weren't starved, I promise you, and Chiffney was excellent company." She hesitated a moment. "He told me endless yarns about horses, about Doncaster and Newmarket and Goodwood. I was greatly flattered at being regarded sufficiently of the equestrian order to hear about all that. And he told me stories about Richard, when he was quite a little boy, and about his father also." Honoria had a conviction that the tears were running down Lady Calmady's cheeks, but she would not look around. She only stroked the hand she held softly and talked on. "They were fine," she said, "some of those stories. I'm glad to have heard them. They went home to me. When all is said and done, there's nothing like breeding and pluck, and the courtesy which goes along with them. But after midnight, Camp grew very restless. He had his blanket in the big armchair, you know the one I mean, as usual, but he wouldn't stay there. We had to lift him down. You see, his hindquarters were paralysed, and he couldn't help himself much. Oh, it was pathetic. I can't forget the asking look in his half-blind eyes, but we couldn't make out what he wanted. At last he dragged himself as far as the door, and we set it open and watched him, poor dear beast. He got across the lobby to the bottom of the little staircase." The speaker's breath caught. "Then we made out what it was. He wanted to get up here, to come to you. Well, I could understand that. I should want just that myself, shall want it, when it comes to the last. He whimpered when Chiffney carried him back into the gun-room." Honoria turned her head and looked Lady Calmady in the face. Her own was more than commonly white and very gentle in expression. "He died in the grey of the morning, with his great head on my lap. I fancy it eased him to have something human and rather pitiful close against him. Julius had just come in to see how we were getting on. I won't declare he did not say a prayer. I think he did. But I wasn't quite as steady as I might have been just then." She turned her head, looking back at the figures upon the hearth. She was satisfied. Lady Calmady's long-sustained calm had given way, and she wept. "We buried him in his blanket under the big Portugal laurel where the nightingale sings, at the corner of the Troco ground, close to Camp the First and Old Camp. The upper servants came, and Chaplin and Haribut from the house stables, and Chiffney and the head lad, and some of the gardeners. Poor old Wenham drove up in his donkey-chair from the West Lodge. Julius was there, of course. We did all things decently and in order." Honoria's voice ceased. She sat stroking the dear hand she held and smiling to herself, notwithstanding a chokiness in her throat, for she had a comfortable belief that the situation was saved. Then Clara entered, prepared to encounter remonstrance, and bearing a tray. "It's all right, Clara," Miss St. Quentin said. "Lady Calmady is quite ready for something to eat. I've been telling her about camp." And Catherine, sitting upright, with great docility and a certain gentle shame, accepted food and drink. "Since you wish it, dearest," she said, "and since Julius must not be left alone in a quite empty house." "Oh, our kingdom of heaven stays with us, then!" Honoria exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, such as it is, poor thing, it will do its best to stay. I thought I'd cried my eyes dry for ever, long ago, but it seems not. You and Camp have broken up the drought." "Oh, I haven't hurt you?"
Honoria said in sudden penitence. "Oh, no, no. You've given me relief. I was ceasing to be human. The blessed Thomas was right. I grew very selfish." "Oh, but you're not displeased with me?" Honoria insisted. Lady Calmady's playfulness had returned, but with a new complexion. "Oh, it is a little too soon to ask that," she said. "Still, I will go north with you a fortnight hence, go to Ormiston, and by then perhaps you may be forgiven. Open the casement, dearest, and let in the wind. The air of this room is curiously dead. Give my love to Julius and Ludovic. Tell them I will come into the chapel room after dinner tonight. Oh, what, my child, are you so very glad? Kiss me. God keep you. Now I will rest." End of Chapter 5 of Book 5. Book 5, Chapter 6 of the History of Sir Richard Calmady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Anne Fletcher, Richmond, Tasmania, 2020. The History of Sir Richard Calmady by Lucas Malet. Book 5, Chapter 6, in which Monsieur Paul d'Estournel has the bad taste to threaten to upset the apple cart. Helen de Vallorbe rose from her knees and slipped out from under the greasy and half-frayed curtain of the confessional box. The atmosphere of that penitential spot had been such as to make her feel faint and dizzy. She needed to recover herself. And so she stood for a minute or more in the clear, cool brightness of the nave of the great basilica, her highly civilized figure covered by a checker-work of morning sunshine, streaming down through the round-headed windows of the lofty clerestory. As the sense of physical discomfort left her, she instinctively arranged her veil and adjusted her bracelets over the wrists of her long gloves. Yet notwithstanding this trivial and mundane occupation, her countenance retained an expression of devout circumspection, of the relief of one who has accomplished a serious and somewhat distasteful duty. Her sensations were increasingly agreeable. She had rid herself of an oppressive burden. She was at peace with herself and with almost all man and womankind. Yet it must be admitted the measure had been mainly precautionary. Helen had gone to confession on the present occasion in much the same spirit as an experienced traveller visits his dentist before starting on a protracted journey. She regarded it as a disagreeable but politic insurance against possible accident. Her distaste had been increased by the fact that there really were some rather risky matters to be confessed. She had even feared a course of penance might have been enforced before the granting of absolution. This certainly would have been the case had she been dealing with that firm disciplinarian and very astute man of the world, the Jesuit father who acted as her spiritual adviser in Paris. But here in Naples, happily, it was different. The fat, sleepy, easy-going old canon, whose person exuded so strong an odour of snuff that at the solemnest moment of the Confiteor she had been unable to suppress a convulsive sneeze, asked her but a few inconvenient questions. Pretty fine ladies will get into little difficulties of this nature. He had listened to very much the same story not infrequently before, and took the position amiably, almost humorously, for granted. It was very wicked, a deadly sin, but the flesh, especially such delicately bred, delicately fed feminine flesh, is admittedly weak, and the wiles of Satan are many. Is it not an historic fact that our first mother did not escape? Was Helen's repentance sincere? That was the point. And of that Helen could honestly assure him there was no smallest doubt. Indeed, at this moment she abhorred not only her sin, but her co-sinner in the liveliest and most comprehensive manner. Return to him? Sooner the dog return to its vomit.
She recognised the iniquity, the shame, the detestable folly of her late proceedings far too clearly. Temptation in that direction had ceased to be possible. Then followed the mysterious and merciful words of absolution, and Helen rose from her knees and slipped out from beneath the frayed and greasy curtain, a free woman, the guilt of her adultery wiped off by those awful words, as with a wet cloth one would wipe writing off a slate, leaving the surface of it clean in every part. Precisely how far she literally believed in the efficacy of that most solemn rite, she would not have found it easy to declare. Scepticism warred with expediency, but that appeared to her beside the mark. It was really none of her business. Let her teachers look to all that. To her it was sufficient that she could regard it from the practical standpoint of an insurance against possible accident. The accident of sin proving actually sinful and actually punishable by a narrow-minded deity, the accident of the veritable existence of heaven and hell, and of Holy Church veritably having the keys of both these in her keeping, the accident, more immediately probable and consequently worth guarding against, that during wakeful hours some night the half-forgotten lessons of the convent school would come back to her, and, as did sometimes happen, would prove too much for her usually victorious audacity. But it should be added that another and more creditable instinct did much to dictate Madame de Vallorbe's action at this juncture. As the days went by, the attraction exercised over her by Richard Calmady suffered increase rather than diminution, and this attraction affected her morally, producing in her modesties, reticences of speech, even of thought, and prickings of unflattering self-criticism unknown to her heretofore. Her ultimate purpose might not be virtuous, but undeniably, such is the complexity, not to say hypocrisy, of the human heart, the prosecution of that purpose developed in her a surprising sensibility of conscience. Many episodes in her career, hitherto regarded as entertaining, she ceased to view with toleration, let alone complacency. The remembrance of them made her nervous. What if Richard came to hear of them? The effect might be disastrous. Not that he was any saint, but she perceived that with the fine inconsistency common to most well-bred Englishmen, he demanded from the women of his family quite other standards of conduct to those which he himself obeyed. Other women might do as they pleased. Their lapses from the stricter social code were no concern of his. He might indeed be not wholly averse to profiting by such lapses, but in respect of the women of his own rank and blood the case was quite otherwise. He was alarmingly capable of disgust, and not a little to her own surprise, fear of provoking, however slightly, that disgust had become a reigning power with her. Never had she felt as she now felt. Her own sensations at once captivated and astonished her. This had ceased to be an adventure dictated by merry devilry, undertaken out of lightness of heart, inspired by a mischievous desire to see dust whirl and straws fly, or undertaken even out of necessity to support self-satisfaction by ranging herself with cynical audacity on the side of the eternal laughter. This was serious. It was desperate. The crisis, as she told herself, of her life and fate. The result was singular. Never had she been more vividly, more electrically alive. Never had she been more diffident and self-distrustful. And this complexity of sensation served to press home on her the high desirability of insurance against accident, of washing clean, as far as might be possible, the surface of the slate. So it followed that now, standing in the chequerwork of sunshine within the great basilica, self-congratulation awoke in her. The lately concluded ceremony, some of the details of which had really been most distasteful, might or might not be of vital efficacy, but in any case she had courageously done her part. Therefore, if Holy Church spoke truly, her first innocence was restored. Helen hugged the idea with almost childish satisfaction.
Now she could go back to the Villa Valor in peace and take what measure... She left the sentence unfinished. Even in thought, it is often an error to define. Let the future and her intentions regarding it remain in the vague. She signed to Zélie Forestier, seated on the steps of a side chapel, yellow paper-covered novel in hand, to follow her, and after making a genuflection before the altar of Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception, gathered up her turquoise-coloured skirts, the yellow tufa quarries were not superabundantly clean, and pursued her way towards the great main door. The benevolent priest, charmed by her grace of movement, watched her from his place in the confessional, although another penitent now kneeled within the greasy curtain. Verily, the delinquencies of so delectable a piece of womanhood were easily comprehensible. Neither God nor man in such a case would be extreme to mark what was done amiss. Moreover, had she not promised generous gifts alike to church and poor? The sin which in an ugly woman is clearly mortal, in a pretty one becomes little more than venial. Making which reflection, a kindly fat chuckle shook his big paunch, and crossing himself, he turned his attention to the voice murmuring from behind the wooden lattice at his side. Yet it would appear that abstract justice judged less leniently of the position, for passing out onto the portico, about the base of whose enormous columns half-naked beggars clustered, exposing sores and mutilations, shrilly clamouring for alms, the dazzling glare of the empty, sun-scorched piazza behind him, Helen came face to face with no less a personage than Monsieur Paul d'Estournel. It was as though someone had struck her. The scene reeled before her eyes. Then her temper rose as in resentment of insult. To avoid all chance of such a meeting, she had selected this church in an unfashionable quarter of the town. Here at least she had reckoned herself safe from molestation, and that precisely in the hour of peace, the hour of politic insurance against accident, this accident of all others should befall her, was maddening. But anger did not lessen her perspicacity. How to inflict the maximum of discomfort upon Monsieur d'Estournel with the minimum of risk to herself was the question. An interview was inevitable. She wanted very certainly to get her claws into him, but for safety's sake, that should be done not in attack, but in defence. Therefore, he should speak first, and in his words, whatever those words might be, she promised herself to discover legitimate cause of offence. So, leisurely and with studied ignorance of his presence, she flung largesse of centissimi to right and left, and while the chorus of blessing and entreaty was yet loud, walked calmly past Monsieur d'Estournel down the wide, shallow steps, from the solid shadow of the portico to the burning sun-glare of the piazza. The young man's countenance went livid. "Do you dare to pretend not to recognise me?" he literally gasped. "On the contrary, I recognise you perfectly." "I have written to you repeatedly." "You have written to me with a ridiculous and odious persistence." Madame de Valois picked her steps. The pavement was uneven, the heat great. D'Estournel's hands twitched with agitation, yet he contrived not only to replace his Panama hat, but opened his white umbrella as a precaution against sunstroke. And this diverted, even while exasperating, Helen. Measures to ensure personal safety were so characteristic of d'Estournel. "And with what fault, I ask you, can you reproach me, save that of a too absorbing, a too generous adoration?" "That fault in itself is very sufficient." "Oh, do you not reckon, then, in any degree with the crime you are in process of committing? Have you no sense of gratitude, of obligation? Have you no regret for your own loss in leaving me?" Helen drew aside to let a herd of goats pass. They jostled one another impudently, carrying their inquisitive heads and short tails erect, at right angles to the horizontal line of their narrow backs.
They bleated as in impish mischief, their little beards wagged, their little hoofs pattered on the stone, and the musky odour of them hung in the burning air. Madame de Vallorbe put her handkerchief up to her face, and over the edge of it she contemplated Paul d'Estournel. Every detail of his appearance was not only familiar, but associated in her mind with some incident of his and her common past. Now the said details asserted themselves, so it seemed to her, with an impertinence of premeditated provocation. The high, domed skull, the smooth, prematurely thin hair, parted in the middle and waved over the ears, the slightly raised eyebrows, and fatigued, red-lidded, and vain, though handsome eyes. The straight, thin nose, and winged, open nostrils, so perpetually a-quiver, the soft, sparse, forked beard, which closely followed the line of the lower jaw and pointed chin, the moustache, lightly shading the upper lip, while wholly exposing the fretful and rather sensuous mouth, the long, effeminate and restless hands, the tall, slight figure, and the clothes, of a material and pattern fondly supposed by their wearer to present the last word of English fashion in relation to foreign travel, the colour of them accurately matched to the pale brown hair and beard. So much for the detail of the young man's appearance. As a whole, that appearance was elegant, as only French youth ventures to be elegant. Refinement enveloped Paul d'Estournel. Refinement, over-sensitized and under-vitalized, as that of the rare exotic forced into precocious blossoming by application of some artificial horticultural process. And all this, elaborately effective and seductive as long as one should happen to think so, elaborately nauseous when one had ceased so to think, had long been familiar to Helen to the point of satiety. She turned wicked, satiety transmuting itself into active vindictiveness. How gladly she would have torn this emasculated creature limb from limb and flung the lot of it among the refuse of the Neapolitan gutter. But from beneath the shade of his umbrella the young man recommenced his plaint. "It is inconceivable that, knowing my cruel capacity for suffering, you should be indifferent to my present situation," he asserted, half violently, half fretfully. "The whole range of history would fail to offer a case of parallel callousness. You, whose personality has penetrated the recesses of my being, you who are acquainted with the infinite intricacies of my mental and emotional organization. A touch would endanger the harmony of that exquisite mechanism. The interpretation of the component parts of my being is too complete. I exist, I receive sensations, I suffer, I rejoice, as a whole, and this lays me open to universal, to incalculable pain. Now my nerves are shattered. Intellectual, moral, and physical anguish permeate in every part. I rally my self-reverence, my nobility of soul. I make efforts. By day I visit spots of natural beauty and objects of art. But these refuse to gratify me. My thought is too turgid to receive the impress of them. Concentration is impossible to me. Feverish agitation perverts my imagination. My ideas are fugitive. I endure a chronic delirium. And this by day." He extended one hand with a despairing gesture. "But by night—" "Oh, I implore you," Helen interrupted, "spare me the description of your nights. The subject is hardly a modest one. And then, at various times, I have already heard so very much about them, those nights." Calmly she resumed her walk. The amazing vanity of the young man's speech appeased her in a measure, since it fed her contempt. Let him sink himself beyond all hope of recovery. That was the best. Let him go down, down in exposition of fatuous self-conceit. When he was low enough, then she would kick him. Meanwhile, her eyes, ever greedy of incident and colour, registered the scene immediately submitted to them. In the centre of the piazza, women, saffron and poppy-coloured handkerchiefs tied around their dark heads, washed, with a fine impartiality, soiled linen and vegetables in an iron trough, grated for a third of its length, before a fountain of debased and flamboyant design. Their voices were alternately shrill and guttural. It was perhaps as well not to understand too clearly all which they said. On the left came a break in the high painted house fronts, off which in places the plaster scaled, and from the windows of which protruded miscellaneous samples of wearing apparel and bedding, soliciting much needed purification by means of air and light. In the said break was a low wall, where coarse plants rooted, and atop of which lay some half-dozen ragged youths, outstretched upon their stomachs, and playing cards. The least decrepit of the beggars, armed with Helen's largesse of copper coin, had joined them from beneath the portico. Gambling, seasoned by shouts, imprecations, and blows, grew fast and furious. In the steep roadway on the right, a dray, loaded with barrels, creaked and jolted upward. The wheels of it were solid discs of wood. The great, mild-eyed, cream-coloured oxen strained with slowly swinging heads under the heavy yoke. Scarlet woollen bands and tassels adorned their broad foreheads and wide-sweeping black-tipped horns, and here and there a scarlet drop adorned their flanks, where the goad had pricked them too shrewdly. And upon it all the unrelenting southern sun looked down, and Helen de Vallorbe's unrelenting eyes looked forth. One of those quick realizations of the inexhaustible excitement of living came to her. She looked at the elegant young man walking beside her, apprised and measured him. She thought of Richard Calmady, self-imprisoned in the luxurious villa, and of the possibilities of her, so far platonic, relation to him. She glanced down at her own rustling skirts and daintily shod feet travelling over the hot stones, then at the noisy gamblers, then at the women washing, with that consummate disregard of sanitation, food and raiment, together in the rusty iron trough by the fountain. The violent contrasts, the violent lights and shadows, the violent diversities of purpose and emotion, of rank, of health, of fortune and misfortune, went to her head. Whatever the risks or dangers, that excitement remained inexhaustible. Nay, those very dangers and risks ministered to its perpetual upflowing. It struck her she had been over-scrupulous, weakly conscientious in making confession and seeking absolution. Such timid moralities do not really shape destiny, control or determine human fate. The shouting, fighting youths there, with their filthy pack of cards and few centissimi sprawling in the unstinted sunshine, were nearer the essential truth. They were the profound, because the practical, philosophers. Therefore, let us gamble, 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 be the stake small or great, as long as the merest flicker of life or fraction of uttermost farthing is left. And so, when Destournel took up his lament again, she listened to him for the moment with remarkable lightness of heart.
I appeal to you in the name of my as yet unwritten poems, my masterpieces, for which France, for which the whole brotherhood of letters so anxiously waits, to put a term to this appalling chastisement.
Oh, delicious, said Helen under her breath.
Your classicism is the natural complement of my medievalism. The elasticity, the concreteness of your temperament fertilized the too brooding introspectiveness of my own. It lightened the reverence which I experience in the contemplation of my own nature. It induced in me the hint of frivolity which is necessary to procure action. Our union was as that of high noon and impenetrable night. I anticipated extraordinary consequences.
Marriage of a butterfly and a bat? Oh yes, the progeny should be surprising little animals, certainly, commented Madame de Vallorbe.
In deserting me, you have rendered me impotent. That is a crime. It is an atrocity. You assassinate my genius."
"Oh, then indeed I have reason to congratulate myself on my ingenuity," she returned, "since I succeeded in the assassination of the non-existent."
"You, who have praised it 1,000 times, you deny the existence of my genius?"
almost shrieked Monsieur d'Estournel. He was very much in earnest, and in a very sorry case. His limbs twitched. He appeared on the verge of an hysteric seizure. To plague him thus was a charmingly pretty sport, but one safest carried on with closed doors, not in so public a spot. "I do not deny the existence of anything, save your right to make a scene and render me ridiculous, as you repeatedly did at Pisa."
"Then you must return to me."
"Oh, la la!" cried Helen.
"That you should leave me and live in your cousin's house constitutes an intolerable insult."
"And where, pray, would you have me live?" she retorted, her temper rising to the detriment of diplomacy. "In the street?"
"It appears to me the two localities are synonymous morally."
Madame de Vallorbe drew up. Rage almost choked her. Monsieur d'Estournel's words stung the more fiercely because the insinuation they contained was not justified by fact. They brought home to her non-success in a certain direction. They called up visions of that unknown rival, to whom, oh, how she hated the woman, Richard Calmady's affections were, as she feared, still wholly given. That her relation to him was innocent filled her with humiliation. First she turned to Zélie Forestier, who had followed at a discreet distance across the piazza. "Go on," she said, "down the street. Find a cab, a clean one. Wait in it for me at the bottom of the hill." Then she turned upon Monsieur d'Estournel. "Your mind is so corrupt that you cannot conceive of an honest friendship, even between near relations. You fill me with repulsion. I measured the depth of your degeneracy at Pisa. That is why I left you. I wanted to breathe in an uninfected atmosphere. My cousin is a person of remarkable intellectual powers, of chivalrous ideals, and of superior character. He has had great troubles, and he is far from well. I am watching over and nursing him." The last statement trenched boldly on fiction. As she made it, Madame de Vallorbe moved forward, intending to follow the retreating Zélie down the steep, narrow street. For a minute, Monsieur d'Estournel paused to recollect his ideas. Then he went quickly after her.
"Oh, stay, I implore you," he said. "Oh, yes, I own at Pisa I lost myself. The agitation of composition was too much for me. My mind seethed with ideas, and I became irritable. I comprehend I was in fault, but it is so easy to recommence and to range oneself. I accept your assurances regarding your cousin. It's all so simple. You shall not return to me. You shall continue your admirable work. But I will return to you. I will join you at the villa. My society cannot fail to be of pleasure to your cousin, if he is such a person as you describe. In a milieu removed from care and trivialities, I will continue my poem. I may even dedicate it to your cousin. I may make his name immortal. Oh, if he is a person of taste and ideals, he cannot fail to appreciate so magnificent a compliment. You will place this before him. You will explain to him how necessary to me is your presence. He will be glad to cooperate in procuring it for me. He will understand that in making these propositions I offer him a unique opportunity. I behave towards him with signal generosity. And if at first the intrusion of a stranger into his household should appear inconvenient, let him but pause a little. He will find his reward in the development of my genius and in the spectacle of our mutual felicity." D'Estournel spoke with great rapidity. The street which they had now entered from the far end of the piazza was narrow. It was encumbered by a string of laden mules, by a stream of foot passengers. Interruption of his monologue, short of raising her voice to screaming pitch, was impossible to Madame de Vallorbe.
But when he ceased, she addressed him, and her lips were drawn away from her pretty teeth viciously.
"Oh, you unspeakable idiot," she said. "Have you no remnant of decency?"
"Do you mean to imply that Sir Richard Calmady would have the insolence, is so much the victim of insular prejudice, as to object to our intimacy?" Madame de Vallorbe clapped her hands together in a sort of frenzy.
"Idiot! Idiot!" she repeated. "I wish I could kill you."
Suddenly Monsieur Paul d'Estenelle had all his wits about him.
"Ah," he said, with a short laugh, curiously resembling in its malice the bleating of the little goats.
"I perceive that which constitutes the obstacle to our union. It shall be removed." He lifted his Panama hat with studied elegance, and turning down a breakneck side alley, called over his shoulder, "À bientôt, très chère madame." End of chapter 6 of book 5.